the game, gunfire and flames. I hear echoes of my name being called in a hall of fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me.
Make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame, theme music, man, we don't play. Make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame, theme music, man, we don't play.
This is excellence personified. Tell coach put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time.
Make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake. Make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake.
시간 더해요?
저 실제로 좀 피곤해요.
늦잠 주무셔서 지각하셨는데 왜 피곤하세요?
준비하는 게 있어가지고 대회를 좀 많이 못 잤어요.
저희 단톡에 대답을 안 하고
맞아요.
한 시간
왜
기다렸는데.
일식하세요?
은비님도 새벽까지 어제 게임을 하고 계시더라고요.
새벽 4시까지 하다가
그래서 올렸어요, 못 올렸어요?
못 올렸어요.
실패.
대차게 실패. 아이언 1에서 멈췄습니다. 지금.
저희 이제 솔랭한테 시작한 지 한 2달 정도 됐거든요. 중간 결산을 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
네.
오, 벌써 2달이나. 야. 일주일에 30판, 3주 진행, 90판 중 98판.
예! 성공!
진짜 많이 했는데?
너무 섰어요.
진짜 올리고 싶나 보네. 진짜 많이 올리고
진짜
싶나 봐.
열심히 했어요.
그러니까. 열심히 했는데 아이언 1. 승률이 45%.
아니 근데 승률 나쁘지 않아.
오, 야, 랭킹 230만.
아 이건 너무하다. 진짜
상위 98.9%.
너무하시다. 아 진짜 못하는구나.
티어 그래프는 처음 브론즈 3을 받고 브론즈 2까지 갔다가 아이언 2까지 쭉 낙하했습니다.
그래도 희망이 있던 건 아이언으로 강등이 됐다가 다시 브론즈로 어쨌든 올렸었잖아요.
네네. 브론즈는 뭐 금방 가겠네요, 근데.
그쵸, 승급 다시 아이언 2에서
네, 그쵸, 뭐 금방
올랐었으니까.
오르죠. 네. 실버가 쉽지 않죠.
이 정도였으면
아, 저 때는 빼야 돼요. 은혜를 받을 때요.
없었던
네,
일로?
없었던 일. 이벤트, 버닝 이벤트.
슬프다. 알겠습니다. 분석 전문가 선생님.
분석 전문가요? 이건 처음 들어보는데.
은비님 관련해서 제가 AI에 좀 질문을
오,
은빈 다음 티어 예측해줘. 답변해주세요. 진짜 너무하네. 아이언 2로 다시 간다는데요? 뭘 보고 예측하는 건데 나 브론즈까지 갔었는데. 이거 선생님
네?
답변 아니죠?
AI한테 공감하기가 참 쉽지 않은 것 같은데, 아, 약간 공감이 돼요.
왜 저한테 안 하시고 AI한테 공감을
AI한테
하시는 거예요?
아니, 저희 아까 지표를 봤잖아요.
그래도 가능성은 있잖아요.
그쵸, AI가 이제 잘 모르는 거는 은비님이 얼마나 무서운 사람인지 모르는 거예요. 이래도 롤을 계속하는 사람인데
맞아.
이걸 모르는 거예요.
난
그래서
계속
이제
할 거야.
미래 예측이 약간 사람의 약간 그런 거는 이제 추측하지 못하고 그죠.
네. 5월 말까지 골드에 갈 수 있을까?
브론즈 승격은 시간 문제. 하지만 골드까지는 픽 관리와 데스 줄이기라는 재질 개선이 필수입니다.
현타 오셨어요?
약간 왔어요. 네, 라인전에서 무너지지 않는
오.
것만으로도 승률이 10%는 띱니다.
오쌤 말 거의 그대로네요.
무너지지 않는 것만으로 승률이 10%가 뛴대.
근데
어.
갈 수 없다는 말은 없어요.
아, 요즘 AI가 인간 친화적이에요, 얘네들이. 사람들에게 굳이 적대적이게 막 그렇게까지 하지 않는다.
저 5월 말까지 골드에 갈 수 있나요?
아니요?
시청자분들과 1대1을 했을 때 저희가 투표를 좀 받아가지고
맞아요.
결과 나왔습니다, 결과가.
사실 큐베쌤은 완전 멜 확정이고
사이언이 41표, 세라핀이 55표, 그리고 멜은 압도적으로 63표로 후배님은 멜 확정, 은비님은 세라핀 확정입니다.
멜 좋다.
세라핀 좋다.
저희가 처음 촬영했을 때 이 정도면 골드 갈 수 있을 것 같다 라고 분명히 말씀하셨거든요.
맞아요.
이제 한 달 남았는데 뭐 가능한가요?
긍정적으로 하고자 그 골드라고 했고, 사실 현실적으로는 실버가 최대라고 생각은 해요. 근데 실버라는 벽이 생각보다 높다 보니까
맞아요.
좀 더 하긴 해야 돼요. 그래서 이제 뭘 해야 될까 이제 저도 많이 생각을 해봤는데
네.
특단의 조치 취하려고.
안녕하세요 여러분. 오랜만에 밖에서 인사를 드리는 것 같은데 저에겐 조금은 익숙한 T1 사옥에 왔거든요.
새벽까지 게임을 열심히 하실 건데
2시간 자고 왔어요.
어디죠, 티어가?
지난주에 큐베쌤이 저한테 특단의 조치를 내려주시겠다라고 말을 하셨는데 오늘은 또 어떤 걸 배울지 아주 기대가 되거든요. 가보시죠.
은비님 함께 할래요?
네.
함께 해도 될 것 같은데, 시간이?
좋아요.
잘 봤어 아이언 선수.
이까지 봤었다고요.
근데 지금은 뭐야 아이언 4잖아. 버림받은 거지 환승연맹이라서. 어제도 제가 그 전적을 봤는데
왜 보시냐고요?
와 데스가 우와 그냥 저였으면 바로 그냥
점점 줄여 나가고 있는 거예요.
아닌 거 같아.
네.
뭔가 큐베님에 잘 맞는 거 같아. 나랑 더 잘 맞는 거 같아. 진짜 이거는 큐베가 더 좋은가 보구나.
아니야.
할게요. 아니야. 큐베가 좋은 거지 내가 아니라.
선생님은 이렇게 쉽지 않아요.
이런 데 있지. 애들이랑 한번 사진 찍어주시면 안 돼요? 애들이랑?
하나, 둘.
하는 거 보신 적 있으세요? 이렇게?
아, 솔랭헌터스 좀 많이 보고 있죠, 지금.
쌤은 다 챙겨보고 계실 줄 알았어요.
나는 그 땡볕에서 아무것도 못 먹었는데 음료수 하나 먹었는데 막 라면 먹고 스시 먹고 막 그러는 거 보고
솔레몬스가 그리운 게 아니라 그냥 억울해가지고.
솔랭헌터스가 너무 그립긴 하지. 지금이라도 솔랭헌터스 부르면 난 또 하지.
진짜?
아, 안녕하세요. 아, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. T1에 온 이유가 마린 선생님을 뵙기 위해서였군요.
네, 맞습니다. 제가 큐베한테 부탁을 받아가지고
네.
심해에서 힘들어하는 학생 한 명이 있다고 해가지고
맞아요.
골드까지 제가 보내드리도록 하겠습니다.
진짜로요?
쉽고 센 거 위주로 하면 금방 올라가요.
진짜요?
네.
와, 너무 반갑습니다.
대전 기록을 살짝 보긴 했거든요. 모스트 4개의 승률이 처참하죠. 40%대죠.
너무 처참해요.
이렇게 나오면 아이언에서 머물 수밖에 없다. 이 4개에서 알 수 있는 게 있어요. 쉬운 캐릭이 승률이 제일 높다.
네.
그러면 은비님은 쉬운 캐릭을 해야 된다. 그래서 오늘 1대1로 한 판 해보면서 한번 볼게요.
아, 진짜요?
네, 제일 자신 있는 거 한번 골라보세요.
케넨입니다.
한
왜요?
손으로 할게요.
저 얼마 전에 시우 선수랑 퍼펙트 선수 이겼어요.
저 봤어요.
부끄럽네요.
만물에 존재하는 균형.
큐 하시려고 지금.
그쵸, 큐 해야죠, 저는.
그러면은 와, 이렇게 해도 안 맞네?
경험치 안 드실 거예요? 경험치 안 먹으면 롤 못 하는데. 그렇게 하시면 죽어야 될 것 같은데. 어때요? 힘들죠?
네.
열심히 해보세요. 진짜.
아, 진짜요?
진짜 이렇게 쉬워도 되는 거야, 게임이? 은비님은 이미 죽어 있어요. 깨닫지 못했을 거예요.
6렙 되면요?
어려운 캐릭터를 하니까 한팔인 사람한테도 지는 거예요.
저 캐넨 포기하겠습니다.
당신의 탑 인생에서 캐넨은 잠깐 내려놓은. 일단 메모장 같은 거 하나 켜서 어렵고 센 거 하지 말고 쉽고 센 캐릭을 하자.
10센으로 가라.
네. 방금 전 판을 생각해봐요.
재미없어요.
그쵸, 재미없죠.
너무
음악도
재미없어.
6렙 때 죽고 계속 죽을 거거든요. 말파이트, 레넥톤, 오른 정도까지. 앞으로는 이렇게만 하세요.
진짜요?
다른 캐릭들 손도 대지 마요. 2번.
2번.
탱커는 잘 맞아야 돼요.
잘 맞아야 한다.
탑은 좀 안 죽으면서 맞는 희열을 느끼면서
네.
그런 재미를 느끼는 거죠. 혹시나 이제 우리 팀 정글러가 갱 올 수도 있으니까
네.
피 상황을 좀 맞춰줘야 돼요. CS를 좀 놓치더라도 그러니까 맛있게 맞아야 돼요. 맛있게.
갱타임을 좀 맞춰야 한다.
그러면
네.
일단 어떻게 하는지 한번 보여드릴게요.
네.
룬은 이렇게 드시면 돼요. 정복자가 제일 좋아요.
정복자.
제가 여기 숨어 있으면 너무 무섭잖아요.
네.
와드를 쓰게 돼 있단 말이에요.
네.
여기 들어오면 이렇게 때리고 살짝 뒤로 가서 왔다 갔다 하면서 왜냐하면 여기만 와드가 있고
네.
여기엔 와드가 없으니까
없으니까.
이 시야를 활용해 주는 거예요.
오.
습들 라인전에 있어서 제일 중요해요. 이 부시 활용이.
완전 꿀팁이야.
그러니까 큐베 이 자식은 이런 거 안 알려주고 뭘 알려준 거예요? 짧은 시간.
알려주셨는데요?
캐넨. 저도 캐넨이 모스트 1이에요. 캐넨 좋아해요.
아, 진짜요?
좀 어려워가지고. 그리고 이게 레넥톤이 진짜 좋은 게 Q 스킬이
네.
피가 많이 차가지고 버티기가 좋아요. 이런 식으로 또
큐를 사용하면 피가 차고 버텨야
네.
될 때는 큐를
이게
써야
진짜 이렇게 세요, 레넥톤.
오!
쉽고 세죠. 그냥
네.
데미지 다는 게 다르죠.
네.
캐넨 같은 거랑 좀 다르잖아요. 이게 그리고 분노도 중요해요.
채워야 올라가야지 세지는 거죠.
평타 한 번당 분노가 5씩 차거든요. 50당 스킬 하나가 강화되는 거예요. 분노 스킬로 Q 쓰는 게 피도 많이 차고 데미지도 세요.
휘차는 거 미쳤다.
그쵸, 미쳤죠.
네.
완전 풀 콤보는 E 쓰고 W 쓰고 Q 쓰고 나가.
근데 사실 저희 팀에서 레넥톤 저 한 번도 만난 적이 없거든요.
진짜요?
네.
왠 줄 알아요?
왜요?
레넥톤 하는 사람 다 올라가서 그래.
나야 나. 이제 나야.
오른도 비슷해요. 근접 챔피언.
이거는 어떤 눈에 들어요?
상대가 원거리면 콩콩이, 근접이면 착취. 이번 착취를 들고 해볼게요.
네.
상대가 원거리일 때 이렇게 습들습들이 중요한데 근거리면 이 착취를 쌓고 평타. 이게 제일 중요해요. 착취. 착취 스택을 보고
바로.
이런 거든. 오른도 약한 편이 아니거든요. 막 대회 때 보면 탱커로 선수들이 솔킬도 좀 따잖아요.
맞아요.
탱커도 살아남을 수 있어요.
아, 이거 완전 꿀팁 다 받아가면 안 되는데 나만 올라야 되는데 지금.
상대가 조금 반반이다 싶으면 이런 라인에서 억지로 미는 건 좀 별로 안 좋아요. 탱커는 라인을 좀 더
불러내야 되죠.
당겨. 그리고 이렇게 당기라고 하는 이유가 킬각을 잡기가 좀 쉬워진다? 당겨놔야? 그러면 그냥 이렇게 궁 쓰고 시작하면 돼요. 그리고 이게 파란색으로 되는 거 보이죠?
네.
이게 불안정 상태를 만든다고 하거든요.
네.
불안정 상태가 되면 때려야 돼. 11%의 마법 피해를 입히는 거예요. W밖에 안 돼요, 궁이랑.
아,
오른의 기본적인 콤보는
네.
Q를 맞추고 이렇게 벽궁하고 궁 쓰고 궁 맞추고 평타 치고 W 치고 다시 평타 치고
오. 우와, 진짜 짱이다.
그리고 약간 궁 멀리서도 호응할 수 있는 거니까 우리 팀 온다고 하면 여기서 그냥 호응해 주는 거예요. 그러면 팀원들한테 명예받을 수 있는 탑솔러가 될 수 있을 거예요.
너무 좋은데요? 명예받기. 오른 완전 처음 해보는데?
제가 잘 알려줄게요.
또, 네. 알려주시는 대로 잘 따라가 보겠습니다.
오른은 W 선모입니다.
네.
네.
W를 바로 써요?
네, W 써요.
지금요?
네, 가서 맞춰야긴 해야 돼요. 지금 보면 불안정 상태가 안 됐어. 이러면 좀 나가. W 맞춰. W 맞춰. 착취. 그리고 오케이 끝.
이거. 아, 어떤 느낌인지 알았어요.
딱 내 스킬만 딜견하는 거예요.
네.
Q를 하고 그 위에다 있으면 돼요. 이 옆에 있을 때. 지금.
아,
지금.
아,
아니야. 기둥한테 쏘는 거야.
아하.
잠깐만요. 제가 저 좀 더 친절하게 알려줄게요. 그냥 이렇게 Q 쓰고 같이 써요. 그리고 여기 기둥에다가 E를 쓰면 이런 식으로.
오.
다시 해볼까요? 오, 잘했어요. 약간 느리긴 했는데 처음이니까
네.
이런 식으로. 평타까지. 이게 기본 콤보예요.
저 조금 알겠어요.
네.
궁 한 번만.
궁 한 번만 써볼까요, 그러면? 올 때 다시 궁을 눌러야 돼. 궁! 그러니까 R을, 봤죠?
다시 한 번만 해볼게요.
올 때?
아, 어떻게
예.
시작하지? 와, 이거 타이밍이 엄청 어렵구나.
어렵지 않아요. 박치기로 돌려보내는 느낌이야. 그치?
됐다.
10번 해봐요. 실패 안 할 때까지. 있죠?
아, 재밌을 것 같아요. 근데 조금만 더 연습해보고 하면은.
이렇게 이니시해주면 팀원들한테 따봉 받지. 오르는 이제 이해했어요,
네,
완벽하게?
이해했어요.
오케이. 근데 2레벨이니까 빼고. 항상 레벨은 맞추면서 써야 돼요.
네.
그렇지, 잘했다. 피 잘 차죠?
진짜.
한번 킬각 잡아봐요. 이 정도면 킬각 나와. 따라가야지. 그치. 근데 상대가 집을 안 갔네?
죽여야죠.
아니지. 그러니까 미니언 지켜주면서 너 CS 먹고 싶어?
CS 먹고 싶니?
지금 바로 싸워도 이길 것 같은데? 지금 왜 졌냐면
네.
강화 Q를 안 써서 그런데 수선마개 때문에 다른 스킬들은 Q를 위한 보조예요.
궁만 한 번만 마지막.
싸워봐요 이대로.
싸워요, 그냥? 싸워요.
분노 강화 큐 쓰고
네.
못 맞... 오케이 여기까지. 오 좋다. 그리고 스킬쿨 채우고 다시 한번 싸워요. 괜찮은데요? 약간 보여.
희망이요?
레넥톤은 충분히 할 수 있겠다.
짱스.
쉽죠?
짱스요.
그렇죠. 캐넨보다 훨씬 좋다니까.
좋은데? 오늘 너무 잘 가르쳐 주셔서 감사합니다. 제가 잘 연습하고 적용해서 아이언 탈출.
그니까요. 저한테 배웠는데 골드 못 가면 재능이 없는 거예요.
근데 지금 시간이 한 달 남았거든요.
실버 정도는 너무 쉬울 것 같거든요.
감사합니다. 큐베쌤이 불러주신 이유가 있네요.
큐베는 뭔가 예능을 한 것 같고 저는 진짜 골드를 가고 싶어 하는 것 같기 때문에 준비해서 왔거든요.
너무 감사해요.
제가 추천한 거 안 하고 있으면 귓 한 번씩 할게요.
고생하셨습니다.
네, 고생하셨습니다.
감사합니다.
네. 썩끝!
오늘 은비님의 플레이를 딱 보니까
학습하려는 의지가 좀 있고 발전 가능성이 보이는 것 같아요.
그럼 예상 티어?
그래도 한 실버는 충분히 갈 수 있을 것 같은데요. 시우 선수도 그런 말 했잖아요. 레넥톤 쉽고 세다. 쉽고 센 거 해야 돼요.
그래서 캐넨을 그렇게 혐오하셨어요.
캐넨 혐오까지는 아니에요. 제 모스트일이 캐넨이에요. 근데 이제 내가 좋아하는 캐넨이 이렇게 형편없는 모습 보고 싶지 않다.
그거였구나.
어려운 캐릭이거든요. 네. 아직은 골드의 가능성이 있으니까 열심히 하셨으면 좋겠네요. 악기, 토끼, 화이팅!
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Saturday Showdown. It is KT Rolster taking on B&K Fear X in two squads going in opposite directions, but trying to change their fate. Degon here alongside Ox and Hooney to break down today's action. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you. I'm excited for today. I think we have a pretty interesting matchup. We saw these teams go head-to-head recently in the road to EWC qualifiers, and that was a bit of a crazy upset. So I think this is a pretty big banger, especially considering like this matchup a couple of weeks ago, I don't think would have been nearly as interesting.
It's gonna be a banger match. It's unpredictable. It's always 50-50 come down to the KT roller coaster, and it's even better time right now.
Yeah, let's dive into the matchup as it is the KT roller coaster on the rise again in a victory in their last matchup in the B&K Fear X Foxes, seeking to leap back into the middle of the pack. Again, trying to catch back on up with Nongshim and the Bros for that final playoff spot.
Yeah, I mean, overall, KT in a phenomenal position, and B&K Fear X have really been struggling, but that last week where KT did go 0-2 was rough, and they're still trying to bounce back from that, and B&K Fear X, since the player swap they've had in the AD carry role, have looked revitalized.
Yeah, I mean, especially the Bro and Nongshim, they already has a 4 wins. It's gonna be, you know, the B&K gotta go there too, so it's really important match today.
Yeah, you need to pick up some big wins just like the Bros did against KT last week. Now, if history has anything to say about it. BNK FearX, pretty good on Saturdays. They have one of the highest win rates in the LCK on Saturday Showdown. Their opponents, though, generally have been Rise Group teams, usually on the eastern side of the bracket.
I think this has kind of been BNK FearX's position for quite a while in the LCK, like top of the eastern teams. It was kind of an exception we had in the LCK Cup where they actually came second overall. And now this is a big challenge in front of them, playing against the current second place team. So maybe a bit more similar to the D+ team in strength in terms of that. So if they want to maintain that win rate or improve it, it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, in their opponents, KT, they've been doing fantastic. This series is going to be a battle of the bot lanes as KT's aiming has been so good. He has put on a show alongside effort to make the record of KT what it is so far.
I mean, I would say this series was just for aiming. Like, the KT early game was so vulnerable, especially mid and jungle. Especially top is like was having a good time. But while it's just like aiming just solo 1v9 whole series from just bot laning phase.
And ripping up the CV Max piece of paper. Aiming has always been quite a resource-intensive AD carry, but he's done some crazy numbers when you put your trust in him. And I think being a key factor for KT right now.
Yeah, it's not just him, it's effort as well, where uniquely we talk a lot about champion pool, champion oceans. Well, what if you just play a couple of champions really well? Effort only playing more champions than the 3 DNS supports. He's been super focused on those enchanters, but it's allowed him to have a huge impact on the shot calling whenever we've had the opportunity to listen in.
Yeah, and as I said before, aiming a very resource-intensive AD carry, playing those enchanters who can buff him up and protect him gets a lot of value. I also think, obviously, when you come to best of 5, it's a different conversation. You do need a bit of a deeper pool. But in these best of 3s, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, definitely not. On the opposite side, though, Taeyun joining the roster here for BNK FearX after the big trade with Nongshim and fitting in really well here, Hooney.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't feel like he's a new member. He just arrives in and is perfectly fit as like how they want to play. They put so much resource. We saw they put so much resource on the AD carry, but he always take that responsibility to like really serious. Like never actually get mistakes, and when he's fed, he proved of the older series is that he can actually just carry the game, carry the series even. Like I think he's just like he's really good right now.
Yeah, I think when we saw Diablo leaving BNK FearX, there was a lot of concern initially because this had been such an AD carry-centric team. Diablo had been such a star for the roster. And although we'd seen potential from Taeyun, he hadn't always lived up to some of his highest highs. Now he is. And I think a big aspect is this team is already made and has the way of play to set up for an AD carry to succeed. Kellen has been phenomenal in enabling his AD carries. And as a result, Taeyun has just been popping off. And it feels like, I mean, it's not even feels like, they've been playing better than before the trade happened with Taeyun at the forefront of that play.
Yeah, I love that shout out there to Kellen, who's been playing so well. And this was the moment, right? Right after the trade, his first game, not only does he join BNK FearX in a victory after a losing streak, he's also the main reason winning POM. One of the best moments so far here in the LCK, in my opinion. And so Taeyun and the rest of the squad riding on up, including against KT because they won the EWC qualifier, and we'll dive into that in just a bit. Now, what goes up must come down. That is generally what happens in the roller coaster, but also for both these squads. And in KT's case, it's been a very unique inconsistency in the mid lane with BDD, who most recently, the last match that they had on this patch, has been struggling with some of these rune changes here, Hooney.
Yeah, it's really unusual, I would say. Oh, their flesh is so harsh. I mean, he lost the face. Sure, he lost the face rush, not anymore. He was also like kind of complaining like why they removed it, but still, he's trying to get used to. But it doesn't really connect to like how he actually performed. Like not well in this series, like, especially like last couple weeks. Like he was definitely not. You know, like it's not him. Like we don't really see often like he's not playing this well.
I think that's why it's been such a shock, is because last year KT had a lot of up and downs, but BDD was like the consistent factor. Even when the team was really struggling, it felt like he was putting on these great performances. That's why he won Player of the Year. Seeing him struggle, even though the team managed to get that win, it's just uncharacteristic. And I don't think it's a reason to have concern, but it is just something we thought we should talk about because, again, it's such a rare thing to see.
Yeah, and he's not alone in the struggles in the mid lane. His opposite number in Vikla also has had his struggles. He struggled a lot last year, found fantastic form during LCK Cup, and then has returned to inconsistency. Had some good games, had some tough games, including one earlier on the Anivia where he didn't look so good, Huni.
Yeah, I mean, also this week and last week, I think the only actions, like there's a lot, like for the Vikla and BDD, like enemy team were trying to camp them, and it's just working like, consistently well for enemy team. Like that's the thing that they have to more be respectful to enemy team, the what they can actually make the play like early on, because that hurt the whole series. And you can easily see Vikla is not really comfortable on Anivia, like not actually able to land WQ, the combo, and I mean that's what Anivia need to do. Like if you're not doing that, like there's no point actually playing Anivia. Like zone control, chain CC, and just kill the champions that what he is supposed to. Like even skirmishes, the laning phase, it just has to be better on it.
And it's concerning because we had such high expectations for Vikla after the LCK Cup, where he really stepped up his level, was playing like more of a carry. We saw him in picks like Akali, solo killing Chovy, Faker, and Showmaker during that tournament. But unfortunately, it feels like he's struggling to live up to those same highs, and we've seen him have more success now on picks like Annie, where he's playing more of that utility role, which is what they put him into last year. And they can move him back into that role. We know they were successful relatively back then, but it does feel like we're not seeing as much of that star power that was starting to shine through in the LCK Cup.
No, definitely not. However, like the Anivia, he's trying to play for the team as we take a look at the champ pools of these players. A lot more games on the side for BDD, a lot more success because the team has won with his inconsistencies, whereas Vikla's not so much. That rise 5-2 for BDD, still looking for the first win for Vikla after 4 losses.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Rise as it drafts us, like the KT will take the edge on it, like no matter what, because like the how you want to play Rise is like the only game you can't never make a mistake. Even BDD, how they lost, like consistently making early game mistakes that hurts the whole game, and it's like not able to come back the game, and also requires like whole team to play aggressive, like side lane, the jungle. The coordinating the level of the requires level, it's not easy.
No, definitely not. Now, one of the cool parts that's going on currently is the fact that we have the road to EWC qualifiers happening as well, which leads to situations like this. B&K FearX and KT played a best of 3 earlier this week, and it gives us matches within the matches where B&K FearX beat KT 2-0.
And Taeyun in this match was just absolutely popping off on that Ashe, just playing some of these fights so flawlessly. Game 2, he wasn't as much the main character, and it was more about Raptor on this Neferi. But you can see these were 2 pretty crushing defeats. There was some players who were trying to have an impact, like Aiming was having a pretty solid game, but for the most part, this was a pretty crushing victory from B&K FearX. This one was quite long, but to get a 2-0 win over the second place team in the LCK, who you're now matching up against in Saturday Showdown, it's a pretty good omen.
Yeah, and to the players for both sides, it did mean something as we take a look at the quotes from both teams going into this matchup. Aiming, after his victorious POM earlier this week, said, "The hit that B&K FearX gave us during the road to EWC still stings. Using this win as a stepping stone, we'll get revenge on B&K FearX on Saturday." Kellen earlier as well saying, "We're still in the process of syncing up with various bot lane champions coming out. We're constantly covering each other's likes and dislikes, what we do well, and what we're adjusting to each other. Bot lane is crucial for this meta, so we're focusing on it."
Yeah, and it's interesting Kellen saying we're still in the process of syncing up. They've already looked, I'd say, really positive based on having that new change. But if they keep developing and things get better from here, then maybe we see them reliving some of the highs they had in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, it's a very humble interview from Kellen. Look there, they look already really good, and they're already synced up. That's how I feel like when you see like outside of the game, like I think they're looking really well.
Yeah, I like that though. That feels like such a veteran move of like, we're not doing so well, but it's okay. He's my new teammate.
We're gonna be better.
But you know, we'll keep growing here as we take a look at the predictions for the LCK broadcast, both on this side and the Korean side. It's more split than what I thought. 5 votes going the way of BNK FearX. A lot of people getting off the KT roller coaster after some bumps last week. Again, these votes are all put in at the beginning of the week, so usually the predictions at the end sometimes look a little silly, but who knows, right? But the desk knows. We know which way we think we're going. All 3 of us here are KT Rolster believers. So we'll start with me on why I think KT Rolster will win. This is a high-speed roller coaster that includes sudden and dramatic acceleration, climbing, tilting, dropping, and backwards motion. Please remain seated. It's a reminder, guys, KT Rolster has been so great. Just because they had a little bit of bumps doesn't mean you get off the roller coaster. That's why you keep riding coasters. That's why you keep believing in KT.
For me, I wanted to talk a little bit about, obviously, as we've mentioned many times, everything is about Taeyun. Everything is Taeyun, and for KT to win, they need to shut him down. For BNK FearX needed to win, they need to enable him. I think Aiming's been having phenomenal form recently, so that bot lane matchup's going to be so contested, but it really feels like BNK FearX have put all their eggs into the Taeyun basket.
To me, it's probably similar to you, because, yeah, can Aiming beat the buckle? Because the KT rollercoaster ain't got no safety bar, which is, when they're undefeated, I thought they had a safety bar. But these days, as you guys mentioned, is like last couple of weeks there, we saw a lot of the bump and not able to just like showing the, you know, the consistent performances. And right now, I think it's the Aiming is the key player that he has to hold the roller coaster. He's the only probably the secured the buckle.
Rudy, you make it sound like he's not gonna be able to be the safety bar. Like he's not gonna be able to do that with a comment like that. What do you think, Dan?
Holding on to his teammates, you know, one hand on the roller coaster, the other hand.
You know, like when you go down the roller coaster, people do put the hand out like that, and it's like it does something. It doesn't actually do anything. All right, reminder everyone. This is a high-speed roller coaster that includes sudden and dramatic acceleration, climbing, tilting, dropping, and backwards motion. Ignore that sign there, and please remain seated. The KT roller coaster will be taking off very, very shortly here against BNK FearX. Both squads really looking for a victory. KT trying to re-establish the fact that they were the best team in that first part. BNK FearX trying to find their winning ways. Let's see if they're able to do that. We'll see you after game number 1.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
수가 있었다 보니 새로운 분위기에서 한번 해봐야겠죠. 세훈의 플레이가 너무 좋았습니다. 세훈의 이 노란색도 참 잘 어울리겠네요.
He's going to be able to survive. In fact, he will not. He flashes into the maw. The BDD prepared earlier.
BFX 파이팅! KT 파이팅! KT 파이팅!
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We're here for Saturday's showdown. KT Rolster up against BNK Fear X, and KT looking for that revenge for the road to EWC match we had on Monday. I am Valdez, with me is Wolf today. How are you doing, Wolf?
I'm good. I'm feeling a little bit nervous about what's going to happen today in terms of this first matchup. It's a great Saturday showdown, especially considering that the punch back was there for BNK en road to EWC, and we do have KT also coming off of a win against D+, with some really strong comebacks there. You and I are both BNK predictors. Don't tell the KT fans I saw at the coffee shop before this who recognized me and said, please say good things only about KT before they left the cafe. I want to say good things only about KT. As you guys know, I've been a KT enjoyer since StarCraft Brood War, but right now, hard to really say. I mean, BDD having some really rough laning phases against Showmaker, even though they ended up getting the win there. I think KT right now, you look at the standings, people are still feeling like there's going to be a bounce back. I'm not convinced yet.
I'm not convinced yet either. I think watching that match on Monday was really a bit of an eye-opener for me and for some of us, but not many of us. Still a lot of believers that KT will get right back on the horse, and, you know, technically they did up against D+ Kia, where they did get that 2-0 victory on Thursday, but not 100% sure.
So there's the new Taeyun meme is the Boo meme is dead. It's gone. The new Taeyun meme is that it's a scrim all the time. Like, it's scrim Taeyun. He's back. Like, everything you heard about Taeyun and scrims is true. And so that's why that fan sign there said, this is just for the practice room. It's not Law Park, because not only did scrim Taeyun happen in the practice room, right, in their facility, but when they played online against KT Rolster for the Road to Esports World Cup, that's when he popped off there as well. So the hope is, if you're a BNK fan, that Taeyun is going to once again dominate the 2v2 and reach that 1,000 DPM number. I think the biggest thing that I can say positively about KT in very recent times is that they know their win cons. Even from behind, they were able to fight back against D+ because they played patiently, they played safe, they did not overextend, they did not make mistakes. The laning phase, though, it's going to need a little bit of work. Perfect not showing the same dominance and solo kill prowess you saw in round 1, and BDD has taken a huge dive in performance, and we'll see if he can bounce back. It was just that one series against D+ in particular where he had the really bad laning phases, but even in that matchup against BNK and also against Hanwha Life Esports, he was not finding the impact that he did weeks before.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting because both of these teams actually got 2-0'd by Bro. And, you know, at first when KT got 2-0'd by Bro, everybody was like, wow, KT really fell off. And they didn't have a good series against Bro. But Bro is getting a lot of praise nowadays for playing really well and playing much better. So Bro on the upswing, beating both of these teams. How much can we take from it? You know, was KT really just having a rough week, or are Bro, you know, the next legend team, as you guys keep talking about? Could happen.
Not mathematically eliminated.
Not mathematically eliminated. They still have a chance. And honestly, it's not that far away. It's only 2 wins away from D+ Kia, who are currently in 5th place with 6 wins. And, you know, same thing for BNK Fear X. They're trying to get more wins on the board so they can try to make it into Legend Group. It's definitely much more difficult for them because they are currently, I believe, 3-8. So need a lot more wins for them. KT, very comfortable right now at 9-2.
The middle of the pack's super close, though. So getting this win here for BNK for the domestic league, repeating the success they had in the qualifier for Esports World Cup would do wonders for them and put them one step closer to making it to that play-in for road to MSI, which is the big prize. So let's talk about what we're probably going to see here in draft. I think the Lucian pick stocks are really high. I do think that the really big talking point, though, is going to be the Ezreal. It's one of Aiming's best picks. It always has been, and it has been Taeyun's very best in his recent games in particular since the trade with Diablo. The team looks a lot more comfortable just with Taeyun on the roster. It's hard to say why, right? Because it's so early days, you would assume that they would feel a lot more uncomfortable still figuring out their new AD carry, but Vicla's back. The bottom 2v2s have been going mostly pretty well for Taeyun down there. And we'll see if Effort can turn things around, because it was discussed earlier on both the Korean broadcast and our global stream about his champion pool being quite limited at the moment, and I don't think he's finding the same dominance that he did in the early weeks.
Yeah, definitely something to consider as we do head towards draft here in just a bit. Looks like spirits are high on both sides of the rift. Lots of smiles here on the BNK Fear X side. Taeyun really just needs to channel what he was able to do in the road to EWC qualifiers, as we have already talked about many times.
And what he did to DNS, my God.
Yeah. But that's DNS, who unfortunately have fallen off of a very steep cliff.
I do think that
are rough to talk about nowadays.
While that is true, and while the strength of opponent definitely plays a huge factor there, his individual performance with the lead he had was out of control good as well. Yeah. And I won't take that away from him, even though, like you said, especially Duckers in the bottom lane is not finding a lot of success. He's got a revolving door of supports, and it's a little bit tough for him in the laning phase right now. KT's the telecom company, but League of Legends, it's BNK. Interesting sign there.
Yeah.
Well, in the LCK Cup it was, you know, they made the finals. Very different, like was being pointed out by Ox earlier on, than what we normally see from BNK, where they're kind of the new gatekeepers a lot of the time for East and West in our standings, and now Legend and Rise taking Afrika's spot, since Afrika became Guangdong and then DNS and became Soup, and has now unfortunately been our bottom team for a little while here, hoping they can bounce back as well. As when we get into this draft, the Lucian priority and the Ezreal priority are the two things I have my eye on the most. Obviously, some of the other picks like Orianna that are incredibly strong, Jarvan.
Ashe Seraphine. Something we're seeing a lot more nowadays. Something that Taeyun did beat them with that Ashe in game number 1 on Monday. So definitely a lot to look for here as we do head into this one. KT did select the blue side. BNK Fear X did take first pick, which is pretty common in game number 1. Generally, as the games come along, you move towards second pick for more priority there.
Yeah, KT has a very lopsided win rate on blue side as well. I actually don't have the number in front of me right now, but it is like 11-2 or something like that. It is definitely their stronger side at the moment, as Lucian is going to be banned by BNK Fear X here. And they're just going to take that away straight up. They don't want to give Lucian Milio over to the second picking team that has the duo on lock. And they'll also take away that flexible Varus. The Bard removed as well. So a lot of strong bottom picks that can come out here for them.
If you're KT Rolster, do you leave Orianna open in hopes that Vikla can't exactly play it all that well and is kind of a, you know, an Annie one-trick pony nowadays? I mean, he's doing well on picks such as Annie.
I think you can ban Annie, and BD will have a lot of matchups he's happy to play into the Orianna. He lived through the Syndra Orianna meta, but they ultimately decide to take the Orianna instead. Is Annie first pickable with all that's left available on the bottom side? I don't think so. Now, this is a bit of a strange call for me, because you're walking straight into Aiming's Ezreal with this Jarvan pick. And also potentially into Ashe Seraphine, which they are going to lock here instead.
They just feel like they have to take it away, which I suppose maybe that's why you feel comfortable taking the Jarvan, saying, okay, there's no way he picks Ezreal, but I think Ezreal would have been fine. You know, I think Ezreal lanes can find success against Ashe Seraphine, but maybe Jarvan Ashe Seraphine is just too much.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason. The Bard is banned also. Ezreal Bard, probably one of your better lanes into that. And
oh boy.
The Mel early, and it feels like it's for Taeun, but we'll see. We have seen the Mel Pike lane into the Ashe Seraphine.
Wolf?
Now I don't know.
Can you hold my hand? Boy, what's happening here? Where's the Skarner going? Is Jarvan bot?
It could be Skarner top. It also
Mel Jarvan bot with Skarner jungle.
So Jarvan bottom lane could actually work. You go Airy, you pressure. We'll see the Xin here in response. Because I don't think Skarner does really well in other lanes at all right now. They nerfed his Q after the rework like so significantly. He used to be viable in the top lane and was very strong there actually, but he's not really going to be able to do anything except be a stat stick and get abuse from any ranged top laner that meets him if he were to be played in the top lane. Let's see if KT Rolstar are able to figure this out, because it is a very weird approach to this draft here thus far for BNK. Feels very Edo flavored. So second ban phase here a little bit simpler for the side of BNK, since they are the ones who know. They held all the cards in terms of the knowledge of where these picks are likely to go. And so they can target some of the picks they don't want to face off against. BDD's Rise, which is, you know, it's falling off a little bit, but still quite a pick to be feared. The ranged tops are removed here, so we know where Perfect is planning to go here. The Renekton might be banned in this second phase here for BNK.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good shout. I mean, Clear definitely can play stuff into the Renekton. Like, he can play Cassante. He's very strong at those picks that can sometimes be answers into Renekton, but a couple of bans already against those good picks.
I think you 100% want to give BDD counterpick here, just because of the flexibility of this draft right now and how many different angles you're going to have to think about as mid-jungle, which is quite up in the air at this moment in time. Again, we think it's probably Jarvan support, but we don't know that for sure. So if you just pick the Renekton here and you trust that with the Vayne and the Gnar ban you'll do fine, or even just go for the Jace here, then you have that counter pick, you have that stability. I much would have preferred the Renekton, to be honest, but we'll see as now Clear has this opportunity to potentially play Skarner into this.
Oh, what is happening? What? Yeah, I mean, you could just tell. I mean, they're all giggling. Like, we're going to see something weird.
Someone tell B&K that if they accidentally pick Skarner, they can tell the refs right away.
Yeah, you know, they're really making Taeun feel very comfortable in a scrim environment. Like, this isn't a real matchup, you know? Like,
yeah, I think you're right. As this is going to be very difficult to push through all these tanks. Like, is that the thought process here? Like, there's just too much health bar for the Ashe to deal with? There's also a lot of melee, though, so the Seraphine really likes that. Obviously, the Olaf can get past that, so can the Skarner to a certain extent, and even Jarvan is quite mobile. All right.
Aurora is definitely one of these picks that's left in terms of tier list. You could pick Annie, but he's just going to go for Aurora.
I think you can, but you could almost flex the Jace mid and go for a tank for Perfect if you wanted to, and feel pretty good about dealing with all this magic damage. Instead, he is looking to opt for the Taliyah pick, potentially, which is not a great matchup here. And also, I mean, it's great into melees, especially this set of melees, but also feels quite fragile, to be honest. And they have 3 damage threats now, depending on the build of the Taliyah here, to cut through this weird tanky melee draft that BNK have put together.
Is the Skarner bot?
No way.
Because that was the other thing I was trying to wrap my head around, because it is still a choice. And I mean, there's like that little piece of wall that you can play around the alcove.
I mean, it's kind of similar to how Bard plays into Ashe Seraphine, right? Where you just try to use your magical journey to flank and come in at a weird angle. I guess Kellen is playing Skarner. All right.
Well, Saturday Showdown.
I had already kind of, I guess, written it off in my head. And
I mean, anything is possible. We've seen a lot of Jarvan support. I don't think we've ever seen Skarner support.
No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be an LCK first.
you know, it's not surprising that we did not expect this, but I'm very excited to see what B&K FearX hold in store for us.
That Western B&K fan, not sure if his face said, I'm really excited about this or I'm really nervous about it. I think it said both.
Yeah.
But it's a good day to be here live to watch Saturday Showdown when we're getting drafts like this. Let's see how the experiment goes here as we move into game one.
Yeah, a lot of fans here have come down to watch this exact matchup for Saturday Showdown as we hop into the rift for game number one. All right. Yes, you are seeing Kellen playing Skarner support. He can throw rocks.
He can push people into the wall.
He has Ignite.
He does have Ignite. He has Hail of Blades.
Why? I just don't understand. Like, why don't you just play Pike?
So my
like,
thing
what is the idea here?
So look, we saw yesterday, was it Vi and another melee going into, like, it was into carry a Seraphine, and we were all like, what are they doing? Like, they just kind of ran into the Seraphine and died. This feels like it can be kind of a similar situation because the Skarner, his angle of attack can be unpredictable, but if you position well and you have good vision of him and you can track him, you could just kind of avoid him, and then he can't move, and then he can't do anything. He's very tanky, has great base stats, so we'll see what that ends up meaning. Maybe he just ends up being a brick wall so that Taeyun can offer a lot of damage over time, but I think the idea is more about the flanking through the wall stuff like we've seen from the Bard that has been doing decently well into the Ashe Seraphine matchup. So Kellen's like, if I can go through the wall, I'm fine. And they do get level 2.
And they're going to get level 2.
But because Skarner has to go very deep to use his ability in a lane state like this, I think it's not going to matter right now.
Yeah.
Let's see. I want to learn. Kellen, please show me your ways. Let's see if I can find out more about your game here. As Cuz is down here early.
Yep. Level 3 gank from the Xin Zhao is pretty common nowadays. Definitely looking to utilize the priority from the bottom side. Even if you don't go for a literal gank on the lane, you can just go in and steal the blue buff, which the Raptor's like, yeah, that's not my blue buff. I'm going to go elsewhere. As Cuz will take that down, and actually Raptor does avoid this ward here.
So I'm so far leaning towards the it's not working out side of things here, but it's early days. It's only level 2, and Ashe Seraphine is strong into so many matchups that the Jarvan gets to have that extra power, and the Xin is to have that extra power with this matchup here. And we do see Raptor coming to the other side of the jungle here. Cuz is going to try to come call him out with his Blast Cone, but we'll miss the timing, I think, slightly. Ooh!
Cuz doesn't have Smite, so Raptor can just Smite it, even though it is late. He secures the buff. And now, I mean, it did look like the Olaf was doing pretty well in top lane. Now that we see the health bars, not exactly. But Raptor is going to get away, I think, as he does dodge. The whip becomes lightning, and in goes Cuz, but it's not enough. And so he does get away. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, looks like Kellen did go in and do Skarner things, as this is the first time we have seen Skarner support ever.
Skarner, sup. LCK debut.
Sup. Sup. Here I am. I'm in the bot lane.
Yeah, this doesn't, you know, sometimes we at the LCK, we'll get a replay of the engage that looks like it, okay, so, all right, got him into the wall. Good work.
Wow. Sup.
And that caused a bit of a split recall, which means they do have prio down on the bottom side here. But sometimes there's, because we're so LCK focused here as a talent group, like sometimes these picks can go under the radar that happen in other regions or in like a challengers type of thing. But I haven't heard anything about this yet myself. I'm still trying to figure it out in real time here.
Yeah, I feel like theoretically the Mel is just really good on her own as a mage, a control mage that can utilize range and not really interact with Ashe Seraphine. And then Skarner's just like, well, he has a great ult, and he's quite tanky, and Mel doesn't necessarily need help, so we'll just pick the Skarner because we like it better than Pike in team fights.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing that we haven't talked about. We've been talking so much about the lane. What can Kellen roam with and do out of lane? Can he be a second jungler, essentially, here with this pick that can be really surprising? So far, the answer is he's not doing that. In fact, it's been Effort who's been out of the lane a little bit more here, as his tier picked up. And yeah, it has neutralized this lane a little bit. That one push that he had into getting into effort.
Yeah.
But otherwise, this is still, you know, a bit of a mystery down
Yeah,
here.
I mean, we've been seeing more and more Skarner nowadays, obviously in the jungle, mostly from Canyon. And so maybe BNK FearX were like, hey, this champ seems pretty good. And perhaps through testing. BDD in a bit of trouble, but that was very nice on the buffer from Raptor. Flash comes in from Vikla, and he just kind of misses. So he says, here, take my flash too, and you get away safely anyway.
And the rock placement was good there from BDD. And that is the end of that, but still, we'll push him out of the lane. He has his passive to get back to the lane quite quickly, so that's not going to matter too much. And obviously, like with the home guards on patch 26, not going to miss too much from this. Cuz looking to stop it back, though, and that will be successful.
We got an update from
See, I had
Mr.
to put it out there. I was like, somebody's going to say it.
Oh, there it is, the flash engage, and now Effort has to flash away, and that could be a Seraphine in a bit of danger in the future.
I knew somebody would Google it. Who did?
He did check the solo queue accounts, and he played 3 games of it last night.
So, oh, Kellen did. Okay.
Yeah, Kellen did.
So no, I thought he was pulling it from another region. So it is just kind of a Kellen thing. Hashtag just Kellen.
Yeah, just Kellen things. That's what he does. Nobody can understand it. And I don't think we're meant to understand it. Maybe we're going to learn about it here in this game.
Well, I wonder, did he tell you if he won or not?
He sent a picture. Let me take a look.
Okay. My interest has been piqued since the moment it was locked in.
Looks like he won 2 and then lost 1. And Vikla is okay, even without his flash.
Effort has spent a lot of time roaming around that hasn't led to really a whole lot of anything, so he finds himself a whole level down. Both of these supports have incredibly impactful ultimates, and it looks like Kellen is going to have his at a much accelerated rate. So this is really bad for KT for winning these first few fights on, for example, this Dragon, and maybe being off the Skarner makes a trip up there, which he can quite easily because he's Skarner. The upcoming Grub skirmish. This is just a 1v1 now.
We're getting more and more info about these builds as well. He built Titanic Hydra in 2 of the games after Bloodsong. Also, a nice smattering of the Protoplasm harness, as you would expect. Very good on Skarner.
Very cheap as well for a support to buy.
Titanic Hydra, though, is pretty interesting.
I mean, he does have, like, again, those base stats I was talking about feel good for that type of thing, but I don't...
Cuz is taking Raptors? Isn't that, like, kind of illegal? Raptor now is just kind of being bobbed around, and Cuz, he's not going to want to watch that highlight. And now he doesn't have Flash. Vikla trying to do a bit of damage, but I think because Raptor is so low, they can't really do all too much.
Cuz has ult disadvantage, but I don't think Raptor could do anything about it without help.
I
Here
think
comes
Cuz
Clear.
is just dead. Like, you're not getting away from a Flash Olaf, and he realizes that as well, goes back in. Vikla picks up first blood on this Aurora after Cuz and BDD go way too deep.
What a bizarre and wholly unnecessary exchange from KT Rolster. Raptor doesn't even need to use the Cataclysm, in fact, to help them catch the kill, and it goes over to Vikla. So that puts them in a slight gold lead. It is very slight, sub 100, as you can see in the UI, but this initially looks really cool because BDD has ult, and they want to make a play here. Gets past the root, Raptor gets shoved, but then he Crescent guards Raptor away after flashing for that. Could have just been happy with the end result and taken the jungle. And live, it looked like maybe Clear was trying to do something there on the top side. Clear has prio, Cuz is too deep here, and so he is just going to try to do what he can before dying himself. And now the Grubs look like they're just going over here for free to B&K. So forget Skarner's Impale advantage, and it's just looking like we're not going to have a fight at all.
Yeah, gonna have to wait for that one. And
here comes Kellen.
Nicholas coming in. Not a lot of damage done, but the Skarner definitely wants to get something done. Kellen will just be sad and have to walk away. And I do wonder if BNK FearX get a lead, how do you get away from Aurora, Jarvan, Olaf as Ash Seraphine? I feel like, you know, as a composition, BNK FearX put a lot of thought into this.
I'm kind of trying to understand. He's building obviously a lot of health. You mentioned the Titanic Hydra. What's up with the Hail of Blades rune choice?
He attack.
I mean, he gets Taste of Blood, so that seems helpful, I guess. I don't really know. Like, he did it in his solo queue games as well. So, I mean, it's clearly the plan. It's not like he picked the wrong runes here in this game. I'm seeing it, like we saw that attempt right there to look for the gank. You know, he's constantly roaming, and now the lane is starting to be just, like you said, Mel, sit by herself and farm up, get the role quest, and then make a lot of money. But I need more visual testing. I think it's very obvious that it's an engaged support that's very difficult to punish because it has escape elements, right? It's very tanky, has a great ultimate, has a slow that's on a pretty low cooldown that allows you to chase down targets. And when you have this triple melee like Olaf, Jarvan, Skarner set up with 2 explosive mages, one of which can fire from a long distance away, like, I can get the idea. The thought process actually is definitely there, but he could have also played so many other things like the Pyke you mentioned, but Pyke is very squishy later on in the game, as we've seen it's fallen off in a big way. Or could have even like tried to play something like Leona if that was the thought process as well with that type of engage, but Skarner a little bit more mobile. It almost feels like he's got Eclipse on all the time because he's just so tanky. BDD.
Yeah, Vikla has the spell already finished. With that first blood he picked up, you can see currently the item discrepancy pretty large here in the mid lane. Cuz doesn't seem to care about all that. He's going in for more. Vikla hits everything except the cannon, which that kind of does pain me. That's going to be a miss on that one, but Raptor just goes in as Vikla. They're desperate to take out BDD, and they will be able to, but now they got to deal with the Xin Zhao. As Cuz alone is trying to go in here. The knockup comes in. Vikla super low, but I think they've got the damage. Cuz with no flash and nowhere to go, just going to be hit by a giant spear, and B&K Firax are up 3-zip.
What, again, a strange choice from Cuz, the way that he decided to stick around and fight that. Didn't have his flash back up, and I don't fully understand. Also, Perfect can't join. Like, he doesn't have the control over the top side. So once again, it's Clear who is on the fast rotation. There's just like no way out. Like, at this point, just like, I get it, they want to save BDD or allow BDD to recall, but then Cuz is like, I'm going in on this. BDD misses the first part of the threaded volley, but I don't know if that's really the difference maker here. As then now Cuz doesn't have flash and is chain CC'd.
Oh, we're going all in under the turret. Perfect, in a lot of trouble. Gets flashed on, and Clear puts him in the grave. Here's BDD, and should be able to get the cleanup, but yeah, that's pretty rough. Solo kill comes through for Clear.
B&K are getting double dragon on the other side. The Ashe has Kraken Slayer, but I think the rest of the map is falling apart very quickly here. And I think for KT, you need to not be behind on, you know, your Jason, your Talia to make this work, even if the Ashe is doing just fine. Fortunately for Clear, he will get caught by BDD here, but gets the plate gold as well from the Crystalline Overgrowth. It's actually close to getting a second plate there as BDD finally picks up his Blackfire Torch.
Infernal Soul on the Rift, and
with this comp,
you're going to be doing huge amounts of damage. I mean, we got a little taste of what Olaf can do. Obviously, a lot of damage into squishier targets, but I mean, there's not really a real tank on the side of KT. Like, they have Xin Zhao, but Olaf's really good into that because he just runs into the Crescent Guard and doesn't care about the knockback either. So, a lot of damage from Olaf, but what about the rest of the comp as well? So, B&K Firax have a really comfortable lead in this mid game.
Yeah, let's see what is going to eventuate here in this top camp by Kellen. BDD's flashless and ghostless. But he's going to clear the wave, and that's the end of that. Cuz may also be in a little bit of danger. By the way, the whole time, the Mel is pushing mid. There is no answer right now. Kellen, like the threat of Kellen has kept KT a little scared here. BD will get his blue buff, but finally, aiming comes to catch that wave.
Cuz definitely in a lot of trouble here. The sun comes through on the wall, and it's easy pickings. Cuz does not get an opportunity to use anything.
Yeah, that's the power of Skarner's support like we were talking about. In theory, right? He's very mobile. He can just kind of combo you and impale you and kill you. And Cuz just straight up, but like I feel like almost any support could have done that because they had no control of top lane, they had no control of mid lane, but it looked really cool, and Kellen clearly feels comfortable with it, so I'm not even trying to say anything bad about it. It was really nicely played. Unfortunately for KT though, just did not have any way to stop that from eventuating, as Again, catching as much as they can from this wave. BDD is only about a wave behind in this game. As Cuz...
He's on vision.
Yeah, he is tussling with this Skarner. Like, he opted in a third time in this game for something like this, and he's 0-3 now.
Yeah, I mean, he did have Crescent Guard and Flash, but, you know, the thing about Skarner support, or Skarner in general, is that he has insane amounts of CC, and the comp doesn't have a huge amount of CC, so Skarner really does shore that up. Does look like Clear's going to have to pop his ult here just to stay safe. And, yeah, I think Cuz maybe doesn't play against a whole lot of Skarner nowadays, underestimated the amount of CC that he has. His aiming's taking a big chunk here. The ult even going to come through. Effort's there to help out. But yeah, the entire map right now is controlled by BNK FearX.
That ultimate from Tame guarantees there's no contest for this Herald whatsoever, so they get it. They push the Ashe again out of the lane, and now they're going to put more plate pressure on to this mid turret. And it's just KT scrambling.
Okay.
A little bit tough into the Seraphine for the reasons we mentioned earlier. And Effort does have flash and heal available, so if after his charge he got stuck onto that turret, I don't think he would have liked it very much. Cuz going in again.
Yeah, right.
Luckily for him, this is not baseball. Otherwise, we'd have another player in because he already got the 3 strikes. But this time he does not get punished, as they had a lot more control. And yeah, I mean, BNK just keep pushing waves in, and KT are sort of getting them, but losing a lot of money on turrets. A lot of plates going over.
Kellen just kind of gets to hover around lanes and say,
roaming.
You're not allowed to exist because all of my lanes are winning. The Olaf is winning, not by a huge amount, but with the Skarner, obviously, can do a lot. We still don't have a first item for Perfect, which is kind of strange. He picked up a Dirk and has not completed that first one.
Yeah, it looks like he will on this back, probably.
If he can
get back, yeah. Like, Skarner is essentially being a second jungler in this game. He had the experience advantage earlier on in the game, but now it's been shored up by Effort, and Effort actually took a lead. I think because Kellen has just not been near minions. He is constantly threatening, you know, these push into the wall and then impale combos, or just follow up to other all-ins that can happen in the lane, like what Clear could have done there to Perfect. So it's quite scary, and I feel like with the cheap item he's picked up, he doesn't need experience that much.
Oh boy. You know, Rebuttal I think was still down. Like, the CD on that is pretty insane. And he just kind of sidesteps it. And he didn't even, you know, bother to flash or anything. He's like, no, I got this. Tier 2 boots. Just utilize the walk strategy.
How many waves are going to crash in these turrets that are going unanswered here for KT?
Yeah, and now they're trying to make a play here. BD going to be forced to flash, and now you've got a Skarner flashing on in with the Impale. And Kellen looks so good on the Skarner, as that's going to be a nice pick here out of BDD. And now we got more on the way. Here comes BNK FearX as a gigantic Aurora ult is going to catch them all and zone the rest of KT away. As Cuz actually going to get in onto the Krugs. Nice little knock up here, but he is not getting away. And Perfect just trying to play the game by himself in the side lane. He will be able to survive, but he does not get to farm.
I think it's time for the blind Jace to go.
Oh, now?
Yeah,
not like 5 weeks ago, Wolf?
Yeah, I mean, I was like kind of feeling like about 3 weeks ago, but like they banned the Gnar and the Vayne. But Yorick was also up. There's so many answers to the Jace right now. The Jace is just not looking very strong. You know, it's a great lane to get prio early, but then it feels like it does almost nothing afterwards. There's so many of these fights that BNK have won through Kellen and or Raptor might have been salvaged if Perfect could join, but he's never able to join. He's constantly under turret, and like the Olaf can come over first. And like, this is the type of comp where if Kellen finds that initial pick, they can't just keep running at people like forever and flash over the wall and chase them. Like, look at Kellen, he is going in, and Perfect is like, I can't do anything to help you guys. I'm running away. I'm not also dying, but I might if I don't leave immediately. So by the way, that turret is gone as well in the bottom lane. That was heavily damaged from earlier on.
Wow. Vikla not messing around with that. It looks like Effort was already backing away, but he's Aurora. It's okay. He's got Rocket Belt as well. very strong right now. Vikla. They're going to go in this time. Maybe they do get Kellen. The Impale still getting value. Kellen finally does go down. And Aiming going to be forced to flash away. We got a wall coming in, but now we got Clear on the way, and he is ready to party. Graggy Ice getting in there, and now Aiming. Nowhere for him to go as Clear kind of gets lost in the chaos. Not sure about that, but eventually Aiming will die. And they even get the turret, as this is kind of a landslide right now in favor of FearX.
I mean, this game has, I think, been over for a little while, it feels like, but now it feels like you can really see the power of the snowball rolling down the hill for this composition. I mean, the Skarner chases so easily. Cuzzier is on a blast cone, but again, like, has information about where everyone is. I think you've got to realize you can't fight this right now. Aiming is in position eventually to do some damage, but you're so far behind. And again, guess who can't join? The Jace in the bottom lane. He would have just been fish food if he came into this fight.
Live, we do have a Seraphine that has to flash. So a little bit more insult to injury. Zephyr just trying to exist in his own jungle, but that hasn't been their jungle for quite a while, as Cuz has hopefully figured out.
Wow, this is very cool tech.
You know,
but I don't know if it's the game is necessarily fully about it. It's a little bit about it, but he is 3 of 8 KP right now. I'm kind of looking at the Jarvan and the Aurora and the good rotational play from BNK.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like BDD and Cuz are not really on their game right now.
Yeah.
We saw that a lot in the early game. BDD's been struggling, but also I felt last week that Cuz was actually having the roughest time. So the two of them that have been the main engine of KT for so long, just, you know, form fluctuates. They're great players, but they're just not having a good time nowadays, and it has been rough as Vikla just going to dodge with everything he's got. And he does get away from that arrow. We have not really seen an arrow have much effectiveness in this game. Kellen is he's going to tank everything up.
Skarner, baby! Yeah! He doesn't get hurt.
Yeah.
He gets shield.
I do want to see the Titanic Hydra. I just want to see it, you know. A support building Titanic Hydra second is, you don't see that every day.
No. I don't think I've seen that on any day, actually, not even one time.
Yeah.
But maybe today is the day. I just don't know if this game lasts long enough, with BNK looking poised to take Infernal Soul in a minute and a half. The amount of control they have over this map right now. This entire game has been KT minus Cuz, like, standing against the wall with their hands up, trying to block the aggression, and Cuz being like, I'll fight him.
Yeah.
And the rest of the team is like, I think we maybe, I don't know about that one.
You know, keep getting back up.
Never going to get him down,
and try again. See, I mean, look, he's trying again. It might work this time. I mean, Crescent Guard, you know, he burned the Impale. I don't know. Aiming doesn't get to play the game, and now he really doesn't get to play the game. They're all just kind of dying, melting in the mid lane.
This is such a BNK comp when you think about how aggressively it can dive. It's just like, we all go in, we kill them, and they could do nothing about it. And even with Taeyun on this roster, like, he's the one who's playing the Mel. He's arguably the least go-in guy in this comp, but it's really easy to follow up with Mel. And Taeyun is the kind of guy who likes to go in.
Yeah, he's a go-in guy.
Yeah, he is. Even though in this comp, like, his champion is not. But he is going in with them and layering all that damage. He played that last fight. The follow-up was great there. Very well. Helen is like, you can't reach me.
Yeah.
It was like your younger brother, like, hand on the forehead moment there.
Yeah. Lost to Baron at 23 minutes.
But they got a bounty.
Infernal Soul about to spawn for BNK FearX.
Outer turret bounty, though?
What are we doing here?
Well, trying to get farm, I guess, is the answer. It's not the answer that anyone wants to hear, but follow-up here from Taeyun is great, right? Like, Raptor goes in, sets it up for him. Just as simple as that. Clear on the wraparound, making sure there's just no retreat. And this is Infernal Soul. And a 6,000 gold lead. Sorry, 6,500 gold lead. And I'm feeling good to be a BNK predictor at the moment. We'll say that much, Valdez.
Yeah, I was very curious to see what would happen if BNK FearX actually fell behind in this game, because it definitely does feel very all in, right? Everybody's diving together. You got the Mel as kind of like the artillery, and everybody else is just going in. But what if you're behind? Like, you can't dive stuff.
And we can give...
Your engage can fall flat. You don't have as much vision control.
Yeah, we can give KT some, I guess, credit for... I don't want to say credit, but like we can forgive them because they've never played against this potentially and maybe didn't respect it enough here, especially in some of those early scraps where like Cuz's messed up crescent guard is one of those butterfly effect moments
that's
that like
Aurora Jarvan though, like you should know.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like even that moment doesn't have anything to do with the Skarner, but it's like, you know, some butterfly effects here is Taeyun.
Well, that rebuttal not going to get much value. And now Clear's like, well, I guess I'm pressing my ult. Going in, actually. Does not bother to leave. Does get the kill. But it is a shutdown here for BDD.
Yeah, I do remember just a few days ago, KT hanging on by a thread of a thread against D+. It was a similar gold lead at times, but the composition was a little bit tougher, I think, for D+ to play out. See if B&K also kind of fall into the trap of being a bit too aggressive at the wrong moments into KT and giving over some shutdowns. This ends up being a kill onto aiming, but like barely. If he doesn't get that, it is a disaster. It's going to put some of the wind out of the sails of their Red Bull Baron power play. In fact, we'll turn it technically to a negative for the time being, and probably will finish that way if they can't find something else on the map. So KT bouncing back a little bit here. 3 items for aiming. That's really important because he has the ability to cut through these tanks given enough time, as we saw there in those final moments. And if everyone's not on the same page, it is all in, like you said. And if everyone starts coming in piecemeal one by one, then KT will very easily dispatch of this comp, especially because they have Seraphine and Talia, which are great into those melees. So they need to maintain this control, B&K do, I think, for the next 4 minutes, and then take the Elder, and then they should be able to end the game. Just need to play respectfully until then, and just constantly keep that map control.
Yeah. Couple of things there. I think that Taeyun, you know, he had flash and he could have flashed the seismic shove, but in that case, you know, he would get his flash up just about, you know, a couple, you know, 10, 20 seconds after Elder spawns, so could have been a little bit of an issue. And obviously dying isn't good, but I think saving the flash probably better than actually using it and surviving because, you know, KT, they stop the push, but they don't really get much.
It is also quite a unique situation where we had early dragons and a 4-0 dragon. That doesn't happen all too often here in the LCK, where you end up having an Elder this early, where you're like, okay, if we mess this up, we could actually lose everything. I do agree with you in that sense that him dying there means very little in the grand scheme of their overall advantage. And with the flash available for Elder, he might be able to make an outplay there. Raptor caught, but is there follow-up?
I mean, he's keeping him around, but this is Jarvan, so... Yeah, I mean, the arrows, I don't even really blame aiming, but they've all been kind of desperate, you know? They're arrows from behind where it's like, maybe we can get this pick on the guy in the side lane, but... Yeah, generally they're just kind of falling flat, so...
Feels like every champion except the Mel is incredibly mobile, actually, here for B&K, when you think about it. And that's why they're great at chasing you down, but also kind of good at getting away if KT are trying to set up a pick with this Ashe. And even the Talia, who is starting to become a big threat in this game, does have 3 items, has the Shadow Flame, which is pretty huge damage for BDD, and they need that damage to cut through these tanks.
Yeah. Might actually deal damage. I think that Talia and Ashe into a mostly melee comp is definitely quite good, you know, in terms of damage that you're going to be able to do. You know, sometimes Ashe can find herself kind of like just volleying or arrowing against certain compositions, but aiming definitely going to get a lot of value. Autoing things, and Talia kind of goes without saying. B&K FearX playing pretty passively. You know, they haven't gone for any big team pushes. Looks like maybe they want to set up for the Baron here, as GA is purchased by Raptor, 3rd item, and there's going to be the Death Stance as well for Clear, so definitely a couple of good item spikes for these 2 players as we head into the next set of objectives.
Just had a thought and reminded myself that Skarner's passive is Quaking passive, which is, I guess, the reason why he goes Hail of Blades in this situation. So I guess it does make sense. I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier, but it just feels bizarre. Like when I think about Halo Blade supports, I think about, you know, high damage supports that actually get so much value from their auto attacks in terms of just hitting the enemy champion and doing damage to it, but actually does make a lot of sense here in this situation when you think about that. And KT, we've seen this position just a few days ago, right? They held on. Let's see what B&K do which maybe D+ did not do, right, is start a Baron and look for a turn. This comp turns incredibly well. Like, it's unreal. And it has a huge lead. I think they should be like on Baron, basically on spawn, and asking KT, like, do you dare? Or would you rather just try to go for Elder against Baron Prio? Because it's so hard for KT. Now, they do have Xin Zhao, they do have BDD's Weaver's Wall, which can play some really interesting interference and can come in at interesting angles. Or
nice Zhonya's here from Vikla to get away from that damage.
There's a TP from both top laners.
Yeah, and perfect. He's going to be happy. He is very fast. He gets away from a lot of that poke. BNK FearX not really starting up the objective. They just want to go for the fight immediately. Vikla just kind of putting his face into it and does dive, and everybody is caught in the Cataclysm, and the Olaf is behind everybody as well. It is a landslide here for BNK FearX as they TP to mid.
It just feels like that was enough. Vikla just runs into 5 people, and then they kill him, and they're like, oh, you used all your buttons, so now you can't kill all of the rest of our comps. He wants to try to slow them down here, maybe push clear down to very low health, but this looks like it's just the beginning of the end here, as 30 seconds on the DPS. I would not call Perfect in this game, into this composition, a DPS. They're not going to be back up in time. Perfect's trying to clear this wave, gets denied by the rebuttal. And BNK, interesting draft here, but perhaps the most interesting of all was how this early game went. It's KT struggling in the early game again. This time they cannot use their resilience to kind of hang in there and find that window the way they did against D+. BNK just looking to be a bit too strong, a bit too snowbally this time around.
We saw a lot of giggles from the side of BNK FearX when they were drafting this composition. I wonder how confident they were, you know, like on a scale of 1 to 10. Were they just trying something a bit wacky just to try to throw a wrench into the gears against KT, a strong team? Or is this something that they knew was going to raise eyebrows, but is very practiced and they had a lot of confidence in? Either way, it's Fearless, so, you know, cool composition for game 1, but got to go back to the drawing board for game 2.
The Scorpion's out of the bag now. Maybe we'll see this crop up elsewhere now that people have seen how strong it is. I think the performance from Kellen was very good. He definitely showed mastery on the champion. Only 3 solo queue games that we could see, but who knows what's going on behind closed doors on other accounts or in scrims. As this comp, though, felt like a lot of it was about the failings of Cuz and BDD in some early scraps. They just could not actually choose the right battles and often were overconfident, which is the exact opposite, I feel, of how KT played most of this year, where they were the ones who punished plays that were very similar, but instead today, it's Raptor and Vikla who get the lead in game 1.
Yeah, good look for BNK FearX to start off the series. We'll see if they can put a cap on it in game 2, or if KT Rolster is going to make a comeback. Definitely a lot to go over from that game number 1 here in the coach's booth, as it's 1-0 FearX, and we'll be right back.
네일치 아예 모른다 이거.
확인. 레이스 없는데? 레이스 없어? 스킬 한번 막아도 돼.
자, 야, 존나로 더빙 빠졌어 얘.
야,
제이스 보자.
천천히 볼게.
한 번만. 빨리지 마. 끝.
빨리게. 시작부터. 탈리아 더빙강 잘 나온다 여기.
탑라인 갈 때부터
그냥 뒤 쪼이면서 썸 보면 어때? 쪼이면서 해볼래? 탈리아 스킬 빠졌어. 강 나와 얘들아? 너랑 살아볼래? 잠깐만. 강 나와.
좋아.
애쉬 볼게 애쉬. 쟤네 지렸다.
반사 어땠어? 미드 텔 박을게.
가볼래?
미드 가볼래?
들어가 볼게.
So young, so free, ain't nothing got a hold on me. I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
What's a roller coaster to a sandstorm as BNK FearX take game number 1 using the Ixtal champion. Sandstorm, Ixtal, Skarner, a huge pick here. And it was very well prepped, very well disguised until the first time ever here in the LCK. It's Skarner's support. It goes to BNK FearX's Kellen, and they find the victory here, Dan.
Yeah, I think we've seen, mages paired with Pyke. Like, we've seen Mel Pyke, we've seen Ziggs Pyke. Teams are clearly theory crafting. How can we deal with Ashe Seraphine? And BNK FearX cooked up the Mel Skarner as a response to it. Obviously, a pick that has pretty aggressive gank angles, even for the support role if you're ganking in mid or approaching a team fight from that angle. A lot of setup for plays. They also ended up bringing out the Olaf into the Jace, obviously with the potential to run him down if he gets on top of the Jace, but works well to Ashe Seraphine as well. A lot of the CC and utility they offer really doesn't do anything to the Olaf there.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think the BNK draft was like, as long as it's laneable, and I think not getting punishes from the lane, I think it's all Leon especially, I think it's working really well. And it was a great combo with the J4 ulti, with the Skarner waiting for right there, and then it's just like, it's so easy to team fight.
Now, I think most eyes will be on that draft with the Mel, with the Skarner, with the Olaf. And when we talk duos, when it comes to BNK FearX, we're usually talking about their bot lane, but the mid-jungle duo of Raptor and Vikla outplayed Cuz and BDD.
Yeah, Cuz with a bit of a oopsie there with the ultimate, knocking Raptor away, and ends up going down as a result in the extended play. And it's interesting because obviously the focal point was on these top and bot interesting picks, but it was just outclassing by the mid-jungle.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. There was a little bit of lucky, but still, like, they didn't really calculate it. Like, they don't have a top prio, and the draft actually paid off. Like, Olaf can move anytime, whenever you want, because Jace can never stop. And this fight started really good for KT, but BDD was trying to sidestep on the left. That makes not able to land the stones there, and then not able to finish the J4, and also giving at the same time giving J4 ulti range at that makes get low HP and just being ends up just losing 2v2.
Yeah, also at that point, Vikla already had Rocket Bell completed. You know, he was someone who had his full item because of that earlier kill, and it felt like the mid jungle just snowballed so heavily. And the composition that BNK FearX had, you know, if you get ahead into the KT comp, you're just too bulky for them to really keep at bay and cut through. When you have things like Jace, Ashe, who want to keep you at a comfortable distance, they just charge them down again and again.
Olaf does not know what that comfortable distance is. He's right on top of you is where he wants to be. And when you make a mistake like they did later on in this matchup, it's very easy to punish.
I mean, KT, especially BDD, like, they are playing the 5 immobile carries against J4, and it's like, he's trying to play on his limit. Like, it's like this is kind of limit testing, like, if they do punish me or not. And this time they get one punish, and games, like, it becomes so make harder. Like, right here, it was like about like 1,500, 2,000 gold ahead for BNK FearX, and they had like 2 Drakes over, but it was still playable. But right after that play, like, they lost whole map control.
The fact that BDD was so far up, he had to flash the initial combo from Jarvan. If you're in a mobile carry and you're flashing the initial combo and the Cataclysm's still there, you're always doomed. They didn't end up using the Cataclysm on him. The Skarner came in, but it just kind of indicates how dead BDD was. And as soon as he goes down, the rest of them just kind of crumbled.
A couple things I want to bring back from our pre-show here for the Saturday Showdown. 1, 8-1 is BNK FearX on the Saturday Showdown. 2, we made it all about the bot laners, but it was the mid-jungle duo of BNK FearX making it happen. Vikla with a great start to this series and doing so well despite his ups and downs, he outplayed it. And then Raptor as well here, Ox. That start here from these guys was quintessential to them being good during the LCK Cup.
Especially against KT, who are a team who so often rely on their mid-jungle strength throughout last year. Vikla, a player who's had very varying form. This is the level of play where Vikla can keep this up. Is going to be so impressive. You know, this is the sort of plays he was doing during the LCK Cup.
So they were able to get game number 1 off of a sneaky draft as KT thinking about what they want to do on their side. Huni, what do you think KT needed to get the win here?
I mean, they chose the first, like they chose the against the mobile carries against the J4 like 5 straight up. So I think that's gonna be like a little bit oopsie draft, but they gotta do more better job, especially mid and jungle duo.
Well, to see how this one shakes out, let's send it on over to the guys that did predict BNK FearX for this series. It's Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll see if that does come to fruition here, as we still have a couple more games potentially. KT Rolster didn't have the best draft, as Huni was talking about, and they didn't have the best gameplay either, especially early on. And if you fall behind against this draft, as Ox was talking about, you kind of just lose. You don't really have a lot of options. And so I think KT, there's a lot of things they can change going into game number 2.
I noticed the KT fan in the audience just there with the Cuz jersey did not look happy. I do think that if you have a rough game like what we just saw, these players, especially now who are all veterans, I mean, Perfect has been in the LCK for a really long time, and he's gone to a Worlds final. You know, you can't say he's still kind of new at this point. Should be able to bounce back and be like, okay, we kind of messed it up real bad. But it's okay, because we messed it up real bad, and we're actually still good enough. We're still the stronger team. We will reverse sweep this series. You have to believe that, and then just get on the horse again and look for a better draft here in game 2 that you can play through and make sure you don't make those same mistakes again. The issue is these mistakes keep happening, right? And it's no longer like a fluke. It might become a trend. So we'll see if they can bounce back here or not. In a LCK that has had more 2-0s than any other recent season, momentum feels huge. And also right at first selection does nullify a lot of the power we used to have coming into game 2, where you got the ultimate choice of red or blue. The other team still gets something.
Yeah. And it's 2 games in a row that KT have selected blue side rather than first or second pick, or red side, I suppose. Not sure why you would do that, but it's pretty interesting. You know, they give first pick over to BNK FearX for game 1, and now for game 2, BNK FearX gets to pick second pick. So it does feel like they've put themselves in a pretty good spot here. FearX, that is.
Yeah, if they're gonna, you know, keep a flex hidden again in this one, they also get to keep the counter pick until the end as well. So we will see Karma banned, which shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. Rumble as well, with KT having first pick. The bans here on the side of KT Rolster still keep the Lucian and the Varus, but Nocturne stocks went up. See if they give the Orianna over without the Nocturne, and there's no Jarvan. Those are the 2 best ball carriers right now in this meta for the Orianna. There's still a few good ones we've seen, but see if that is going to go over into the hands of BDD or not. The answer is not.
Probably a good idea. Don't want to give BDD basically the best mid laner on the patch, as we do have Vi. So that's going to be the first pick jungle here for Cuz.
I think that BNK FearX are very aware of this possibility. See what they want to take here, maybe potentially deny. Bard feels great in every situation. Powerful bottom 2v2. And very good at rotating around the map with his team. I thought maybe we'd see a Lulu lane here instead, because maybe KT get Lulu Vi, which is very, very powerful. Works well with the potential Ahri that BDD could also lock in here. So what does the Bard get? Maybe we don't see the AD carry just yet, and we see a jungle response.
You can definitely hold on to it for a while. I mean, there's a lot of things that can go with Bard.
If you
Jhin and Kate are obvious, but even other stuff has been picked alongside of it.
If you show your hand that, then KT have a duo to answer you. If you go for a mid pick, then obviously a counter pick comes over. So I expected a jungle to come through here, but it will just be the blind Renekton here, which could really mess up what KT want to do, because they wanted to maybe get a strong bottom duo like a Lulu lane I was mentioning, but now there's a trade-off here because the Renekton will be protected in the next phase if you do get that duo, and they are going to get said duo. Yunara Lulu will come through.
But this Renekton feels very powerful as a result because those responses, the Gnar in particular, the Vayne likely, are going to be banned away.
Yeah, just like we saw out of KT Rolster in the last game when they hadn't even picked their top laner yet. So this time around does seem like those bans are already written in the cards, as Caitlyn is going to be the choice here alongside the Bard, so they don't elect to go for a jungle or a mid pick just yet. They want to secure that bottom duo right now.
So I expect at least the Gnar is going to get banned here for BNK Furex for sure. On the KT Rolster side, I think the Fury might be a pick that you want to take a look at because it is really strong right now. It's great in Vi because you can avoid her CC pretty well with it. And you can otherwise try to thin out the jungle pool a little bit because that was the trade-off of what BNK went with this Renekton pick. Instead, they'll ban Ryze again into BDDH. Do not want to deal with it.
I mean, if you're banning Ryze, I suppose you're also banning Ahri.
Yeah, for sure.
BDD's Ahri is deadly, and it's Ahri Vi, so I think you kind of have to. If you're going for mid bans, this just seems like you kind of have to. I don't think I would ban Ryze and then ban Gnar. Seems like you're kind of missing the pools of both of the roles.
Yeah, unless Vikla has some crazy pick prepared, which wouldn't shock me with what we've already seen in Game 1 of this series, but they are going to do that, and there are still ranged picks that Perfect can play into this Renekton, and the Ahri will go into the hands here of KT Rolster, unless Vikla plays Ahri himself, which I guess is technically possible.
Yeah, definitely still an option.
Lee Sin, Naafiri, these are the other like kind of fringe picks right now that are still available, that are quite strong. Ban the Annie away, which actually makes a ton of sense. So that's another pick that will feel great in a lot of matchups and works really well with this composition. So let's see what they're going to go with here. I think if you go jungle, it makes the most sense. Be the Wukong. So they don't have the Annie, but they'll still go for the Wukong pick, which is great with all the engage they have right now. We'll see what the counter pick ends up being for the mid lane once BDD reveals. You don't have to go Ahri. You know, this comp has a lot of scaling elements to it, so you don't need to actually all in on the Vi aspect. Cassiopeia works well with Vi, and also is great for scaling damage later on. Perfect not going to opt for a range top here, but instead will look to be more frontline. So they're kind of changing the angle of this comp into a little bit more front-to-back late-game powerhouse. Or maybe kind of doing both. I thought maybe they were going to just lock the Victor and say, nah, it's just 5 for engage and a little bit of peel. But there's a lot of single target burst in Yunara. Now, this was the pick that I had in my mind when they didn't ban the Ahri, and it also feels like a pick that's in Vikla's wheelhouse. It is very strong into the Ahri. It's a counter pick that we've seen countless times. It has worked specifically with Wukong in the past as well. A lot of circles, a lot of lockdown, and it means that not only can you threaten the Yunara, like Wukong when Yunara was released was the answering jungle pick into Yunara. You can, with so much mobility with Warriors Trickster, with the Claw from the Lissandra, get access to this backline Yunara, but also just kind of straight up mess up the frontline engage that KT are trying to pull out here. Now again, it's a little bit less of a trusted comp from BNK here, but they already pulled off the comp that they played in Game 1 very well, which was even less trusted than this, and then this one feels like it's a lot of known quantities. Like the Skarner was a little bit of a mystery, but this feels like stuff that we know that is great into what KT put together. And I have to say, I give the edge to BNK with this draft. I think they got a draft that has a true identity, and I think KT's draft is trying to do 2 different things.
Yeah, I kind of just feel like a lot of the eggs are in the Yunara basket. You know, get Ahri Vi in there to make picks happen and then play front to back with your Cassante. But yeah, pretty interesting. They kind of have like 2 pieces that have been shoved together. Whereas definitely a lot of synergy here on the side of BNK Furex as we hop on the riff for game number 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
I can't even make an analogy as to what that would be like, you know, in real life when you're so close to. It's like you tried to grab a baton in a relay race and it just like turned into sand. You're like, ah!
It's like when you just barely miss the train. The doors close in your face.
That's a great analogy, actually. That's quite a simple one as well. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
That's one that I think a lot of people can identify with. Probably taking public transport at some point in your life.
Surely. Although, growing up in the suburbs of the U.S.
If you live in the U.S., maybe not. Depending on where you're from. I mean, New York City obviously has
in the U.S., you're like, I tried to get in the, you know, when everyone was carpooling, I tried to get in the cool kid's car, but somebody took my spot right before.
Yeah, somebody said shotgun right before you did, so it's like, oh, everything's ruined.
Okay, well, this lane is very strong for the Caitlyn and the Bard. Lulu does well into a lot of lane matchups, but this is one that, especially at level 1, you'll have a little bit of a struggle with. But this is not about the lane, it's about what happens after the lane. It's what happens in skirmishes and what happens in late game team fights here for aiming. Which again is a little bit disjointed in some ways from what the Ahri Vi is trying to do. Yunara has a lot of great single target burst, but see how the fights go. And if they can get a lead somewhere before Raptor hits level 6. Because with Lissandra and Wukong having level 6, quite formidable at any point of the game.
Yeah. I feel like it's going to be pretty difficult for Ahri Vi to get a lot of value in this game unless you are in a winning position. Like, the targets you want to go for, probably Caitlyn. Everybody else is kind of iffy. You know, Lissandra can easily neutralize it. The Wukong has a lot of ways to disrupt it. Renekton, if he gets the dominance off at least, can be very tanky into it. But they also have Bard, so that's going to be a charm that comes down here on a Vikla, who does get a level and helps him out in this one. But it just feels like there's a lot of zone control on the side of BNK FearX, and they can handle engages very well as the flash comes in! And that's a flash forward from Perfect, but he was not in danger of dying, but he says, here, take my flash anyway. As now BDD is just going to flash himself towards the turret. Nice little gank here from Kellen.
Kind of an interesting flash there from Perfect, but you know, sometimes you have that kind of almost visceral reaction in that moment to press it, see if it's going to save you, as Taeyun is all alone.
The flanking Lulu is the deadliest, I suppose.
They will clear that ward out, and it will be Taeyun surviving, but minus barrier. And is going to have to back here. Yunara does really enjoy this new Doran's bow.
Oh, Kellen.
That's like being removed from the train.
Disorderly conduct.
Yeah. You were having a great chat with your friend, but you were a little bit too loud. Clear is, he's proxying.
He's not level 6 either, so he kind of just dies.
Cuz has red buff. See, I think he's 100% no way he gets the execute.
Trying to get to like
get the kill, I guess.
Spot.
Oh no, aiming's here.
Yeah, Clear has given the kill over to aiming, so kind of backfiring there. His little whatever that was.
I mean, before I wasn't watching the minimap at all, to be honest with you, Valdez, but I didn't expect aiming to be there to get the kill. I thought, oh, okay, if it goes over to Lulu, this kind of makes sense what he's doing, but. Sometimes you get caught proxying. I mean, it's rare, but it does happen. As Vikla is also in trouble.
He's got Raptor nearby, but Vikla also not level 6. As Raptor is going pretty deep for this one. They have Kellen here, but he's looking pretty good for the side of KT, although the flash just come in, and Cuz gets burst down as aiming comes in, picks up a second kill, and BNK FearX's aggression will backfire as BD also gets one, and the carries of KT are eating good.
That was really mechanically well played by BNK, but maybe they also weren't watching the minimap as aiming was not in the bottom lane and someone was missing. Someone who already got a freebie just moments before. He picks up a second one. Now he is massively down on CS because he dropped a wave to kill Clear and also dropped a little bit of a wave to go over for that play. Can he get back to the turret? I think the answer is yes, resoundingly.
Yeah, I mean, Cuz is here. So that's certainly going to help out with that. I think Taeyun wanted to try to proxy and maybe force Cuz to come down, but he was already there, so not really getting a whole lot of value out of that. Top laners trading as they do. No early Drake take this time from BNK FearX.
No, not this time. A bizarre game. Feels like BNK are kind of trying to rewrite the rules of League of Legends in this series. Effort's here, first of all, which is the problem for Vikla trying to use this prio to rotate over. But he has his claw, so he is able to get out. And then they try to outplay us because Kellen actually, okay.
We're fighting the bottom river as Effort is here once again. He doesn't have flash, so he just kind of dies. Trying to get position on the Scuttle Crab for level 6. Where have we seen this before? Feels like almost every game. And the supports generally die for it, or the junglers. So I suppose it's better that it's Effort than Cuz.
Well, I think
in this case.
KT built a massive part of their insane streak and their first place here in the LCK, punishing plays around Dragon and around Scuttle Crab. They were so good at it. And this time they will, sadly for Effort, be the victims of said punish. So we're going to go back to this play here initially. Cuz uses his Q on the Crab, and so he cannot do anything for Effort.
Like, he saw Raptor there, and he's like, yeah, I can face check this.
Well, and one of the issues is, too, like, if you're going to do that, and Cuz is not, like, you have to tell Cuz, like, I think I'm going to check this. Maybe Cuz holds his Q, and then maybe he can help you get away there with it, but he didn't have it in time, so Effort just dies. There were definitely a few different things they could have done to prevent that situation, like you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, Effort definitely very key to KT's big run they had at the beginning of the season. But he wasn't the most flashy support. I mean, he never really has been, but his leadership and the calls and the experience that he brought into a lot of those early matchups was very good. But, I feel like we're beginning to see some of the cracks here and there. And some of the decisions that are being made, and some of the mechanics as well. So, got to look for that from Effort as we move along here in the LCK.
Vikla is on vision here, heading over to try to snipe Cuz with Wukong rotating over. It's not going to lead to anything, but they are posturing aggressively. Could back off and just take this dragon, but nah. Gonna go back to clear blue buff. And they have a lot of prio on the bottom side, but aiming is very powerful at this point in the game. As you can see, just pressing Q, he's ready to trade. Does have cleanse as well, so he can really force the advantage if he ends up getting a health trade.
No! Oh, okay. He just barely made it onto the train.
Yes.
The door's closed right behind him. His shirt got like a little bit stuck, but he like pulled it through.
Pulled through quick, because that's dangerous. You do not want that.
But yeah, Tatum's going to pick that up. And, Aiming got what felt like a couple of free kills early on in this game. It's definitely why he has the lead he has, especially because he's down so much in the lane itself.
I wouldn't call them as free, but BDD picking up that kill he has is also pretty huge for his advantage. And Aiming is not, he's not getting the farm, but he is getting some money from kills. And I think this is okay, because eventually he's going to get out of this bottom lane, and he will be able to be backed up a little bit more by the rest of his squad. Taehoon is doing a good job of doing the Caitlyn Bard thing, right? As they are finally going to use this prio to start up this dragon. This has been a bit of a pause in the action. Now, Cuz will grab 3 grubs in return. Not the greatest side laning pushing composition here, but Ahri can get some work done, depending on the game state later on. So I do like this dragon more, especially considering it's a Chemtech. So you know it's not Chemtech Soul.
I feel like as a KT fan, you're probably feeling a bit more comfortable with the game the way it's going this time around with, BD on his Ahri. He oftentimes get early kills on this pick, and he already has a very nice gold lead. Yes, Cuz is behind, but he's Vi, so he can kind of just press R and maybe enable BDD. And in the bottom lane, Aiming, yes, struggling, but has caught up very nicely with the 2 kills, so not struggling all that much in the game state. So we'll see about that, though, as the trap is going to land here, and Aiming is going to be forced to cleanse. And he survives, but he's not very healthy, so he might just have to back again.
Yeah, he's just going to lose more minions, going to lose more money. He is certainly not looking like the Gold King in this one, as Effort is going to try to apply some pressure here and control some vision.
Yeah, this is... this is a bit of a problem. I mean, they're going to follow him here. He doesn't have to flash.
Look at the positioning of Raptor. Every time they make plays like this, he's preventing any rotation, any interference. He's like, nope, you guys can do this. I got your back. I am Wukong, I have Flash, I have Warriors Trickster. I'm going to get in there so quickly. And so they just push effort out, and Aiming is finally here to catch some more minions, but he's 26 CS behind. That'll be a little bit smaller once he gets these last few, but KT, I think, at some point need to try to make some punish plays here. Cuz has been relatively quiet since the early skirmishes, as Aiming's just pushed out right away.
This is so rough. I mean, how do you... Aiming must feel really sad in this game. I mean, he just got back to lane. He was already chunked a little bit.
It's like Effort is out there just warding the jungle defensively because they know a dive is potentially coming, but because he's not there, Aiming is just like, oh, I guess he pressed R and now my turret is dead. His turret is dead, by the way. And there's only 2 minions left. I think they still get this pretty easily. And there was another wave right afterwards. No follow-up, no punish. And, you know, the Wukong has been quite proactive, has been very powerful here, has been really preventing any sort of farming, any sort of follow-up. It almost feels like Aiming is like, I'm glad the turret's gone, because now it's kind of safe to farm. He will be heading to the mid lane eventually, as we've mentioned, but wants to get that role quest unlocked first. KT, like you said, it's not as bad as it was in game 1. But it's certainly not a convincing start.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty rough. It does feel like a lot of the pieces for BNK FearX are kind of working out once again in the early game.
Finally,
the lead isn't gigantic.
Cuz is going to come down here, so Aiming, instead of going to the mid lane, he's just like, let me see if I get some plate gold here in this bottom lane. Pushes this one out as well. And now trying to dive clear, I think, is not the right choice.
So apparently there was a game in Road to EWC where Aiming was not allowed to stand in the lane. Jin Alistair was the lane, and it went kind of as you would imagine.
I think that was...
You don't see a lot of Alistair nowadays.
That was into this very team, if I'm not mistaken. Aiming had a great game out of the lane, but struggled early. As Taeyeon's great at that pressure lane. Nice sidestep.
Yep, nice sidestep here. Effort still has his flash, as he's gonna ult the clone! Oh no, cuz not like this. Raptor just gonna flash the wall, and the chase is on actually, so Raptor in a lot of trouble. Has the Cyclone, is doing a lot of damage, gets the kill on Aiming! And that's just about as good as it could have gone, as Vikla kind of alone here in the pits, as they are gonna have to lock down the charm, the polymorph, everything going into Vikla, but now Taeyeon is set free, and so is this Croc, as he's in there, and does a ton of damage. Cuz not able to take him down, and Clear picks up another one. Man, BNK just crushed them in that fight.
Yeah, it's not looking good for your six-game day theory today. You thought maybe it was the first time. It's not looking likely after that team fight that KT are going to bounce back in this one. We've seen crazier things from this team already. Cuz ulting the clone, really not great. Really not great. He had flash, there's no excuse, really. Now they still force Raptor to flash.
Control ward too, like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, there's too much information. There's too many reasons why it wasn't right. Like, sometimes there's a situation where you have to ult the clone to, like, taxi, and it's the only choice you have, but this was not it. As Clear, by the way, lots of fury building up with his ultimate. Loves to be in the thick of things amongst all the bad guys. When they're low health like this, oh my god. Look at his items, by the way. He's not even like,
hey, you need a taxi ride? Like, he was just pulling you into the entire team.
Hey, look at his items. He's sitting on like a phage and a pickaxe. He doesn't have it.
I think Aiming dies this time. He does have flash. Ult comes in, and thankfully Cuz is there. And he will survive, but man, he's probably feeling dead inside right now.
Oof. At least he's not dead outside. He's still very healthy and can continue to clear his jungle.
I mean, BNK FearX, you take a look at the scores of these two teams. It's 3-8 versus 9-2. It should not be this one-sided, but that's just the nature of, you know, how the form of the teams really does fluctuate over the course of a season. And we saw in Road to EWC, I mean, the writing was a little bit on the wall. As Raptor this time did not see that writing. He's going to face check the brush. And he will actually be okay as Cuz goes in, gets the wild growth, and then immediately dies. And now Effort is next. He's going to die for the sins of Cuz. The follow-up comes in as Aiming nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Dies to Dominus.
Not even going to press the Q button. Won't waste it. He needed it for that 1 minion he got right afterwards. That's how dead he knew aiming was. Taeyun is going to look for a second turret here as Kellen is pushing BDD away.
Well, they're doing a good job of keeping him around, although they do miss a lot of things.
I still think, ooh, he gets turret aggro. He's probably, ooh.
Heal comes in, flash charm, and I think Taeyun is, well, he's still alive. I mean, the Q is going to miss. Okay, we got a flank here from Perfect. Surely he...
I don't know.
Oh, no.
Magical Journey, and there's a Wukong here.
The charm actually does get Kellen, so really shaking things up here. Little disengage gun. I think he was going to get away anyway.
I mean, it's a sliver of a tiny piece of a get back here for KT to get the kill onto Kellen after a lot of shenanigans, but ultimately the turret still goes down, which was the objective, which was why they were pushing that deep. Plates are going over in the top lane and in the bottom lane in the interim. As Cuz here, like, he has control vision, or no, he does not have control vision. Actually, for a second I thought that was his ward. He doesn't have information here, but I think the lack of information might have been enough to think that's probably not the right call. Aiming just dies to Dominus, and then they push the turret. I think it's a little bit weird, and I hope we don't have that whole of that replay, because I'd rather just see what's going on in live. Instead, wants the save here from Kellen. Come here, come here, come here. He's got the magical journey for him, and he dies for it, but gets the carry out.
사랑해. I love you.
Yes, I love you.
I feel like anyone who plays with Kellen just kind of ends up in love. It makes sense. I mean, Kellen is he's a sweetheart, and he loves dying for his AD carry. This time he's just going to die for no reason, trying to ward, actually, so there was a small reason. But yeah, it does feel like kind of the crumbs that KT is picking up, but you got to start somewhere. It just feels like the synergy right now between Cuz and BDD isn't there. Like, if you're playing Ahri Vi, you got to make sure your Ahri is next to you if you're going to go in.
It's almost like they forgot how it is when you're a little bit behind in games. They're like, oh, no, we still just play this out, it's fine. And it doesn't matter if they're there or not because we're super ahead and we'll outplay it. And that's kind of like, it feels to me a lot of how Genji's woes started this season, but they've kind of started to get past that a little bit. As Vikla might be in trouble, but he is Lissandra, so let's see.
Does have Raptor nearby, but the Polymorph comes in, the Claw not able to be taken. Cuz getting pretty low, but there's 4 members of KT here, and that's going to be a kill on a Vikla. Make it 5 members. Here comes Perfect, nice little flash to get away from that one, but it's still a good pick from the side of KT.
This is starting to become a bit of a playable game here for KT, to be honest with you, Valdez. A few big mistakes here from BNK, and KT have gotten back into this. You know, these types of picks are huge, and this Lissandra doesn't do a ton of damage at a game state that she's in right now, 0-3-4. So the composition won't necessarily just be able to run aiming down, who does pick up his second item. He's still very far behind the Caitlyn in this game, but he's a Yunara that can carry late game team fights if we get there. And KT are playing as a group and buying time, which it feels like for so many of the recent games has been the real MO. It's like, lose early and then hope that later we can figure it out. And in moments like this, they do. As you mentioned, the Polymorph is huge here. Vikla in trouble, gets charmed. Raptor can't really do too much, and he's kind of trying to decide, can I save him or can I get out? He escapes with the flash there, as we have another play in the top lane and in the bottom lane.
Yeah, pretty interesting there. Going to get Vikla's flash with Cuz's play down on the bottom side of the map. So that's going to be pretty nice. It is a Cloud Soul here. BNK Fierce did get the first couple of Drakes once again. But definitely, as you were saying, a more playable game and potentially a chance for KT to try to fight for these objectives this time around. Although with the Rift Herald, maybe not this time.
I like this choice because Raptor's ult's coming up, and it was when they dropped in 5 seconds. It's up now. And so it's really hard for KT to actually outplay this. You know, there's not a big angle for them to stop the siege. It's just going to be a guaranteed take of that inner turret. And now they're positioned to take Soul Point here on this Cloud Soul, which, by the way, is insane for any Wukong composition. So very, very powerful get here for BNK. There's just no contest. Looks like KT will, in turn, try to look for mid-turret. Late contest possible, but with Caitlyn traps here, challenging at best. And I think, yeah, put your eyes back on that mid-turret, KT, because this one is just gone.
They got to be careful sticking around. I mean, BNK Fierce do have a lot of catch potential with Lissandra Bard, as that is going to be the charm that does come in. They catch BDD with the Tempered Fate, but it doesn't look like BNK Fierce want to continue on that. They're going to take the win and actually back away. Not something we see all the time from this squad.
All right, well, KT Can they get the turret? You know, they missed their window because they went for a late contest and they walked away from the contest. So they didn't get the turret. They were able to win the little scrappy skirmish there, and the Tempered Fate's down, but they can't, you know, with this Caitlyn clearing the wave, can't get that turret, can't even get an additional plate or that proc of the Crystalline Overgrowth. So BNK lose nothing for getting that dragon, sieging the mid-inner turret with the Herald, which they also secure, and they maintain this 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah. Still definitely a chance for KT at this point. Definitely the biggest issue is the AD carry role, where Taeyeon is very far ahead, already has Infinity Edge completed. So the Sinara going to take a little bit longer to get online and is 2,000 gold behind.
I always feel like it's such a double-edged sword when that's the biggest problem that you have to face, especially when you're running a dive comp that has Ahri Vi. It's like, okay, there's one problem on the other side, this huge problem. There's a Renekton there, right? He's pretty large as well, but like their main damage source, because they have Lissandra in the mid lane, is the Caitlyn. If we can kill him, it's playable. And you've got all the tools to lock him down. He doesn't have cleanse, obviously, even though there is a Mikhail's here for Kellen. There's a world where if they just find him at a weird angle or they surprise him, KT could win 5v5s here and get right back into the game. Wouldn't count on it right now, but it is absolutely possible. But that's why a team needs to play incredibly safe. And right now, KT are just trying to find any small gold on the map. They're running around like beggars trying to find any plates from the dumpster.
It feels like KT have done a decent job of getting vision down when they're, you know, moving out on the map. They don't really have a lot of control vision, but you can see there were a lot of wards there up on the top side of the map when they were pushing. So that definitely allows them to have some semblance of control on the map at the moment, even though it should be mostly BNK FearX's control.
I think that gold graph is trying to illustrate, or they're trying to use it, the KR side, to illustrate the lead hasn't grown further and has shrunk a little bit, so BNK not as in control of this game as they were, which is kind of what we're putting down here on this broadcast as well, is Cuz is going to queue back, and they're trying to get this wave to the mid turret. Crystalline Overgrowth would be huge for them to proc there, but they just cannot quite get there.
Little fight down at the bottom lane as we have one in the mid lane as BDD going to be caught here. He's going to be trapped up, and the rest of the squad is able to push forward. Oh my. Oh my Caitlyn. This is what I wanted to say. Perfect on the run. Level 16 Dominus really doing a huge amount of damage here to the Gasante.
This is, in my mind, Clear's best pick. He is so ahead. He's just going to continue to generate leads. So KT are kind of on a clock. They need to get something elsewhere or try to punish this Renekton, but that sounds very challenging, especially with the build he has in this game. He is a raid boss, and he's just going to continue to do damage the longer the fight goes on. So they do not bail out the Gasante. Clear is going to get an additional plate here. He is just very happy to take this and walk away. And KT kind of just, again, reset and go back for a chip away at the top lane, perhaps. But without the vision, you mentioned it, when they don't have it, they're being very safe. When they do have it, they're pushing the envelope a little bit further. So much damage in this game for BD. He is performing way better than in Game 1 and in the early laning phases we saw in the series against D+ earlier this week.
Oh, Taeyeon is so far ahead of everybody else. I mean, aiming is the closest because he's the other 80 carry. But, I mean, we're going to have a 4-item Caitlyn here soon. I don't know. I don't think he's going to have it for the Cloud Soul potential fight, but there's a world where if something goes wrong, BNK could just drop one Drake and then say, okay, we want to fight with our 4-item Caitlyn
well, right
instead.
Now, they have two flanking side laners. It's Clear is going to get his teleport interrupted.
Yeah, kind of awkward there. Just trying to go for the flank, it looks like.
Maybe they do give this up now because he doesn't have the TP and he can't get in very easily, but, like, Vikula's getting so much money, and the dragon hasn't even spawned yet.
You can see KT really don't want to give this Cloud Soul away.
It's so powerful for BNK's comp, but with the extra timing they have, they can just, instead of looking for a flank, send Vikula to the mid lane and start taking that prio back away. Raptor has Flash Cyclone. They have Tempered Fate back. Just so many tools. As long as Taeyeon doesn't get engaged on and die, I feel like BNK have got this one locked down already, pretty much. I mean, barring a crazy smite steal, but that will even cost you, I think.
Oh, no. BD going to get chunked out big time, and now Raptors going on in very aggressively, but they have so much follow-up with the Lissandra, and the flash over the wall from Clear just gets the huge flank and aiming, trying his best, but he's getting out DPS by Taeyeon, who takes the magical journey and keeps the fight alive. This is a clean ace for BNK FearX, and they might just win the series here.
I don't think they can at this exact moment in time because there's no wave. We're still only 25 minutes in, but I think the Nexus isn't dead, Valdez, but I think they have won the series there. And when you watch this, it's like absurd, the lead that the Caitlyn has. And like I said, if they can kill her, then that problem is solved. But he walks the line so well. It's what so many of our up-and-coming AD carries have been so good at. We've been singing the praises of, you know, Paze's return to the LCK, obviously Diablo. Taeyun, though, was one that I think people forgot. Used to always play like this, but now that he's on BNK, it feels like his skill set has been unlocked. And it's crazy because he is so similar to Diablo, but it looks like their styles are just a little bit different.
Yeah.
And he's gelling with BNK the way Diablo did not. Smash, similar story, another one of those 80 carries on that list. Of
we have a arm guard for Taeyun.
Yeah,
that's how far ahead he is.
That's
if you want to know, like, how far ahead is the Caitlyn? This far ahead.
It allows him to be safe in every situation. He knows, he's like, I'm 3,000 gold ahead. They know the only way they can win this game is kill me. The casters are talking about it, and I'm just not going to allow that to happen. He doesn't have flash anymore, so a safe buy.
I mean, they already had so much safety for him with traps, with Bard, with Alessandra to block. I mean, and now he has an arm guard. Really does feel like the final nail in the coffin with just that item buy. Love to see the defensive itemization from this far ahead. Did he really need more damage? I don't think so. He's already like two-shotting BDD. Not to mention effort that one time he almost one-shot. So yeah, he's in a really comfortable spot. And now he's looking to just walk up to them, headshot, and again, if they try to engage, it's not really a good answer or a good follow-up.
Yeah, it's really tough for the Inara to win the fight without her head. And so they just
that's a bit of
take the turret.
Yeah, generally not good for your well-being.
You know,
missing that.
There's a few champs who could be headless and still do fine. Not Inara.
Oh, they're gonna catch Cuz here, but Taeyun's not there, so follow-up isn't necessarily that deadly.
Gaming is healed up now. He's got his head back. Luckily for him, but the damage has been done here on this bottom side. And eventually, KT will have to look for a Hail Mary, I think. Otherwise, we're talking inhibitors being broken. Somebody's going to have to flank. They have no flank vision, no wards. Cuz is maybe going to look for the long Q engage range on the Taeyun, who has arm guard. And then he's like, no way, I can't do that.
Yeah, again, it just feels like there's not a lot of options here as effort will die. There he goes, just disappears. And the follow-up on a Cuz is huge as well. I mean, they can't even deal with the Renekton alone. Not to mention the rest of the team. BNK Fearx just a bit too far ahead as BDD. He had a good game, but it was only him. And he can't do it alone. BNK Fearx showing up tonight. Really like the prep with the compositions in both games, to be honest, as they will take the series 2-0 tonight.
It's the kind of game where everybody is doing their job incredibly well. And BNK just once again outclassed KT. 4 games in a row now in this matchup were dominant one-sided wins. KT, they got some very, very close wins against D+, but looks like the coaster is headed back downwards now after this one.
Yeah, it does feel like the roller coaster tracks are a little bit iffy at this point in time. Not really sure what to say, as yes, the Saturday Showdown win rate continues up into the 90s after this victory. As yes, they did beat up on a lot of teams that they were better than in past showdowns, but this is definitely a good one to have on the list.
I think this is their toughest that they've had in terms of enemy standings position, maybe ever.
And pulling out the guns.
It's hard to even pick POM because everyone had such a huge role to play. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if Taeyun gets it because he had that monster performance on the Caitlyn in the last game. But also Raptor and Vikla outplayed mid-jungle in both games. The Wukong was incredible, but also they ended up just destroying Puz in game 1. And then Clear just took Perfect out of the game with the Olaf in game 1 and then was massive on the Renekton in game 2. So Kellen played Skarner and had a great Bard game. You could vote for 5 players here. I really believe it. You could vote for all 5, and I would not dislike a single one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tough call.
There's no Chovy on this team, so I think the votes will be everywhere.
Yeah.
Maybe Taeyun will get into the narrative.
Yeah, like the narrative hype, the new player coming in, performing a lot better. looking good with the squad. But yeah, this definitely raises some big questions. As that is Kellen there on the right, obviously.
Yes.
What a awesome main he's got there. The flames and all. But just behold it in all of its glory as we zoom in.
Just enjoy. As once again for KT, the woes of the mid jungle started early in this game. And it's almost like KT, they played so well around these early skirmishes and these early dragon fights so much of this year that they just have this insane confidence about it, even though I think the game state doesn't always call for all-inning in these types of positions. As remember this moment here where Clear, it looked like maybe KT had actually done enough, but Clear just shows up and Bard damage early, by the way, kind of insane. You'd have to respect it, as a few too many overextensions from Cuz in this one, both games. I think if you're a KT fan watching this back, you feel frustrated because you know that this isn't what KT's best looks like, and it isn't even what their like medium looks like. It's not what their neutral looks like. It is really just the worst form we've seen from them all year long. I don't want to take anything away from BNK. They had a great series, but so much of it was them punishing KT incredibly well when KT made some choices that were questionable.
Yeah, we talked about in both series, or both games rather, how there were definitely winning moments where KT could have turned things around, but not meant to be.
Watch this. Bye.
That is the Caitlyn Bard.
And then aiming. I don't think Clear even pressed W. Just killed him without it.
Yeah.
Just everyone's giving Taeyun the props.
He's good.
It's good. It's good.
It was good.
Yeah.
In fact, I would go as far as to say it was great.
Yeah.
Myself, I'm going to take it one step further.
Yeah, again, like I said at the end of the game, I think it was just really good preparation. Like, obviously, the Skarner that came in for Kellen, the Olaf, you know, a lot of answers into KT's relatively standard compositions. And, yeah, just feel like they have better form, better prep for the day, and that's going to get you a 2-0 victory. Now, I'm very curious about the POM. They
yeah,
might
I am
just
as
go
well.
to the might just go to the boom boom damage. You know, when things get a little bit confusing, when there's a lot of choices, just go for the guy that kind of headshot people and took their heads off.
Went for a pretty weird one, but I'll wait for the space to reveal that one. I'll keep it a little close to my chest. Unless he gets it, then I'll pretend like I knew all along.
Well, it's just going to be
Taeyun. So that much you guys know. But Taeyun, I think, was the expected result. His Mel was really good in terms of follow-up. I feel like he wasn't the main character in game one, but he did his job with the setup incredibly well and didn't really whiff. He only died one time, and then Caitlyn popping off as well. And Taeyun is suddenly surging through the palm standings. What a turnaround. Like, BNK's, they went for this trade, and it absolutely worked out. I mean, we've never really seen anything like this.
It's kind of crazy because Taeyun was struggling here at the LCK. Then he went to LPL, was doing very well there. Then he came back and was struggling again, and we were like, what's going on with this player? And now he moves to another team, and we're like, oh, it's good Taeyun again. It's like he just keeps flip-flopping, and I mean, maybe he just really relies on the team camaraderie. I really don't know, kind of clutching at straws, but he's looking good.
Well, on the other hand, you know, his joining of this team has really boosted the entire morale. Like, everyone on this team's morale looks great, whereas it looked like Taeyun was not having a hard time individually in that regard on the Nongshim side of things, and almost felt sad to leave, but I feel like he's feeling it probably a little bit differently now after a few of these wins have come in under his belt. I'm curious to see if he has more to say in his third POM interview here of the season.
Yeah, he's definitely been up there quite a lot. Already has one POM before this in the BNK FX jersey. And I think he also brought the ears out last time, so hopefully he does that again.
Heiji was here last time, she's here today, so maybe she's going to bring the yellow cape one more time as well.
Yeah. Curious to see what D-Gun's going to wear as well. Always looking forward to that. Maybe he'll bring out the ears himself.
Yeah. Both analysts on the space, they look great. I just want to say great outfits.
Yeah.
As no cape, but we got the ears. And shy Taeyun. Very shy Taeyun.
A lot of shouts from the crowd saying he's very cute.
It was Scrim Taeyun all along.
Yeah. I mean,
he's got the shoulder necks as well. That's the name of the mascot.
Maybe it's just the level of comfort for Taeyun. You know, many different factors. If he's comfortable, he'll play well. If he's not, he won't. So, looking very comfortable. Not that comfortable on stage with all the cute stuff. He looks a little bit embarrassed there, but...
He did do the boo thing just there. Everyone was looking at him, and he kind of tried to disappear.
Well, guys, we do have the palm interview. Now I'll hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Taeyoon on the side of BNK FearX. Wow, Taeyoon, the moment you stepped in, you are just shining so bright. And you also got a POM, so you must feel amazing. How do you feel? You know, before, against the pros, we had recently lost, so we're coming off from a big disappointment, but being able to beat KT, who is a strong team, so cleanly, it feels amazing. And recently you beat KT in the EWC qualifiers, and it was another victory today, so how confident were you going into KT? Well, from the EWC qualifiers, it went really well, so it just felt like, you know, they're not too formidable of a team, so I think we just wanted to do what we normally do, what we have prepared. And in game 1, whatever strategy you guys brought today worked beautifully, and we saw some unconventional comp where Helios was actually questioning it if it would work. So with the top Olaf and the first ever LCK Skarner support, is this something that you prepped against this Ashe Seraphine specifically? Actually, there's a YouTuber who is a Skarner support one trick. And Raptor had recommended it, and it ended up being such an OP pick. So he actually suggested it, and it was on our mind, and we were considering it until today. And what is the biggest strength of Miles Garner? I mean, the laning phase is just really strong, and I think you have to snowball off of that. And it feels like it's such a safe comp where you don't really feel like you're going to die. So there's not much pressure playing, and it's just solid. It's just such a solid comp. And here we had an amazing team fight. So Vikla went in. So was this just something that was set up in advance? Actually, no, it wasn't planned or anything or promised. But we just knew that we would actually have the upper hand during this team fight. So we were just really looking for that rebuttal on the encore. So I think it really worked well. And so Kellen actually mentioned, how was that reflect? So, Taeyoon, what's your response? Yeah, it was pretty. It was very beautiful. And in game 2, you created a big gap against the Yunara and Lulu. And Kaylin usually has the upper hand, but did you expect it to be so dominant? I didn't think it was going to be that big of a gap, but I think everything worked out really well from just level 1, so I did expect that it would go pretty smoothly. And we caught some lovey-dovey comms between the bot duo, which is being shown here in the replay. Do you remember this part? You were getting chased, and Kellen said, "I'll die for you." Taeyoon goes, "I love you." So Kellen seems to have sacrificed himself, and you showed some affection. So is this how you guys normally are? No, not really. I think it's just that in the spur of the moment in the game, it's just that, you know, I didn't want to really say I'm sorry. I felt bad, but I didn't want to say sorry, but I wanted to show my gratitude, and I just said, I love you. And according to Kellen, he said that he's talking through your dislikes and likes and syncing up with you. So how's that going? Well, since I came from Nongshim, I'm sure that we need to take our time to sort of build our chemistry, and because of the different playstyles, we're just trying to have thorough conversation and also ask each other a lot of questions so that we can be on the same page. And next week you'll face Genji and Nongshim. So what is your mindset?
네, 플레이오프랑 로드 투 MSI
You know,
가고 싶고요.
round 2 has the road to MSI and the playoffs. So, you know, when it comes to Genji,
그때 잘 봅시다. 네.
와, 좋습니다.
you know, I think I was part of Nongshim when we were against Genji and we did really well. So, you know, we'll see you then. And anything you would like to say to your fans? No, our fans, we're so loud today. They're screaming for us. And I feel like it actually helped us a lot. And I hope that we can have a great time in the fan meeting. I'm looking forward to meeting you guys all. And that's all from Taeyoon and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear and Heji Ayaya, as it is a clean 2-0. Nothing to see here by B&K FearX. And just like we see on the wall, the Skarner stops the coaster straight in its tracks. KT back on the losing side of things, mainly because I now know I will never, ever vote against B&K FearX on a Saturday showdown. Maybe 10% of the time. No, I will never do it.
That's a crazy record. Really doing extremely well in those Saturday showdowns. I don't know what D+ managed to pull out to beat them last time. Don't specifically remember. I will also say that of all the champions to be in the middle of the roller coaster track, Skarner is definitely one of the worst. I don't think you're making any headway there.
Yeah, I mean, I was too big KT through a believer, but this time, I 100% respect the B&K FearX. They play so well today.
I mean, we could have put a lot of things in the middle. It also could have been a Caitlyn trap. Caitlyn trap was pretty massive there.
Would that stop roller coaster dead?
I think it's funnier than the Skarner, because the Skarner is like, all right, you know what's gonna happen. You're gonna crash. But if it's a cupcake, you're like, it's just a cupcake. Stop, dead.
J4 flag.
Right in the center. Yeah, could have been J4 flag. That's right. Could have been many things. An Olaf axe. You know, all the picks that came out here from B&K FearX in terms of their preparation for this series win. It is 5 out of 13. Like the cat said, could have been anyone for this because it was a comprehensive victory. But through the help of the bottom row voter, actually,
you know, honestly,
it was the bottom row and VNcast.
It's honestly interesting because a lot of shout-outs here. Vikla had a great series, but didn't end up getting any votes. But I think, honestly, he deserves a shout-out as well. I think this was just an all-round good team play from the side of B&K FearX. And my comments kind of alluding to that. This team are the gods of Saturday Showdown now, apparently. They just very hard to beat them. There was that one D+ takedown, and other than that, they've just been clean.
Yeah, and mine goes, thanks for coming, but today is not the day. It's not open. Plaza is for the inconvenience roller coaster is not operating today.
No, it's definitely not.
It's due to maintenance right now. And I think a really big shout out to the Raptor. Like, most important in the game at the moment, the decisiveness, what he brings to the team, that carries the team, that carries the wins. And I really love to see the Raptor doing how he keep the play styles and playing aggressive as much as he can. That's, you know, that's a really good thing.
Yeah, again, when this team is humming along, Raptor is usually popping off, and it was good to see him and Vikla getting it going. Let's see what else that we had here in terms of our comments. Pony going with, there is 3 mystical animals in B&K FearX. Nex the fox, Kellen the scorpion, and Raptor the raptor. He too, also a Raptor voter. The shout outs to, again, fantastic draft and the mascot. Wolf going with, he turned the game into a 5v4. He did. Clear, just isolating the top side of the map consistently and showing up every time. Immaculate presence difference. Immaculate presence difference.
Sounds like just aura.
It does. That's why I had to say it twice. It was so aura-ific. Aurific? We'll work on that. Clear. Perfect clear. Okay. Perfect clear. Because he played against Perfect and he was...
Oh, he did. Oh, wow. Thanks for explaining it.
You're welcome.
I don't think we would have got that otherwise. This is one of those really deep and complex, layered comments that without Dagon here to explain it, we'd be stumped, wouldn't we, Hooney?
Actually, I don't know. I think Hooney would get it because Helios is the LCS great, and we have another LCS great. So that's just, you know.
I'm a little bit greater than
It's like
him.
you need to be an LCS fan to understand this comment.
Oh my God. Another LCS comment here. Hurt their AD carry. Heart for our AD carry. Oh, Prince. Oh, that was such a good one, man. No? Yes? No?
It's pretty sweet, especially after the in-game I'll die for you, you know?
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you. I just caught me off guard. I love you too, Hooney.
I love you too, Hooney.
Welcome back.
It's good to have you back, yeah.
I love you.
Yes? Okay, all right, yes. We all love you too. I was just told in my ear that you are loved. As we take a look at the standings, KT dropped now behind Genji. They are now officially not in first or second. It is third place for KT, and BNK FearX, they are trying to catch on up to the Bros and Nongshim.
I think this shows, obviously, KT still not recovering from things spiraling downwards. They've now dropped to third place, need to right the ship. But for BNK FearX, even though this was a phenomenal series, the form is looking way better. Still a lot of hard work to be done. Even with this 2-0, they still don't move up in terms of position. They have a lot of work if they want to climb up to road to MSI, which is top 6, or Legend Group, which is top 5. So as much as this was a great win, definitely helped them out. Still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, I mean, especially the Nongshim and DK having the, some losing streak. I think that's going to be a really, really great chance for them to be pop off, especially for top 6. I think it's a great time for them.
All right, with this close of the Saturday Showdown, that does mean Hanjin Briand and Nongshim will do battle in that mix for the final playoff spot. Very important, though. We have a change here. Maybe we can show you on the screen. Dan, calm down. What? Maybe we can show you.
What's going on?
Can we show you? Who is that at the support role? He's back! That's right, a substitution made for Nongshim. It is Pleta in at support for Lehens. Let's see if that does something for the Noodle Boys. We'll see you after the break.
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone.
One team that we haven't really spoken about, a team that I feel has been somewhat of an enigma this season so far, is D+. Yeah. And I think that we need to talk to Wolf about this because every time when we get to about this episode each year, this is where Wolf needs to decide whether they're frauds or not.
So
like, is he going to fall for it again?
I was on Let's Cover Korea last week talking with Digon about this, and I said, and I believe it, this team is going to drop. Like, this team is not going to stay consistent. Or they're already not consistent, right? But they're not going to be able to compete, in my mind, as a top 3 team. They'll probably make the Legend group, especially with Nongshim just kind of, I don't know, their dips are like, it's like a stock graph where it's like buy now while it's low. But like D+ they've been drafting well, but the play hasn't backed it up to me. A lot of these drafts where Shiu gets like the range top, you're like, nice, and then he's like flanking on Varus, and I'm like, oh, I don't know, that's not really not really exactly how that's supposed to go, but it was a good try. I think D+ also have the problem that Career is still not able to necessarily be the right place at the right time all the time. His hands are really good, and sometimes he has the exact right reads, but it's just not consistent enough. And he's competing with Carrier, he's competing with Duro, because those are the spots you're fighting for. I don't think D+ is going to be better than Hanwha or KT this year. I don't think that's going to happen unless something crazy happens to either of those teams. So you're really competing with Genji and T1 if you want that top 3 spot. If you want that world spot, later on this year, that's where you're fighting for. So we need to see this team ramp up in a big way. We know Showmaker gets tired. He gets real tired. He gets burnt out. He gets depressed almost. It feels like in some of these games later on in the year. I think if they make Legend Group, though, that'll be a big boon for them. For the same reasons I said this last year, where I was like, oh, Showmaker sometimes just drops the ball against weaker teams for some reason, almost because he's just not challenged by them and he doesn't play as well, but he seems to punch up a lot better. I think if they do make the Legend Group, that'll help them a lot. But I'm very much ready to not fall for it. Like, I'm not trying to, even though we talked a lot about how Genji and T1 have been inconsistent, D+ is this new challenger. I'm not ready to believe this team is going to finish this season, or even like when we hit Road to MSI, that they're going to be in top 3. I don't predict that to happen.
At what point, like, what would they have to do to get over the line for you to be like, okay, they've proven it?
I want them to play like 3 series in a row where they look dominant the same way that KT or HLE does. Against weak teams even. Doesn't matter. I want to see 3, like 2-0s in a row where we're like, wow, the macro was good. They were able to win lane. The drafting didn't have any disasters randomly for some reason. CV Max, what's going on?
Their drafts have been
they
good
have been
over
pretty
the last,
good.
3 matches.
Yeah, but like the play... they are on a 3-game winning streak, but I don't. There were moments there where we were a little bit worried.
Remember, their strength of schedule right now is really easy as well. They started off really strong, and they took down Genji.
Genji. Yeah.
They beat Genji, and they beat
Genji for the first time in 22 series.
Yeah,
something like that.
No, they didn't beat T1, right? Because T1 lost to Genji.
They did. They did.
I think they did beat T1.
T1, yeah.
I'll check.
So
did they beat T1?
They got some really big wins, and then
they did beat T1.
Coming into the end of the round,
perfect week. That was
that was my
Saturday.
prediction. Yeah,
coming into the end of the week, coming into the end of the round, they
because T1 beat HLE. Yeah. I got you.
They are just playing weak teams, so it does feel like this could be a moment where it's like we're riding the high, but also maybe our focus isn't 100%. So some of the games look weak, but we're still very strong, and they're going to end up like 6-3 by the end of round 1, and that's a very solid scoreline. And really, they just have to replicate like the high highs again, like Career with the binding on the Bard against Genji and stuff like that. Like, their ability to play the game is still very high as long as they are able to hit that high. But I don't know. I'll believe it when I see them do it again in round 2. I'm not really too concerned with them kind of like half throwing some games against some weaker teams, because I feel like everybody kind of does that, when they're middle of the pack at least. But yeah, if they can beat Genji again, I think that's a really good sign.
Yeah,
I just don't feel like I ever cast outside of the games this week. By the way, this week wasn't real. Like, I got back-to-back 10 out of 10 predictions, by the way.
We'll the perfect preds, and then let's see. Everyone on the team except Digon and Umpty got
And Digon
perfect.
voted for Bro, and
he
Umpty
was
went
basically
for
trolling.
Empty went for the B&K upset over T1 today. Like
Which-
he kind of rolled the dice. He's like, oh, I think this
Yeah.
could
It
be like
could
a
have happened.
thing. Yeah.
By the way, it's not as bad as what Pony did, where he went for Nongshim and B&K today.
So this week we did have that. I think there was at least one D+ game this week where this applies, but I don't feel like I see as many D+ games that are dominant the same way like the Genji game was dominant today or the KT game.
Yeah, they don't have
against Bro was.
stability. They never have stability. You're always anxious.
Yeah, they never have the game where you're just like, wow, they're better. They're better. And they're winning every lane.
Wait,
they won the
actually, no.
macro.
Their series against Bro was complete.
That was
and
this week,
utter
though, right?
obliteration. That was this week.
Yeah, this
That
week
one-
is this week was the one where it's like, oh, these are all.
Yeah, we were
freebie
talking
matches,
about like
but-
names that start with J. That whole series. That was not even remotely close.
Jiddlesticks.
Still Jarvan Jajov.
Jarvan Jajov.
So I don't know. I want to see. I know this take is probably depressing to a lot of D+ fans, or maybe they feel like it's correct and true because they know the truth. But
It's all right. D+ fans are generally all very level-headed.
Yeah, like Mauhaus.
Like Mauhaus, yeah.
Mauhaus, I wouldn't call him level-headed. We already discussed the whole Stroopwafel situation.
Yeah, that's true. You really need to just take his key away.
Also, if you ever say something like, predictions are just a bit of fun,
oh,
you will not see a level-headed
Yeah,
man.
That's true. Fuming.
Jesus.
Where are we on the sheet? Sheet, please.
to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
농심 화이팅! 우리온 화이팅!
농심 화이팅!
해리 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We got done with 1-2-0 and now we're moving into our second match. Nongshim Red Force up against Hanjin Breon. This one definitely pretty interesting as Bro are on a nice winning streak, looking like a very strong team. Nongshim, we still don't really know where this team stands, especially with Diablo coming over, and yet they're still struggling to find some success. What do you think, Wolf?
I mean, I've said it before. I think a lot of people are echoing the sentiment. Diablo, I think, is not the player that can necessarily solve the larger issues that they had before, because Taeyun wasn't the issue that they had before. I think the solo laners are not finding the impact that they were finding earlier on this year, and the same is true of Sponge, who actually had a great start to 2026, but is not looking as good right now. And Diablo taking some time to kind of learn this new bottom duo with Lehens. Lehens, a guy who has had some experience kind of teaching and growing these new players. Has been something that, you know, you might expect Diablo could gain a lot from, but he likes to do things his own way. Bro and Nongshim both at 4 and 7, as mentioned here, but the momentum could not be higher for Bro right now. This team is on the insane bromentum that doesn't feel like it's going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, a lot of optimism. And
I mentioned Lehens.
He returns to the LCK after 381 days. I know one person who will be very happy with this on our space. Reunited as enemies with Teddy from 2024-2025 DRX. What synergy will he show with his new partner Diablo? This is definitely raising questions and eyebrows because Lehens is Lehens, and hasn't had a lot of success here in the LCK.
I do think that Lehens is the clear veteran between these two, even though Blood has had some great performances here in the LCK. But it does kind of feel like early on, Diablo's already, you know, made an impact on this roster, and we saw when he was unhappy with Vico's performance, like there were changes being made there, and now here in this roster we have a change happening so soon, right? And there's no denying that Lehens has not been playing at his peak form this time around. As this is a great meme. This is the kind of text message you get in Korea when you have package notifications. And so love to see that, as Bro are on a 3 consecutive match win. It's the first time since 2022 Spring Round 2.
Yeah, the good old umpty roster when Lava was still there at Bro. A lot of things have changed. Even Delight is there. So,
if you guys remember
pretty impressive if they can get another 4-match win streak.
Do you guys remember those rosters that year? None of those teams were our top teams. That was the Karis roster for Hanwha Life Esports. That was the doomed Nongshim roster with Ghost and BDD and Dread. But this is a different Nongshim that actually looks a lot tougher, but is still not in perfect form right now, as Pleta will have the unexpected call-up. And a lot of the time when you have a sub like this, you get the coach comment, you get some words about it. I haven't seen anything, just kind of silently. He's been sent in here rather than Lehens. For all we know, Lehens could be sick. There's a bug going around. A lot of people have been sick. We don't know, but usually there's a statement attached to a big move like this, and we'll see how Pleta does, because in the past, he has looked phenomenal, right? He's one of those supports that will always be kind of on the list of the greatest underrated supports we've seen in the LCK. Former AD carry himself, and we will see what he brings to the table today, as this could be another needed change here for the side of Nongshim, right? Like, there were problems in the solo lanes, there are problems with teleport timings from Scout over the last few matches, but there's no denying that some of Lehens' timings of looking for engages, his roams, were not finding success, and he has been struggling a little bit. Diablo's individual performances have looked really good on this roster thus far, despite the losses.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how that bottom lane does do, as Teddy and Namgung have been finding some success, especially Teddy. But it really does feel like everything is kind of clicking here at the right time for Hanjin Breon. The drafts are looking good. Feels like Coach Song is doing a great job. Roamer comes back. He performs a lot better. Gideon just on top of the world right now, as we did have 2,500 assists for Kingin.
Looks like it happened at the end of a game, so we weren't able to shout him out. But yeah, a huge milestone for your career to hit 2,500. I mean, that's such a massive number. So many players have hit that, but it basically puts you in the club of, like, I've been around for a while, I've been relevant for a while. And I think that when you look at the Hanjin Breon roster right now, the two players that stick out to me as most improved, and they might be like leading most improved of the year in terms of individual performances, are Casting and Namgu, who have just looked so much better in recent days. Gideon, I think, was very consistently the second best player on this team behind Teddy. But now that the rest of the team is playing well, his aggressive early games have looked fantastic. And he is getting backed up by his squad, backed up by a strong top laner. Roamer is in form. I wouldn't put Roamer on the most improved just yet, but I think there's definitely some more growth to be had there for this player, who's finding larger impacts in team fights than I think Loki did. And the Loki's laning phase seemed a little bit more stable.
Yeah. We are looking at some stats from Pleta's recent couple of matches that he had. All victories, 4 games in a row he has won. Some very impressive stat lines with 0-0 and 21 on Lulu, and 29 assists on Melio in one of those games. He also played Camille and Bard, so it does feel like he is very much in the meta, can play all the meta supports. From what I remember, we haven't seen too much of Pleta, but I think he should fit Diablo's style a little bit more. He is not afraid to throw down the gauntlet and just go in.
Yeah.
Especially if he's playing something like Camille, so maybe that could happen today.
The Camille stats have him at 2 deaths in that game, and if you have a 2-death Camille support game, it means you probably won the game yourself, and you won the lane so hard that you are taking over. He has 4 kills in that game as well. And I think that means a lot in terms of what his performance was. We don't know what the rest of the game was. I don't have the context of everything that happened, but it's generally a pretty good look for a KDA like that, since Camille is very squishy as a support, and like Pyke, can often just end up being 5 or 6 deaths, even in a win later on in the game. So here we go into the draft. Lucian on the mind of a lot of people right now. We didn't see it in our first series.
It's banned.
It was banned. I think that might continue to be the case here right now. It's just so powerful.
Banned first rotation in both of the games by the team that was first picking. So
scarier on second pick because you get the Melio with it, and we have seen a few pickaways otherwise. As we're once again going to see Teddy's Ezreal target banned here.
Definitely a good idea, especially if you want to first pick Jarvan. And Karma going to be banned as well. Curious if the Bard gets a look in.
Yeah, Rumble will probably be the third ban for Breon, but as you say, Bard is the other one that's kind of in question here. For Nongshim Red Force, could certainly be the case, as they'll take away Gideon's... So many teams have been doing this against Gideon right now because he's just so good at the pick.
He had that one play that we highlighted where he mega coned in and got that sick double kick into the wall, and then people were like, nope, never again. He is not allowed to play that pick. He is too good. But definitely not a top jungle tier pick at this moment, as Azir banned. So Rumble's open, and so is Bard.
So is Vi. So if you give... I feel like giving Rumble over means you are almost priced into taking the Vi away, but instead they'll still go for the Jarvan first pick. So now 100 Breon can pick Rumble Vi themselves if they want to, or if they have another counter pick in mind. I mean, the Xin is still good with Rumble. They're going to get the Lucian, though, instead. And so now, does Pleta steal the Milio away?
Or just Ashe Seraphine?
I think that's more likely.
But then Diablo's playing Ashe. So... yeah, it feels like Nongshim have put themselves in a very awkward spot.
I think maybe they expected the Vi, and they were hoping to get the Lucian lane themselves. But they still have the Caitlyn Bard here, which is another strong winning lane. It's actually quite tricky to play the Milio Lucian into this. There's so much damage in this 2v2.
We just saw it take over the entire game against KT.
I think there's some finesse required to win this lane as the Lucian Milio, but you absolutely can. And now I think you gotta ban Vi if you're Nongshim Red Force, because it just works so well with the burst upfront damage that this 100 Breon composition has. For 100 Breon themselves, maybe looking for protection of one of their solo lanes, depending on what they want to prioritize here, and it looks like we have our answer with this Anivia ban. Now you can also try to thin the jungle pool out and go for 2 jungle bans here, Vi plus the Xin, for example. Nocturne, also a great shout with the Rumble.
The Anivia ban is so good, actually, into Nongshim specifically, with Kingen being able to pilot it in the top lane against the Rumble too. But obviously it makes it easier to pick stuff like Ryze if you want to do that. So that one kind of seemed like a no-brainer in this spot against this team. What else do they ban here?
If you want to go for Ryze, ban Cassiopeia. You have pick priority. Maybe you get the Ryze ban out of them, and then you get Vi. So you get Vi or you get Ryze, whichever one you prefer in this situation if you are Roamer. And I think that if I'm Nongshim Red Force, I'd actually prefer the Vi ban. And I think they agree. This pick of the Ryze right now has just not been finding that much success, and it also doesn't fit the theme of this comp completely.
Yeah. I don't feel like Ryze is that Omega strong where it's like, okay, I'm going to ban 2 things and he's just going to take over the game. I feel like there are other options for Scout.
I want to see a pick for casting that allows them to set up for a Lucian Burst. As for some reason, Romerte looks absolutely exhausted. They continue to put him on camera, but
he's on the grind.
He's going to need to wake up. We got a game to play, but in the final moments here, we'll see what the counter pick is ultimately going to be. It's going to be the Ambessa, and they get the Annie. So they've now turned this composition into more of a dive and pick-focused comp. And this Lucian, it's great to play that into Lucian because Lucian has to go so far forward to do his damage and to put his pressure on, and that's where you often get caught.
Talon. It can jump over the Cataclysm wall.
Gideon here, if he goes for this pick, it's a lot of burst, but it doesn't give you the setup. I misspoke earlier, by the way. I said casting to have the setup for this Lucian. I meant to say Gideon, of course. And Gideon does have a knock-up here, does have a really robust way to break up some of the engage here with Crescent Guard here for the engages that we're going to see from Nongshim Red Force, but it feels like the bans may have been a little bit misplaced. I feel like, yes, you got the Ryze, but it doesn't necessarily lead to strong side lane pressure. Like, the Realm Warp isn't going to be that powerful in this composition. And on the other side, they have so many things to threaten Teddy's Lucian, so it makes it really difficult for Teddy to do what he wants, especially because the range on this Caitlyn is so powerful. Diablo is never going to be under threat, really, in most situations, because he can just sit so far back, and then if you try to get into range with him, that's when the rest of the team just collapses.
Where is Lehens?
What a great sign.
Man, there's been a lot of interesting signs for the side of Nongshim. There's some signs where it's like, Danny, please draft well.
I mean, like I said,
there were like
it is...
4 people sitting right behind him like, Danny, please draft well.
It is unusual that there is no like statement about it, but he is not here. We don't know where he is officially.
Yeah. There has not been a lot of information given for that. As we are ready, let's hop into the Rift for game number 1. Here we go into match number 2 of the day, game number 1. As Bro on a hot streak, Nongshim on a cold streak. 5 losses in a row for Nongshim. They were 4-2 at some point. And didn't they lose that match to QMDRX early on? Yeah, that was week 2.
Yeah.
So that was one of their losses, actually.
That was
they were 4-2, but that was kind of like the beginning of where we were like, Nongshim, what's going on over there?
Yeah, that one was the kind of odd loss out where we were like, okay, that shouldn't have happened, but also felt like it was a bit of an overperformance from KRMDRX
and it's
on
happened
the day.
Again, Wolf, in round 2.
Yeah.
Another 2-0 from KRMDRX over
It's
Nongshim.
history repeating itself. It does make you wonder about, like, it makes you question, were Nongshim ever actually a top team? Because for a while we all kind of thought they definitely could be. And right now it's going to take a little bit more convincing, but with this new support lineup, we'll see if that changes favor here, as this is a really strong lane for Pletta's re-debut. You know, he's going to have a lot of agency here, a lot of power, so it will be tested very directly, but also it's a pretty simple lane for him to showcase his prowess.
It's also a pick where if he does not perform, it's going to be pretty obvious. Like,
Yes.
we've seen Bards take over games, but also Bards somewhat single-handedly lose games. So
yeah,
certainly a lot of pressure for him coming back. It does feel like whenever Pletta does come back nowadays, it's like, well, perform or you're getting benched again.
Pletta's played a lot of eclectic picks in the past, like the Pike. We've also seen him play double marksman. Very flexible.
Oh, flash on in. Scout in a lot of trouble here. That should be first blood. That easily, Roamer will pick it up in the mid lane as they take down Scout already.
Well, that's a huge win, and yeah, that's early game Gideon for you. And when he is firing with this team, you know, regardless of where he's applying that pressure, he has just constantly generated early game leads, like all season long. I keep going back to it, but my first wow moment from him this year was when he did it to Kanavi in their first series against Honda Life Esports at the very beginning of the LCK. Just been so good at finding this. And now this is Scout with no vision here on the river. Kites back towards the brush, and it's as simple as follow flashing here for Roamer and Gideon to take him out.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta expect an early gank from Gideon. Obviously, Scout was in a position where he wanted to push that wave in and then back away, or potentially play safer after that. Could have maybe expected it bot as well. We've seen a lot of bot level 3 ganks, but he elects not to go there and maybe kind of against the flow of what we expect. He goes into the mid lane, and maybe that's just because of Scout's positioning or because there's a Rise there, which is obviously very easy to set up the ganks. So either way, a good choice from Gideon. Looks like Teddy and Namgung are doing fine down here in the bottom lane.
I feel like I haven't seen from a, you know, east side player a performance like this in jungle, because you're playing on an east side team, right, that doesn't necessarily always have prio, always have control, where Gideon just keeps finding consistent pressure. It's Peanut-esque, as right now Kingan's worried. He knows there's a possibility he's going down here. There's no flash on Gideon, so he should be fine. But still, again, pressure acquired. It's really reminiscent of Peanut specifically, because in so many times in the past, Peanut would like always get something from a game. There's always at least something gained. And in this case, it's the same story as Diablo's in trouble.
Yeah, Diablo in a lot of trouble here. We are going to see Electrocute procs from Pletta, but that's still a winning trade here for the bottom lane of Teddy and Namgung. Teddy did use his... I thought he used his barrier in that trade. Perhaps not.
Yeah, I guess not. Maybe it was just the Milio shield you saw there.
Yeah.
That
Diablo did.
Yes, he did.
For sure.
And no flash down here for the side of Nongshim off of that trade, so I think they're
overall okay with it because they still have a lot of pressure here even without the barrier because of the range advantage and the poke that is much stronger for the Bard, especially with Electrocute. Electrocute Bard has just taken over the LCK. And you buff Electrocute enough times and players get mastery of Bard, finds out, you find out quick it's one of the best range supports. Bye-bye Nico.
Yeah.
Old news.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, it was really just Keria and like Duro would play it very occasionally, and then slowly but surely everybody was like, well, I guess I gotta learn this. Like, I was avoiding it for a long time. I wasn't very comfortable. And then now everybody's playing it. And if you don't play it, maybe you get subbed out, or maybe you just you have to pick other stuff like Seraphine and just kind of rely on other strong bottom lane duos and spanning the Bard.
And we might see the same thing evolve for like the Halo Blade Skarna we saw from Kellen earlier today. It's too early to tell, but it looked pretty good. Sponge is here, and Teddy still has Flash. He's got no ult for Namgung, so it's going to be tough.
They have heal, they have barrier. I mean, flashing forward from Teddy, though. Very dangerous. Going to take a bunch of damage on the backside of this. Sponge flashes out, and Diablo picks up the kill. As Teddy, he wanted to convert that play into something more, and he gets punished.
I thought maybe just flashing away to the left side there could have been the better play, but he wanted to make sure he could secure the kill in exchange. And he gets the flash out of Sponge, so it's not worthless, but definitely it feels like he could have maybe even survived there and doesn't get anything out of his barrier. This mid lane is not going well for the former EDG mid. Getting pushed in hard, did get killed earlier with the gank from Gideon, and it just feels like right now Roamer is taking everything from him. As we'll watch this flash angle here from Teddy again. Can't flash between the turret and the wall there, which is often an ideal location because of the really well-placed trap, but wants to do the damage and dies as a result.
Gideon's pressure being felt. I mean, they have a lot of pressure from mid as well, especially because Scout backs away. So Gideon just able to get on in there, steal the red buff away, take the Raptors away, and Sponge on the Jarvan. He's still going to be able to press Cataclysm and do things that Jarvans do, but the momentum that Gideon has and how powerful he is going to be will certainly be felt, you can expect.
Definitely. So, Caitlyn getting ahead in the early game, in the LCK. It's been happening a lot. And oftentimes it's through just lane power with something like a Bard, but it's also often through ganks and denying farm from the enemy AD carry. They got the kill, but they're not in a position yet to just push Teddy out of the game. It is a Lucian Milio lane after all, and Namgung will eventually hit level 6, so dive threats are not as potent as they could be otherwise. Although with the Jarvan here, still a powerful threat to this duo, but feels like there's a lot of safety here, so I think this might be the maximum that Nongshim can get out of the bottom 2v2 in terms of advantages here, but we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, pressure's still on. Bro does have that 1,000 gold lead, just all on the top side of the map. The Rise, the Xinjiao, and also casting. For the Mbessa, which Kingen picks face up into the Rumble. You don't necessarily feel very good early on.
Yeah, like very early on, you could do okay, but casting put the wave in a really bad spot for him and then started to generate a large lead there. The Hex Drinker buy for Kingen feels necessary, but it isn't long-term very helpful. It's going to be decent into the Rise later on, I suppose, with double AP, which is part of why he builds it, but just delays everything else you want to be as Ambessa. And we'll see if Teddy can get out of this lane and get unlocked in the mid lane where he can put more pressure on elsewhere. It's always going to be tough with this Caitlyn maintaining the advantage. And Diablo has been known for his aggressive trades. He will not just take the chip from Teddy. He won't just run away. He might actually look to punish. And with the Bard here, and also a Jarvan, certainly possible. I really love how Nongshim built a punish trap for the Lucian. As Scout is just going to drop a bear.
Yep. Drop bear's very dangerous, as we do know.
Yeah.
Scout.
That's why I've never been to Australia. I've heard too many stories. It's
same.
Not safe.
Can't go there. It's not a thing.
Every Australian told me about the drop bears and how I should be afraid of them. They're very dangerous, very concerning. Always look up, they said, especially if there's a eucalyptus tree nearby.
Yeah.
Said marsupials aren't all peaceful, so I definitely gonna...
Are they nocturnal, though?
I don't want to get into this.
Shout out to Hysterics. Hope he's doing well.
I'm sure he is.
Been enjoying his inner monologues. Great content.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about like Neferi dogs. We never mentioned dingoes, you know?
Yeah.
Dingoes need a shout at some point.
Do they?
Well, I think they deserve it. Right? Like, dingoes underappreciated canine when compared to like wolves, coyotes.
Yeah.
Obviously, domestic dogs. I mean, you got hounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no one
Isn't
really
a hound
gives.
just a dog? Is there like a? I mean, I know it's like a type of dog.
I just wanted to use another canine.
Oh, okay.
But people use the word hound, right, more than they would ever go for dingo.
Yeah, I feel like the word hound oftentimes gets used in like, you know, they're hounding them.
Yeah, it's a hunting. It's a hunting type thing. Like a hound, I think. I guess the term hound comes from the verb to hound, because that's what the hounds do.
Does it? I feel like the verb to hound comes from the hounds. You know?
This is a chicken and egg situation. Probably not, actually. Probably etymology has the answer, but you're going to have a bit of a potential skirmish here, trying to collapse onto Diablo, but Diablo's very aware of it, so surely he'll be fine.
It's going to be the ward gone. I do like how Pletta's kind of playing, you know, human ward, essentially, at this point, where you just put your body in front, but you're barred, so you got a little bit fast movement speed, and they're not necessarily going to be easily able to lock you down. We do have teleport available for both of these top laners if they want to try to start something, but
or finish something.
No dragon for 2.5 minutes, so nothing just yet. More pain for Kingen.
I just mentioned the finishing part because usually the Rumble doesn't like start the thing. Sometimes he can. It's Kingen who's considered to be one of the best Rumbles in the LCK. He's playing into it this time around on the Zambesa. He hasn't backed for a while, still holding onto that Hexstreaker buy. They both have teleport now, so that's just kind of the way of top lane. Will eventually be able to buy an item, gets a pickaxe and 2 long swords. With all of that money, he's banked up. Teddy is alone here, actually. Stay and get some extra gold. The rest of the top side is very bro favored in terms of gold. The lead that was picked up from Roamer has kind of compounded a little bit. Obviously, the Rumble, same story, but bottom side here just have not actually been able to put this Caitlyn down, and her lead has gotten larger as they take 4 plates. I mentioned I thought the lead that he had earlier was going to be about as far as it could go, but with no attention down here, or at least no successful attention, because we did see some, Diablo is still just running away with this one a little bit. And it's been a quiet game earlier on.
Bro and Brew, you know, just a classic. Hanging out, talking about hounds. Gideon is going to be Tempered Fated, but that is a Xinjiao with Flash and Crescent Guard, so potential first test here for Pletta, not exactly passed, but that's fine. Just trying to, you know, get presence in the bottom side, you know, try to push the enemy jungler away, trying to get some presence here and maybe go for the second dragon, as Gideon is going to go in and tries to go in onto Diablo and Pletta. The flash doesn't really do anything, but they are going to get on top of Sponge here, who has to flash himself, does flag drag away, but now Roamer comes on over, and the aggression is there. No help for Sponge, as a bit of damage does go into Gideon. If the net lands, maybe they kill him.
They wanted to give the kill over to Teddy so badly, and they still flub it in the end, and Gideon picks it up. But ultimately, a lot of resources used here for the side of Bro to get that done. Roamer flashing as well as Realm Warping in. Ultimates are all dropped down. But I don't think this is going to be punishable here for Nongshim, so it is going to be worth in the end. As Gideon initially decides, okay, I can go in here with my Crescent Guard and buy enough space. They wanted to stop the magical journey, but he's unfortunately unable to do that. Because Roamer is here, they are still able to get Sponge, because he gets the root here, which is buffered by Sponge. There's just no way for him to get out. And unfortunately, Teddy does not pick up the kill. That's definitely what they wanted. But still, the Xin will use the kill gold very well. Yeah. And the gold lead has shrunk here a little bit in the bottom side of the map.
I feel like Nongshim have to be careful about putting on too much pressure in the bottom lane, just because Ryze is dominating mid and he's Ryze. So You know, the Realm Warp's going to feel pretty good. They're going to catch Roamer here.
What if they just dominate the Rise?
There's going to be a couple stuns that do go in, but Roamer with the Catalyst is pretty tanky at this point in time, so he's just going to back away from that one as the ult be interesting from King, and he's going to try to flash, but Casting picks up the solo in the top lane.
By the way, in the meanwhile, Teddy is getting like the whole mid turret, and suddenly this lead for the Caitlyn is going to evaporate if there's no answer here. I mean, he's legit just going to finish this whole turret off here. And watch that gold league shrink even further down to 300 now. At one point, he was almost at 1,000, the advantage.
Flash stun does come in, and Scout kind of just gets a free kill in top lane, as that's a little bit unfortunate for Casting.
Yeah, greeting pretty hard there because he had TP. Good punish comes through from Scout. Did have to flash, but absolutely worth it. Actually puts himself into a gold lead briefly as a result of it. Watch this one more time. Yeah. I guess you want to cleanse the harpoon. I don't know.
I guess.
I think maybe needed to use it earlier or aggressively, but there was no way he was going to win that fight. So just a really nice calculation there from Casting until he stayed too long and got flashed on by Scout.
Yeah. Second Drake wasn't taken by either of these teams, so it does look like Bro have a pretty good setup there. Should be splitting Drakes in this early game. And also 3 Grubs. Could mean that this Rise does get some potential value in the side lane in the later stages, but we'll see how strong King gets if he ever becomes a real champion in this game, because right now he's not.
Really good call here, how Nongshim are playing knowing that Gideon's on this dragon. They're playing incredibly aggressively, looking for this Herald take, but they don't do it quickly enough, and Scout didn't TP down, so they had like all the tools, I think, to go for an early Herald take and look for a turn, and then they just didn't do it. And unfortunately, that as a result, now Bro have a real contest angle, and they have that dragon, so one apiece here to the Chemtech Soul. Gideon is also on Vision. See if Sponge tries to make anything of this. I don't think so.
Trading all for barrier in mid. Does look like Diablo, right back to work on the Caitlyn. He's going to start pushing the mid turret. And, it's not the first time a team with Diablo has felt like he is the one-win condition. But, starting this Herald here, it looks like Bro with the engage cone here from Gideon, but they immediately turn onto the Xin Zhao, who does have the Crescent Guard. Rift Herald kind of in an awkward spot. A lot of low health bars as the Bard is out of here already. Sponge as well is just going to go in, and that's going to be the end of the Rumble, but immediately trades back on the Sponge. Teddy has to flash away. He's getting low. That's going to be a zoning ult from Pleta. He does get a flash from that, so kind of just pushes them out of the fight.
Bizarre fight there.
We got the... Nothing. We don't have anything. Never mind.
A near public execution.
Yeah, it's slower now.
It is nerfed. I think teams are still, their top lane is still calibrating a little bit. I think it's kind of a weird nerf personally, because I thought before it wasn't too oppressive or anything like that. I thought it was really cool. Now it feels a little laggy. Just feels dissatisfying. Now this fight is initially set up really well by Gideon here. Unfortunately, Casting's ult is pretty, it's pretty lackluster, as we are not done.
Yeah, it looks like Kingen probably not very long for this world. Doesn't have flash and doesn't have a health bar anymore. Roamer gets up there with the gank. And this Rise is getting pretty big.
And the struggles of the Ambessa continue here for Kingen in particular right now in this game. Okay, well that last fight was pretty decent for Bro. The Rumble ultimate wasn't super high value. It zoned, but they couldn't actually collapse in and punish with it, but they were able to escape. Here it's just Kingen pushing this wave really. It's not... The first time we've seen a top laner do that this game was earlier. We saw from Casting after getting that kill, he stayed too late, but this is a little bit more extreme in Kingen's case. And down he will go. Roamer, like you said, starting to be a little bit larger, but he's only 560 gold ahead of Scout. It's not like the lead is insurmountable, but he's going to get his rod completed at some point. Well, specifically in a less than 5 minutes point. Once that's done, though, my point is that he'll be closer to hitting level 16 and doing massive amounts of damage all over the map. So that's a little scary.
Diablo really has had one goal in this game, and that has been to push turrets. Got bot turret, mid turrets, 2 plates. Rift Herald just go over to Gideon. And Diablo take a little bit of damage, but he's fine.
That was the Milio effect right there. That Lucian getting a bit of extra reach, but isn't going to be any sort of CC that can lock Diablo down, so it doesn't ultimately amount to anything there. This top turret, though, looks like it's just going to straight up go down, and Kingen he is not enjoying his time, no matter where he is on the map right now. And everyone else is enjoying interacting with him because it feels like he's a treasure goblin, and this one dropping money everywhere.
Oh, we are going to have a little bit of a scrum here over the red buff.
A scrum, you say?
Yes. I think that's like a rugby term.
Yeah, isn't it though, like kind of like a huddle where you get together and kind of, yeah, I don't know, it's like more than a huddle. You kind of like move around left and right.
It was like how they started the match, where like, you know, there's like a big group of people in the middle fighting over the ball, and that was the scrum.
See, if this was the Wallace duo, then we'd have a little bit more of an Australian perspective when we're over here talking about dingoes and drop bears and stuff like that, but it's just two Americans trying to figure it out.
Degon says scrum is the start of play when they have the ball in the middle. So yeah, basically
okay.
I was right.
So I was completely wrong. Yeah. I don't know what
just totally off.
What's the thing where they do the huddle but it's really aggressive that I saw on a Friends episode one time? What's that one called?
Kind of sounds like a mosh pit or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Degon's trying to provide context. He's a sports ball player. Oh, he's saying it's called ruck.
Oh.
Okay. Well, it is a thing.
I guess we're just all wrong. We'll stick to the League of Legends, I guess.
So was it more of a ruck or a scrum?
We'll never know.
Spongy, you're going to get realm warped on.
Yeah, Diablo's just dead. That came in very late. To Tempered Fate. Even if that does come down, he just dies anyway, so it's not Pletta's fault. Sponge in a bit of trouble himself, and now he got a lot of tempo here for the side of Pro as they're going to drop the Rift Herald and continue pushing mid.
Yeah, that Equalizer just makes it so there is no even semblance of a contest here on this charge to take out the inner turret. It's also going to be a second dragon here for Bro. And honestly, individual Chemtech dragons don't feel that bad when you're running the Milio on your side. They are in a very strong position in this game now, moving up to a near 3,000 gold lead after the play there. And I think the surprising angle here was the Realm Warp, right? Diablo is otherwise positioned pretty well here. They just did not expect the full behind enemy lines Realm Warp to come through, and then the collapse comes through onto Diablo. And Scout wasn't here. If Scout was here, maybe he could set up more CC and they could defend this, but it was just a proactive, or proactive, I should say, play that Nongshim could not answer.
Yeah, it's the new face of Bro. I mean, I know we've had kind of a slow early game, but, you know, proactive plays and looking to get aggressive and set up stuff on their terms.
Brackrow.
Brackrow, yes. The whole chat, by the way, was like, Mac Bro is just so much better, and you guys were just ignoring it the whole time. You're like, nope, Brackrow.
Wait, why is Macro so much better?
Mac Bro.
Oh, Mac Bro.
Yeah, because
I didn't have chat open, sorry.
Yeah, well...
Sorry, it's Brackrow now. We ruined it.
I think Brackrow is sillier, so I like it more. Because it doesn't sound like a real word. Whereas Macbro kind of does.
Brackrow sounds aggressive.
It does, yeah.
And also kind of like that character from Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
Yeah. I don't know who that is.
That's okay. You've got a lot of great TV to watch.
Yeah.
Later, if you ever want to remember 90s personalities getting interviewed by Space Ghost in a very strange and out of context way.
Yeah. Nowadays I have tons of time to watch TV shows.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I'm just kind of sitting on my butt.
The episodes are short. You know, you could even probably just listen to the audio only. As Teddy is not going to be able to defend this mid turret, but they are going to get a turret in exchange on the outside.
Okay, so in Rugby Union, a ruck is an informal, fast-paced contest for the ball on the ground immediately following a tackle, while a scrum is a formal, ordered set piece used to restart a play after a minor infringement. So yeah, I was right.
So it was a scrum?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like when you restart the play and you scrum, you know, for the ball. I don't know if you can use it like that as a verb.
So they scrummed for red buff? Because that was, it was a red buff contest there. Okay, all right.
Yes.
I mean, there was nothing happening in the game, so I'm glad we got that confirmation from, I assume, Degon. He usually signs his letters to us, but that time he didn't, so it could have been, you know, Yundo or anybody else for all I know. Is Pletta, you can't be in that brush.
Well, he's going to land the stun, and he is barred, so I guess this time he can be in the brush.
Well, I mean, technically he left the brush immediately afterwards, so I don't think he could. If he stayed there, I think it would have died, Valdez.
I think you're right, yes.
He took a lot of damage, which won't necessarily matter, but we're looking at, Baron is too hard to set up for us. This is optimistic from Sponge. But, won't casting see him? I think he has an idea.
Yeah, a bunch of pings came down, so they're like, hey, he's taking your Gromp.
We don't have either team in a position where they can start Baron, although with the actualizer here for Roamer, I suppose Bro are getting close to being able to actually get that one going. But as a result of it, we're going to have a bit of a slow, what we like to call in the LCK, lull state here, where nothing is happening.
Bro and Brew.
Bro and Brew, as we normally call it in Bro games, where they're being a little bit more calm right now compared to their more aggressive nature in the early game. So Nongshim are going to be able to farm up and scale up a little bit. But the problem is that Caitlyn's time has kind of passed. This Ambessa isn't getting stronger and more relevant necessarily in this game. So really it's just them trying to find find a punish here while Bro are kind of crossing their T's, dotting their I's type of thing. And so it'll quiet down for a little while. I mean, it's already been a little bit quiet, but it'll once again quiet down until this dragon spawns, and we'll have a fight for that, where Bro are looking for Soul Point, but it's just Soul Point for Chemtech Soul, so if they don't like the look of the fight, they can certainly opt out. This gold lead has been fluctuating between 2.5 and 3K here. Still definitely an angle with this Annie composition. They have a lot of pick. If they just blow Teddy up, or Roamer especially, Nongshim can get right back in this game.
Culling comes down, Pleta at half health, but Teddy did take a little bit of damage himself. So some healing going to come out from both parties here. Roamer just going to kind of drop himself in the bush and die as Gideon says, what? I'm going to go in too, but now I'm alone. We don't have a rise. This is now another great angle for Sponge as he's going to get Gideon and force the flash there. Now very low. Sponge going to force this one as he gets the Cataclysm. Goes straight onto the Rumble, and he dies himself as Diablo in a bit of trouble, but he's going to skirt away from that one. And now the Ambessa finally finds some relevance in this game, picks up a huge bundle of gold.
A lot of cooldowns used by Teddy to try to kill Diablo there at the end of the fight, but that meant that, yes, Kingen will actually be relevant here, as Rumble in the final moments, they're not. So we will see an attempted escape here from Nangung.
Yeah, he's just going to die, and they should be able to get this Chemtech Drake. Either way, very interesting face check here.
I don't really agree with this call here from Roamer, but the ensuing play actually was done really well here, with the equalizer placement making it really difficult to follow up. Teddy's damage comes through, and then casting, even without equalizer, is actually going to do a lot here in this fight when he goes golden. Sponge goes in, I think, a bit too aggressive without Diablo's follow-up. Follow-up from Diablo is a little bit slow here. Then watch Teddy try to go on to Diablo and now just be a little bit out of his element and die. I think if he's kiting back here, maybe they don't end up getting those kills. But it ends up being a, I think, best case scenario here for Nongshim, frankly. They end up cleaning the gold lead up, resetting it to 0, and then getting that dragon, evening us up at 2 apiece here. So now, kind of feels like anyone's game. And like, I mean, I didn't mean to cast or curse it or bless it, but like I said, if you kill Roamer, the team does kind of fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Roamer's really strong right now. He just hit his actualizer spike, and I mean, he was very obviously ready to throw down. Like, he's like, okay, I'm going in, guys. Follow up. You know, I'm gonna do tons of damage, but you can't if you're CC'd. Not his rise. And Kingen, he was very far behind, but now there's a giant stripe in his name. 2.3k gold for the Ambessa as he finishes the Maw. Buys the medallion. Probably Death Dance next. I guess he could go GA.
And both are great options. I think I'd probably prefer Death Dance in this game as Diablo.
Yeah, nice calling is going to come down. We also have the Realm Warp, and again, Bro find a nice angle here. Pleta doing his best to try to keep him alive, but it's not going to work as Diablo, no sums and no health bar.
3 huge long-range ultimates just dropped on his head. Calling, Realm Warp, and Equalizer, and he doesn't have Flash, and he's just dead. So
stop the back. Kingen's going to get some value in the side lane. Scout's just kind of hanging out in mid and might just die for it. There's the extension on the autos.
I think he wanted to try to get a flank angle off there, but he's just found and removed, like, I don't know, surgically by Bro. They were like, I don't like this Scout. It's asked Surgeon, can you remove the Scout from my hip?
Yeah. It's been bothering me for a while. Can we remove this?
I don't like it. It looks a little suspicious. It might cause a flank to happen.
Yeah. Troublemaker.
Well, it's only 1,000 gold to lead, but the tempo is definitely back in the hands of Hanjin.
Okay, Pleta will be okay. Stops the back of Teddy, I guess. If we're looking on a positive light.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, again, you know, like the Bush thing with Pleta earlier, I'm like, is he okay? He's alive. You know, it's a bit up for debate. Also, I forgot to mention a fourth ultimate. It wasn't the long-range one, but the Crescent card was also dropped on Diablo. As yeah, Scout here, not really sure about this one. Again, I thought maybe looking for a flank, also trying to clear the wave there, but Hanjin players were too nearby for him to be in that zone. It was definitely not allowed.
Still feels like Bro is in a pretty comfortable position at this point. I mean, Nongshim are still in the game for sure. This doesn't feel like one of those gold leads where it's like, oh, Nongshim have no chance. But this keeps happening, as this time they're going to be able to get that warp to come in, as now Roamer is just pushing forward. It's going to get the flash out of Pleta.
If Roamer's going to play like this, I mean, they gave him a lot of attention early, and yes, he did have the big whoopsie earlier. You know, a bit of a whoopsie walking forward there and getting caught. But besides that, you could see the Rise angle. You know, we were like a little bit like, I'm not sure about this pick. You know, he had the double bans for protecting it.
It was expensive.
It was expensive, but the way it's panning out is absolutely worth it. You know, the Bros trusted him. They put some resources into him, and now he's got his Zonias. So he's not going to die the same way he did in his single death of the game so far a second time. That's not going to happen. And he's going to continue to actualize. So very scary here for Diablo, who is trying to think that being a screen away is safe enough. But against Bros comp, kind of not.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many threats. They can close the gap so quickly. Lucian so fast and can do stuff like this. And, of course, the Realm Orbs have been very aggressive. And now we got a deep TP behind them once again as they're trying to get Diablo to safety here. The equalizer going to be good. They just flash on top of Pleta, and Scout is basically already dead. And now Kingen not in a great spot himself, trying to make his way to the disengage cone. And will be able to. Just thanking his lucky stars that existed. As Bro is going to go ahead and just take the Baron.
All right, slow, calculated. And if you're a Bro fan and one of the Bro leavers like myself, who is technically possible to still make the Legend group, not mathematically eliminated. Yeah. The gold grab, you're just going to ignore that part where it got kind of close for a second, because besides that one big whiff, they have just never let go control of the tempo. This ward is amazing, and the angle on the equalizer while they try to retreat through this choke point is set up by Teddy. Teddy's like, all right, they're going to have to split here. Once they see the Rumble, like, what do? Do you go through mid? You're getting collapsed on there. Do you go through the choke point? The Rumble loves that as well. And Casting is having a phenomenal game here. But, I mean, I think everybody is. And for the side of Nongshim, this Caitlyn got ahead, but they have not been able to escort her around the map. I mentioned the CC, the ways to punish this Lucian pick. It just has not worked out here with this Annie for a Scout for Nongshim. And now we're looking for a soul point for either team. Scout does have Flash and Tibbers, but he is also very far away from his teammates right now.
Bro just trying to group up mid, actually, with the Baron.
Bracro!
And take the inhibitor. I mean, certainly going to be worth it for the one Drake if you consider the trade. Part of me feels like, though, maybe they could have just, you know, taken the Drake a little bit more aggressively and then taken the inhibitor anyway, but I mean, it's still very nice for the side of Bro. I don't think that one Chemtech Drake is going to do Nongshim much good at this point.
I think that's the only way that Bro could lose the game, though, is messing that up.
As trying to catch Roamer. And the follow-up, not quite there. He's going to go golden. Sponge has to flash away. The equalizer doesn't hit anyone. Sponge trying to be a champion and just dies. And that's not what you want out of your Annie. As Nongshim have to run away as fast as they possibly can.
And I think that might just be the end of the game. They are pushing through here. So many tools are down. Diablo doesn't have Flash. And this Super Wave is moving towards the mid lane very rapidly. They have Baron for another 75 seconds. They just siege this up.
That's a lot of damage from Teddy.
Wait till Roamer presses Actualizer. You'll see some real damage. Look at his positioning on the Rise. He's coming in.
All right, they're just going to press their buttons, go straight forward. That is going to be the GA going down, but they're just trying to brute force the Nexus, and I think they should be able to, as Casting tanks it up, and the Nexus does go down. Bro, a solid victory in game number 1.
There was one error, but for the rest of the game, almost everything felt just so incredibly clean from them. Bottom side, they found the Caitlyn lead. They were able to expand on it. There weren't a lot of resources given to try to stop Diablo from getting a lead, but he couldn't use it in the mid game. He was punished at every turn. And when he stopped getting realm walked on and dying, it was because he was like 2 screens away and not hitting any champions, was way too safe. And Bro were just proactive, as they always have been over the last few weeks. And I don't have any notes for Pleta per se in this one, but a lot of his plays were very reactionary and not able to set anything up. I have a little bit more notes for Scout on this Annie. I think just not finding the value that he needed to with his composition that was so revolving around his ability to set up and peel for Diablo. He did a lot of damage with Tibbers, don't get me wrong, but he certainly did not do his job
7
as Annie.
So number 7 from Degon. We'll see what that means in the future. 7 out of 10, okay. Well, either way, Nongshim losing top, losing mid. Definitely not a lot of pressure to get their Caitlyn farther ahead, and they do drop game number 1 as Hunter Brian still looking strong as we head into the break.
계속 버프 붙일게.
잘하면 버프 끝내자 이번에.
4초. 민성아 나 이거 백업 봐줘. 나 물릴만해.
오케이. 자르만 노플 농구야 얘들아 지금.
확인했어.
브라이드랑 끝내자 이번에. 30중이야. 나 3타 모아놓을게.
나 위로 줄게. 나 위로 가볼게.
각 벌려봐 얘들아.
라인 쓰면 잘 거야.
각 벌려봐.
나 위로 가볼 거야. 바드 피장탄 줘. 타워 치면서 보자.
타워 치면서 봐 얘들아. 쭉 쳐줘.
각 벌리자. 쌈보야.
라클 없어.
타워 치면서 봐.
큐어 빠졌다. 같이 가볼게. 일단 자랑부터.
나름 열어봐.
캐틀 봐줘 캐틀.
쌈봐.
타워 쳐 얘들아. 끝났어.
타워 쳐줄래? 타워 쳐줄 거야. 타워 쳐주면 좋은데.
굿.
오 나이스. 안 죽었다.
Close your eyes, breathing deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
That's right. You might have seen there at the end, I was holding up the 7. That's because that is the 7th win in a row, an organization best here for Brion. And they are 1 win away from the longest winning streak in organization history at 4 wins in a row. But the Noodle Boys have something to say about that. It is Hanjin Brion up 1-0 over Nongshim Red Forest. Stegon here alongside Ox and Huni. And again, we got to start the draft. This was a unique one where a lot got through here.
Yeah, I mean, Jarvan first pick we've seen be more and more prevalent, but giving over both the Rumble and the Lucian, getting the Lucian Milio, and you kind of saw that Teddy was just able to run away with the game a good amount after a certain point. We also get the Ryze coming through, second rotation, which I found really weird because they banned Anivia Cassiopeia. It was super telegraphed. They still got the Ryze despite that, and we saw, Ryze has risen in priority since the changes to runes. I thought he'd honestly drop with Phase Rush going, but we've been really enjoying Deathfire touching him. We also like the response to the Ryze being the Annie and then having the Ambessa into Rumble. We saw Ambessa not doing that well into Rumble. It was the typical response, but like the ult changes have just made the matchup even worse. I just feel like Nongshim just didn't get as much compared to all the power picks they gave over.
I definitely do agree. Especially I think the Kate bar into Lucian Milio. Like at least it showed like few minute. I guess it's like the pressuring bottom as much as they can, trying to get the power play, trying to get the ball power as much as they can, go for Drake soul point. Like those kind of things has to appear to order to win from the Nongshim draft to win. But you look at it, the Rumble has a top prio, Ryze has to be prio, Xin Zhao just so free in the map. It's so easy for them to help bottom.
How is Xin Zhao last pick in this draft, by the way?
Crazy.
They're just not getting, I don't know, they're just getting everything.
Yeah, there were a couple of times there on the bottom side of the map where the Caitlyn trap was just short of punishing maybe Teddy from stepping up too far after being Bard ulted. So it could have been an even larger early game lead. Now, rarely do we get to see Rumble. But even more rare is it that we get to see Rumble and have the wonderful connoisseur of Rumble, Mr. Huni's review.
Nice. Honestly, I was like, as soon as he solo killed Denry top lane, that was a 4.5 stars.
Wow.
He lane really well. The Ninja top is a big approve against the double AD, the top and jungle. He built a giant belt and then he went to hunting guys. And I was like, huh?
Yeah, what was that for?
I don't know. Probably he was waiting for Jaxio and teamfight. I don't know. Teamfight, no. The ulti, not for me. Don't need 2 stars. So total 3.5.
It's not the worst review we've seen, but definitely needs some work.
Huni's not a big fan of zoning ults, whether they win the fight or not. You got to land those ults. As we take a look at some of the plays here for Brion. Here in the mid lane, Teddy's doing good, but he gets caught out.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like they were getting so much value from this Ryze pick, setting up these plays with the ultimate. You want to try and contest the mid wave. Suddenly, Roma is setting up both him and the Jarvan, the Xin Zhao arriving behind you and just easily jumping onto your AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, they're abusing like the summoner's spells, the Caitlyn, the flash down. It's so well, the calculations, and the Ryze ulti using aggressively that way, like there's nothing they can do, and especially and also Nongshim just recognizes that, oh, these guys no matter what die, and they just back off like 4 people. Still, it was like nice play, but the first of all, they should have not been there.
Yeah, and then after that, Nongshim started pumping the brakes a little bit because although they were trading back and forth, that Caitlyn was fed. Once they got cut, they're like, ooh, we don't want to make sure that happens again. So the game slows down. It's several minutes till this happens, 7 minutes to be exact, and it happens twice in a row in the mid lane.
Hey, I've seen this before. Elmo behind. Not much. Yeah, not much you can do about this situation. Diablo goes down. That focus once again there, and I feel like at this point in the game, we really saw Teddy just be unleashed on the Lucian and able to just start really challenging very deep into Nongshim territory here. Getting the jump onto Scout. We see the stun comes in, cleanse instantly from the Milio, and it's just more kills being picked up.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, again, like, it's just a start from the draft, like, losing early game with this type of the compositions and playing against these comps. Like, not having tier 1 mid turret, tier 2 mid turret, it's so critical in not having the vision setup, like, playing against these, like, diving comp. It's just really unplayable, and I think it's really big shout out to the Hanjin Brion as well, just like playing there, they know the limits, like how they can punish the enemy if they're overstepped.
It's just a really great understanding of the composition, because we so often saw when it was like Lucian Nami meta, Lucian's big strength was just challenging in the mid lane, really hard to walk up to him, but then using the Ryze as well to kind of cut them off and ensuring that you can't just play defensively. They pulled this off multiple times, and it felt like Nongshim had no real response to stop this from happening.
So I said earlier we had a lot of hyper focus here. I was watching the bros. Hooney's watching the top lane for the Rumble. Plata comes in. Dan, one of your favorite supports, possibly. How do you feel like he did, and what can they do to change up for game number 2?
I think he had a bit of a tough game, not for his own personal performance. I just don't think there was a ton he could do. A lot of times they were diving onto his AD carry, and there just wasn't enough tools in his kit to deal with the threats, especially playing bot into like a Lucian Milio. Even if you land the stun, which is difficult, there's the cleanse available, hard to land the Tempered Fate. So I think there were some things that really hamstrung them from having the most impact in the game.
1-0 is the score. Hanjin Brion trying to deliver a organization best 4th win in a row. Nongshim trying to figure out what combination of players works for them. A win here could go a long way. Let's see what happens here in game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers. As we're getting ready for game number 2, indeed, it does feel like so much momentum and tempo vibes is all in the bro camp at the moment. Nongshim still struggling to figure out how to play as a squad, how to draft as well, as that game number 1 was certainly rough. Giving over the Rumble, giving over a lot of other stuff. As we're looking pretty good, but the Nongshim fans have not given up just yet.
Not yet. Says you can win. They can. And there were certain moments and opportunities in that game to potentially take that one away as well. But moving to game 2, a lot of those power picks are gone. The Lucian is gone, the Rumble is gone, the Annie is gone. Like it was a very unusual game 1 draft for Fearless. So the bans could actually become a little bit strange here. And we'll see some focus on maybe some jungle picks here. See if Gideon's Lee Sin gets banned again, because I feel like that's such an expensive ban. There are so many great Lee Sin players in the LCK, like Owner, notably, obviously. Even Canyon is really good at the pick. But if you ban that, you're really, you know, it feels like you're saying, well, I'm so scared of this one specific pick rather than thinking about compositions.
Yeah, a little bit of a desperate ban, if you will. Hanjin Brion do end up with first pick, as second pick was the choice here for Nongshim Red Force. Definitely makes sense going into game number 2. Especially with a lot of big OP picks off the board.
But you gotta make sure, you know, that's the pick that you're counter picking for isn't too OP, like the Rumble, as we saw.
Yeah.
We did see the counter pick for Kingen, for example.
A lot of our teams have figured that out.
It's a little...
Some of our teams have not.
A little strong. Varus, going to be banned here actually on the first pick side, which I find a little bit surprising. See if they ban Nocturne second, which we see, well, with the Orianna already banned, they will not. But we often see that when Orianna is making it deeper through the first phase to see if they can get that out. and get something else to prevent the Orianna Nocturne on second pick. We haven't seen Aurora yet. That's one of the strongest mid laners that's left available here. Cassiopeia and Anivia feel more like Ryze counter picks than super strong in their own right. Ezreal, one of the safest picks left, but a little bit less prio, I thought, with the Jarvan gone. But it's still Teddy on the other side, and they will respect it. And even with second pick here, they're also going to ban the Karma away from Nongshim Red Force.
Nocturne, still going to be respected. So they ban Orianna and Nocturne.
Is the safest first pick just a Aurora pick? I wonder what they're actually thinking here.
Could be a jungler if you want to go like the Pantheon route, even though I know he's fallen off.
It's just first pick Lee Sin. The casters are silly. It's actually the top pick right now.
You could also just take an AD carry and hope you get, you know, the other side of it, but no, it will be that Pantheon.
I think with a lot of the strongest mid picks removed here, you can't go for a blind first pick mid, and you need both parts of your bottom duo. And since your first pick, you can't get that. So I think the Pantheon is just the jungle pick they opt for here, ultimately, rather than the Lee Sin. And does have a clear identity you could start to set up with it. As it looks like Ashe Seraphine will be the opt-in here. There's no Bard. So that is potentially problematic here. We have seen Teddy and Namgung really enjoy to play a lot of different aggressive lanes like Pyke or Elise into this.
Yeah.
With the Mel. They could also just try to go toe-to-toe with a Lulu lane.
Support Skarn.
Nah. They couldn't have practiced that. Only Kellen's practicing that.
Okay, just Kellen
Namgung can't know how to play it yet automatically. This is not what I expected, by the way. The all-in kill lane of the Misfortune Nautilus. We've seen a few teams attempt this. At EWC, it was looking real rough. We saw a few teams try it. Did not work.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, MF can certainly survive the lane. I feel like it's a good pick if you just want to get through the lane, but also tons of CC locked up already for the squad, so MF just goes up in value for team fights as well.
Skarner. Really good with the Seraphine, so makes a lot of sense. Especially when you consider the MF now, you're just like, all right, well, I'm just going to grab you and pull you out of your ultimate and potentially impale you. Also very tanky. A lot of the time when you're fighting 3v3 with the Pantheon's burst just can even kill the enemy jungler who's trying to hold the line. Very difficult to do that to a Skarner because he just has so much health. J-Span. That's interesting. I don't know if that was really on the table here for Hanj and Brian.
Yeah, and you and I are, a lot of us are big haters of Jace in general.
I don't like Jace blind that much right now, but I especially don't feel like it's a champ I want to play with Misfortune and Pantheon, or even the Nautilus. Just doesn't really fit the theme. As Victor makes a lot of sense here. We're kind of going down the tier list, and Victor has risen with Deathfire Touch. And so many phase rushers have fallen as well at the same time, since that rune is removed. What? I mean, do they ban Gnar here?
Yeah, like Gnar, Renekton, Cassante.
Because they have pick priority, so they can just, if they want to blind Renekton themselves, they can take away the Gnar here and feel pretty good about it, but you'll still be running into the Vayne. So they will ban the Vayne, and still looking for the Gnar rather than the Renekton, likely, which could just be banned here now in turn by Hanj and Bria. A lot of these bans are so telegraphed in this meta. We have so many quote-unquote counters that you can just like spend 2 bans to get beaten by 1 ban on the other side. We'll see what they do, as Casting is like cleaning up his desk real quick.
Yeah, he's also talking quite a lot. They're going to ban the Renekton instead.
Okay, so I guess the Gnar value goes down a little bit, but still feels very blindable.
Yeah, I mean, if you're blinding, which it does look like they wanted to do with those 2 bans, you just got to pick, you know, there's not a lot of good blind picks, which is why we do see Jace in the first place. TF has been picked in an R top multiple times now.
Olaf, a little bit of a different flavor. I like it for the comp.
Olafs in one day?
I mean, it works really well with Pantheon. Both of these picks work well with Pantheon because the Olaf is just going to be pushing hard and will always love when somebody's holding that target in place. Same with the Nautilus. And the Twisted Fate just offers global presence that the Pantheon can follow, and vice versa. I think Namgung is
smirk there from
having fun, but the Aurora makes a lot of sense here. Even blind especially with the struggles that Scout has been having recently. It's hard to imagine he's going to punish one of the strongest picks left in the pool here. But let's wait and see what he's got in mind. As Mel has been a common response.
Taliyah? Ari?
Ari Skarner, actually kind of a thing.
Taliyah?
Okay, Taliyah is going to be the opt-in.
Taliyah slowly creeping her way back into the meta.
It Aurora top or Twisted Fate top? Kind of feel like you could play both here, actually. The Twisted Fate's more common
yeah, we've
right
seen
now.
it a lot more nowadays.
And it is going to be, I think, more valuable with the top role quest, actually, weirdly enough.
Oh.
Although...
Oh. Hold the phone.
Well, that's going to be a swamp there. Oh, I feel like the mid-roll quest and
Swap back.
The mid-roll quest and the top roll quest favor these two champions better this way. Like the stats feel stronger on the Aurora, and the levels and the extra experience feel better for Twisted Fate. So that's part of it for me, as we are going to see that common response to come through after the double swap, keeping it open-ended for a little bit there. Makes you wonder if they weren't actually sure or if they were just kind of teasing us there.
Yeah.
But I do respect that both players are willing to play this in this situation here for Hanjin and Brion. This comp is very simple, but it also needs to get off the ground early, or I do think they can really struggle into all of the CC and setup here in this composition for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, a lot of control on the side of Nongshim. We'll see what happens, who gets ahead this time around as we hop on the rift for game number 2. Alrighty, game number 2. Bros on a 7-game winning streak, a 3-match winning streak. Nongshim kind of the opposite, but even a longer losing streak. They got 2-0 the last couple of times out.
Let's be honest, everyone's getting 2-0 in the
last
LCK right now.
3 times.
Like, we have
they
had
did
so
win a game
many
against
2-0s.
Hamalite Esports.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That was...
That's the kind of anti-Kiwon loss for them. Like, sometimes they have the unexpected, really close game against top team.
Yeah.
And then sometimes do lose to QMDRX. As Pleta is going to ignore this, and I'm going to find out about Ashe Seraphine.
Yeah, kind of a confusing time to go for a hook. Not going to help out.
A lot of the time, Nautilus just likes to skill W there, actually.
Yeah.
And not be taking damage.
Yeah, he has Aftershock, so maybe he thought he could just kind of go in and out, but it's Ashe, so...
It's okay. He'll level up. He'll get some health
Ashe,
back.
yeah.
It's fine. As also, Hanjin and Brion have a friend coming over. And I don't think Pleta gave permission to Gideon to sleep over.
Well, it looks like they kind of backed away before they even saw Gideon. Maybe he like poked his head out of the tri-brush and they saw him. But that ward is going to do a lot of good.
Yeah, it is huge value. And Gideon will just be like, well, it's okay. Got his Gromp.
Yeah.
But this is like
Gideon jungle path.
This is the thing with Gideon. He just always makes an impact early. Like in every single game. Win or loss. Speaking of, he is 1-3 on this pick. It's not one of his best at the moment. Casting has not yet played professionally the Twisted Fate top response to the Gnar. Pleta's first Seraphine this season, obviously, but has a lot of experience on this pick. It's one of his better ones, actually, back in the day.
See, Kingen was 3-1. That was kind of the most impressive scoreline we saw out of all of those, as both these teams have more losses than wins, so that's kind of just the way it does go. Sponge is here, and they have a ward, so he could come through the wall, but at the end of the day, they're right next to the turret, so you're not really going to get a lot of value there. But Sponge didn't have much to do because he cleared the rest of his jungle outside of his Gromp, of course, which Gideon did steal.
Yeah. And that doesn't end up being too impactful there, but just going to be a Skarner, or rather a Pantheon that's trying to farm up. A Sponge is going to look for a second pass here.
Yeah, looking to get in. They take a bit of damage already. The Seraphine going to miss a lot, but he flashes through, and that is the kill. The first blood does go over to Sponge. but he does die himself.
That's pretty significant. You keep track of Gideon now, though, because jungler off the map. Always feels a little bit scary. Teddy is going to die in the exchange, but we'll get the gold back. And so we end up being fairly even here at the end of the day.
Yeah, really the biggest issue is that the bottom lane of Bro does not have any summoners.
CS as well, a little bit limited. As the lead here for the Twisted Fate is both in his passive, but also in the CS advantage he's picked up. So that does really even up the total global gold here between these two squads. Casting hits the red card for an aggressive trade there. He is fairly vulnerable to a Skarner gank, but that ward is going to really get some insane value. Well, maybe not.
Oh, he's going to get hopped on. Casting in a lot of trouble here. He's going to flash away, though, and Ghost. So actually not in too much trouble. Does have to use the summoners to get away, but certainly going to be worth it.
Unfortunately for him, also doesn't have his level 6 to ult back to the lane. So just going to have to get tier 2 boots and run as fast as he can.
You know the old sponge adage, which was, you know, either he's 0-2 making no impact or he's taking over the game. So far, we are leaning towards more of the taking over the game. I wouldn't say he's done that yet, but certainly having a better early game this time around, especially compared to Gideon, who hasn't been able to find anything just yet.
Ooh, that double up really hurts. But shields afterwards, but that will fade away. Teddy going to try to put this pressure on here with this Nautilus pick right now, as the hardest time has passed, the early levels, and the CS is now dead even. We do, however, have another jungle pass here from Spongy. He spent a lot of this game ganking, which is reflected in his lower farm numbers right now. But Teddy and Namgung are going to respect it. And the game slows down again. This time casting gold cards. Nar, be quiet. We're trying to cast the game. So I'm over it, you know? This is a professional game being watched by hundreds of thousands of people right now.
TF got his word in, though, at least. Sponge is still here. I mean, this is very telegraphed, but they have a level 6 Talia, so definitely... Sponge is on the wrong side of the wall, though, so he's not in a great spot, but they're still going to get this pick on a Namgung. But now the rest of the squad is going to come on over as Roamer going to land a big ult, going in aggressively as Gideon picks up the kill onto the Ashe. As now Scout in a lot of trouble, has to flash that one. Sponge still in the thick of things, looking for the kill on a Gideon. One auto will get it done. And a rock into Roamer does a bit more damage, as it's a very close trade in the bottom lane.
Yeah, chaotic and very much fair. I mean, I would say pretty much dead even between these two, but let's see how it all, let's rewatch it and see how it all eventuates here, because I think the biggest impact maker was the Aurora ultimate when it finally comes down, because Namgung absorbed so much pressure with his Aftershock. It's kind of unreal. Now they're kind of locked into this fight. And look at the value here for Roamer's ultimate as Scout gets chunked out. The burst is there from Gideon. Pleta has to flash. The slow here is doing a lot of work, but Sponge is actually very healthy. And he actually does a decent amount of damage at this stage in the game, so they will be able to trade Gideon for this, but he ultimately dies as well. Scout does escape with his life. Finds himself with a little bit of a CS deficit here in this early game. The money going over to the MF here and the Aurora is, I think, the worst situation here for the side of Nongshim, whereas the Skarner with 2 kills, I don't know if it's really the Sponge taking over the game angle you were talking about. It's not that he's having a bad time, he just got a lot of the money that the rest of the team would have preferred to have.
Yeah, it's not quite as much hype for this Skarner as the earlier one we saw today.
Support Skarner is the truth.
Yeah, sup.
Sup.
That's what he was saying. Very curious to see if this Talia can get more value. I feel like I still have negative afterthoughts from when Talia was actually meta and she was being picked a lot and basically doing 0 damage.
Afterthoughts, you say?
Yes. It's kind of like Aftershock, but for thoughts.
Could be shocking as well, the thoughts you have.
Yeah.
I suppose. Namgung still does not have level 6. Pleta does, so I don't think they really want to tango with these two down here, even with the Misfortune strong base damage. Just doesn't have the setup. Doesn't have his ult actually either for a few more seconds. Casting is... he is just kind of hiding, but he does have his ultimate if there was to be a scrap over these grubs that Gideon is quite famed for, thanks to me noticing that he always goes grubs.
He just gets them. I am very curious about his percentage take of grubs. I don't know if we actually have that stat.
I think it's out there.
It probably is. Might be like a team stat.
It might be broken by the fact that grubs have changed so much over time.
Yeah.
In terms of like the objective used to be like there was 2 grubs, and then it's like, okay, does it count how many grubs you have, or do you have to get all 3 grubs for it to count as an objective? And if he only gets 2, does that actually count as he won the grubs? Grubs ruining perfect games. Like, I don't know. It feels like good old Rito couldn't figure out exactly what Grubs' roles were, but we've kind of stopped changing them for now, so that's good. Gideon still likes to take them. That much we know.
That's, you know, that's good. It's simple. Gideon gets grubs. That's all we need to know. It doesn't really need to
I don't need the number.
Than that. Yeah.
Okay, I trust the magic for this guy.
Yeah. Seems like Kingan's feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Phage buy here feels really powerful, and also we had the sad-plated Steel Caps pickup earlier from casting when he was pushed out by the gank, and he has not been able to buy anything since, so he's just kind of weathering the storm. Will now finally be able to come up to the lane with his additional components there, as you guys can see. Hearthbound picked up here, but he's going to ult back to the lane, which will potentially be an opportunity here for Nongshim to make something happen with this Taliyah prio. They also have Ash Arrow to affect this skirmish globally, so consider this before you walk deep in that jungle Namgung. You can't hear me, but you should consider it.
Yeah, just like we had Coach comms, I think caster comms eventually. Definitely not broken. Imagine you could do that. You could like press a button once per game just to listen into the cast for 10 seconds.
That would be interesting. I don't know if they'd like what they heard from us.
Yeah. It also doesn't feel like it makes much sense.
No, I agree with that.
Kingan is going to find himself face-to-face with a TF and potentially a Pantheon. As now the go button is going to be pressed, but it looks like Kingan saw that coming a mile away.
Yeah, the location of the Pantheon ultimate was very far away from the target.
And now you've got Taliyah, you've got Skarner, and there's a bottom lane, as that is going to be the charm into Teddy. He does dodge pretty much everything perfectly. Teddy gonna get away. We got a TP coming in, and Sponge flashes to safety for now, but now Roamer trying to line it up. Sponge a little bit too tanky, as it's gonna be a wall right through the heart of the Bro members. Sponge continuing to engage, and Teddy doesn't quite have the damage just yet to get through the entirety of the Nongshim lineup, as maybe now the double up. He is gonna get the kill on the Seraphine, but Diablo has to follow up. A couple autos gets it done, and Sponge is going to die. Double kill comes through for Teddy. And Roamer trying to pick up the scraps, but he won't get any.
Sometimes a gank goes wrong on the other side of the map. That's... Oh, man.
Well, not much to say about that one.
Yeah.
That was a mistake.
That was a very big overstay. Sometimes a gank goes wrong on the other side of the map. Right? Sometimes you know where the enemy jungler is and you're like, oh, wait a minute, there's an opportunity here. We got a Taliyah, we got Prio. Look at the minimap when this happens. They're already set up. However, maybe sometimes it's also best to know that the gank isn't going to go as planned and you should probably leave. You got Roamer's teleport. They play this pretty well, Nongshim do, but I feel like the variance that comes through in this play, all the things that could have gone wrong, and even worse, by the way, for them, make it so that maybe could have just taken the small advantage instead of kind of flipping the game on this, as Teddy picks up so much insane amounts of gold here. The flash denies the double up onto Diablo. If that doesn't happen and they both die here, it's a disaster. By the way, Diablo still basically dies. Sponge goes down. And then Gideon also ends up getting the kill here onto a very greedy scout because he wanted to poke Roamer for some reason.
So they had a ward in the tri-brush. There wasn't a deeper one.
Yeah, I mean,
there is now, but there was a control ward there in the replay. So he was just locked in. He was like, okay, I'm just gonna go in for this one, but it was definitely a mistake. As now Diablo is in a ton of trouble, just gonna find himself face to face with an Aurora. Doesn't like his chances there. So now an ult's gonna come down. They're gonna push Scout out of here. But we do have now Roamer trying to follow up. Namgung wants to continue on this one. Sponge kind of alone. A lot of CC into him from this Nautilus. Not sure if it's enough as the Impale, kind of confusing. Nice little knockback here in a Roamer. Gideon desperate for some action.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge win for the side of Bro to get the kill onto Diablo, but also get everyone pushed out. And the Pantheon is still down here with ult, so they actually need to make a choice. Are they going to defend this turret, or are they going to let it go? Because they need to make a group decision. Otherwise, they might lose the turret as well as additional members, as I don't know if we should be jumping to replay now, because that bottom side is tense. But either way, that's the kill on the Roamer from his first-person view. And in live, they decided to put Diablo here. So ultimately was a little bit, I was a little bit too jumpy with maybe something happening there as Gideon's just going to take this dragon. Valdez?
Yes.
Bro are on the path to a franchise streak record.
Well, it ties their record, right?
Yeah, but I mean, that's on the way. See, you keep trying to like tell me I'm wrong about these things. And I keep telling you I'm technically right.
Yeah. Technically right.
Technically right. It's the best kind of correct. That's the Futurama.
But it's only a record if you set a new best.
But if you're
That's like
approaching the best, you're not going away from it. And a win here would be closer to the best. It would tie it, but then you'd be closer to making the record as we have an ult.
All right, we're going in. We're pressing our buttons straight into the Seraphine as Gideon going to be taking a long journey. Does put up a shield. A lot of damage here on the backline from Roamer as now Sponge kind of on his lonesome against 4. But here comes Scout and the Impale is going to find 1. Scout gets the kill on a Gideon and Namgung is going to pay the price. Diablo stays alive and it's 3 kills for Nongshim and maybe make it 4 as a rock gets him down. Roamer is taken out by Sponge. 4 kills for 0 for Nongshim.
And the gold lead swings back to Nongshim. And maybe the lifeguard should put up the no diving sign down in the bottom lane with what is going on between these two squads. I feel like this one was, frankly, a bit more egregious than the last one that we saw from Nongshim. For Nongshim, he kind of got a little bit outplayed. His Scout, not again. Surely not. He's fine. He'll be okay. He's totally okay.
I don't feel like casting really has any damage right now. He has like a couple of random objects he picked up from the grounds. They don't actually do anything.
Yeah, he threw playing cards at him, and it's not like the Ripley's Believe It or Not episode where it cuts through a watermelon. It's just like a little bit annoying to Scout. As Gideon finds himself ulting into all of the lockdown, Roamer then also drops an ult here with no wave on the turret, then has to flash away. Scout is Talia, by the way, so he can show up. The Impale wasn't even used in the defense, and then Teddy is like hell-bent on killing Diablo because he knows that he's not getting out of here, but he doesn't kill Diablo. And all of this commitment, Roamer still dies in the end. 4 kills go over. And I don't know what's happening anymore. Except that I feel less confident in my statement that they're heading towards a record-breaking win streak.
Yeah, maybe finding themselves
maybe heading away
against a wall. Between a rock and a hard place. There is going to be the flash of a Sponge, actually. The arrow also missing from Diablo. Sponge trying to be proactive here. That is a lot of damage into Diablo. The flank comes in from Roamer, and we immediately jump into a pause.
Okay, well, I didn't see anything initially that looked like it was out of place there, but perhaps Diablo did, as he was deleted. But I'm sure there's probably a larger reason for it. Might even be as simple as a headset issue, but
it's a
keyboard issue.
Keyboard issue.
Okay.
So that's definitely important to have your keyboard working when you are trying to play League of Legends.
The fight is by no means over, but the critical target has been sniped. And Nongshim will have to just get out of there as best as they can. I think they have the tools to get most out, if not all. But the pause timing here, definitely uncomfortable with the comms now muted and the Aurora Ultimate still lingering as we're kind of in the middle of the chaos there.
We got a new cable.
That sometimes is as simple as it needs to be to prevent the hardware issue. Sometimes it's changing the USB port. Sometimes it's just chanting the right incantation.
Did you turn it off and on again?
Yeah, that can also be helpful.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just say, oh, come on, work, and then it just starts working again
I feel
for
like
me.
It's pretty interesting that they knew immediately it was a wire issue, you know? Like, I didn't see any testing, really. They were just like, no, it's a wire issue.
Well,
Here's
it
a new
could be the case that the Windows disconnected notification
They're
popped
like,
up.
actually, it's not the wire.
Well, you got to test everything, right? But if the disconnected notification comes up, then the first thought is that there's a connection issue with the peripheral, in which case the wire might be the solving grace there. But Kingham will test the backup keyboard. Every player has backup peripherals for this reason. It's your responsibility to provide those for the specific hardware that you want to use.
Yeah. Looks like we got a working keyboard based on the refs moving and Kingham kind of saying, okay, looks like we're done.
Yeah, but it's not going to do any wonders for poor Diablo, who got burst down at the beginning of that fight. A nice collapse by Hanjin Brion. But it's always good when you can play the game, if you're Kingham in this case.
Yeah.
In Diablo's case, hardware's not going to fix it until his death timer's up.
And even then, might not fix the fact that he has to play Ashe and doesn't have, you know, a bunch of mobility, a bunch of ways to try to warp fights in his favor. He's not playing Lucian or Ezreal.
Yeah, it's always stylistically interesting to see what type of player likes to play Ashe, and it's usually not the type of player that is Diablo, right? Who's very aggressive. He has a great Ashe, by the way. He's very good at it, but it is not a it's not a champion that allows you to hit the ceiling and break the ceiling.
Keyboard number 3.
It could be number 1 back again.
Do you think he has a backup for his backup?
Probably not. I think that would be a bit overkill.
Is it a back up? Or is it a back up?
Or is it just a back up?
You know, I didn't consider that one. Neither did G-Sun, who was feeding me these things.
I think I would personally call it, I'm going to go out on a limb here, but a secondary backup.
I'm going to say a understudy.
Why would you say study? It doesn't have anything to do.
You know, understudies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the keyboard isn't trying to like learn from but the keyboard's not trying to like learn from the first keyboard and like
maybe
operate.
You don't know
under
what
the
they're
first
doing
keyboard.
when we're not here.
It's a piece
like
of
Toy
hardware.
Story.
It's a piece of hardware. It's not Toy Story.
They were just toys.
It's not alive. Well, you think this is the magic toaster, Valdez?
Yeah, it could be. I'm just saying we don't have the evidence.
I have been given the update that we are resuming the game soon, so we're going to jump into this fight. Ashe is dead.
Impale misses. Skarner pretty much dead. Sponge is really tanky, but it's not going to be enough. That's a big surfing ult. A little bit too little too late, though. It's King, and now he's going to get away with his life, but a nice couple of picks here for Bro. Still a very close game as they just get the picks. There's no objective at the moment.
Yeah, let's take a look at this because it happened so long ago. I forget who actually started this off. I thought it was Namgung, but arrow misses. Sponge has to flash away. And Roamer's on the flank here.
Oh,
the Aurora ult was the one that did him in, and yeah, that was really just him. He's just positioned here without knowing about the flank.
He's alone so far up against the wall, trying to land a volley. I mean, that...
Well, he is trying to do what you said. It is very difficult to do on Ashe, which is to be aggressive and try to maximize your value. I mean, the same case with Misfortune. You know, I've been saying it for years. Putting a player like Teddy on Misfortune always feels like a crime because of the simplicity of the champion, but I think Misfortune has a little bit more power these days. I'm not as big of an anti-Misfortune. I'm not an anti-Ashe either.
Like,
but
you know, we've had like Faker on Lulu in the past. I think Faker played Taric one game back in the jungle funnel meta.
Carry Yumi.
Carry Yumi. We also had like Zeus, Ornn, or something like that. But those top laners are a little bit different because they find a way to make those tanks actually carries, especially Ornn.
We do have a bit of a cross map here with the Skarner attention to try to get this turret. It actually is going to be first brick taken by Nongship, so that's actually a pretty big win for them.
Yeah, it's still a very close game. And considering that Nongshim have a very slight gold lead, even against the TF, is actually, I'd say, a pretty good spot for them. Like, that last fight did not look great for them, but maybe this one does. The cleanses come through.
That was very aggressive from Teddy. He does have cleanse and flash, so he was sure he would get out of any situation, but for a plate, it would have been rough if he had to flash, but did cleanse the appropriate CC there and was able to escape the rest of it.
What is going on up here?
Let's not watch it.
Please remove my eyes from this.
I don't like it. Nope. I don't watch it.
No. Put it away.
I like this more.
Thank you.
The solo Nautilus mid.
Yeah. Namun is he's farming now, he says.
You shall not pass.
Teddy went a little bit too close to that turret, so he just started farming.
They are soloing the dragon, by the way.
More petty things in solo queue.
Well, it was Kingen who was soloing the dragon, and now the rest of the team is coming.
I think they just get it.
Yeah.
I don't know. The CP seems a little bit late. Especially, you know, they're going to go headfirst into a Seraphine. So wall's going to come down. It looks like Nongshim actually want to go for a fight, which is pretty interesting. Sponge going to find a Nautilus, but that's not exactly the best. Seraphine ult's not going to do a whole lot, but they do take down the Nautilus. Sponge is so tanky as they finally get him down. And it ends up just kind of being a 1-for-1.
Let's see if they can get more, though. There is a turret here, but there are 3 members of Bro, including a Pantheon with ult. But I mean, it's Seraphine and an Ashe, so I don't know if you have to dive this. We put the no diving sign out in our out of our mouths.
Over. He's got Flash and Ghost. Roamer's almost dead.
Yeah, I think he probably is.
Yeah, Scout is getting in there. We know he does not have any chill in this game. That's going to be a flash out of Gideon, and they get that out of him at least. Roamer barely does survive, though.
They got Scout sums. That's pretty huge.
Diablo's like, I will be as aggressive as I can on this pick.
And I mean, he knows that Teddy doesn't have cleanse. But like the domino effect of Teddy looking for that extra plate meant that he cleansed, he had to back away. It meant that Nautilus was solo in mid, which meant that Nongshim got the setup on the Dragon, which meant that this fight started off really awkwardly here. And yes, the Herald is going to go in, but the Scout Weaver's Wall is actually pretty massive. Denies any sort of retreat, and then they just opt in. As in live, we have a flanking misfortune, I guess.
I mean, he can do a lot of damage, and now Kingan's like, oh crap, no flash for me. He's going to land the boomerang, but he is not going to land or stick the landing, as that is going to be the end of him. A nice little kill for Teddy picked up.
That's really cool play there. I mean, it just tricked him, made him think that he had completed the back when he in fact did not, and there was just no vision. You don't think of the AD carry flank that much because it doesn't have CC, but in this case, the one he was flanking for did, so it's good enough. As like you mentioned, the damage was really high. And in that Dragon fight, Bro pick up the lead again. They end up getting that kill for Teddy. It's starting to become quite a large problem in this game for Nongshim to deal with, but the Aurora is also a significant threat. It's just so much CC setup, and Diablo obviously doesn't have cleanse. Yes, there is a Seraphine to help protect him here, and there's a lot of frontline. But just like game one, if he keeps getting caught, it becomes very difficult to team fight because he's a main source of damage for the Nongshim squad. The Scout build here is a lot more utility, which is really common, but doesn't mean that there's that trade-off. There's always that inherent risk. And when the Nautilus is walking at you, you can bet everything is going to fall up, including that Misfortune ultimate, while you are stuck in the air.
Yeah. Gotta be careful, Bro, about not throwing everything into Sponge, especially in a close game. Like, if you're getting that pick and he's kind of alone and you're able to blow him up relatively fast, that's okay.
Roamer's looking for a big angle here.
They got a TF on the move as well. Diablo taking insane amounts of damage, but Teddy is going to be blocked, and there's the Impale. They're going to try to go for Roamer here and burst him down. Tons of damage shelled out into Diablo and Pleta, but it's still a kill for the side of Nongshim.
Looks like he was considering ulting in there with casting to see if they could get him anyways, but I think that would not be wise. We have seen so many failed dives. Just be happy with the end result, which is actually not that bad because so much damage was done in the follow-up there from Roamer that they actually can remain in control of this pressure. Roamer has teleport as well, so when he respawns, he comes straight back out on the map. So the kill goal going over here to Nongshim is big. And unfortunately, the timing of this, with the ult coming down from Roamer, wanted to be a little bit closer to Teddy's bullet time there, but a little bit mistimed. But he does end up getting the Q pullback there and almost takes Diablo out anyways. If he had one more item, I think he absolutely would have.
Yeah. Sponge, I like the aggressive play. You know, just looking for any pick he can. He's kind of been, you know, he's been good, but it's also been a struggle. It feels like, you know, there haven't been very clean team fights from the side of Nongshim, even though he has gotten some picks. This kind of feels like that solo queue game where it feels like you're doing a lot, but also you've died 5 times, which he has.
He's got the cheap items, which is good for Skarner, right? And also, he can pretty consistently, even without flash, set up a single target pick with the shove into the wall into the Impale combo. And there's a lot of follow-up with the Taliyah in this comp, and even like Seraphine and Ashe both are happy to kill whoever's caught. Speaking of caught,
any K-rammers?
Any catchers? Yeah, we're K-ramming really hard right now. Like, this is the most K-ram I've seen.
What is a side lane when we have TF Pantheon?
Nah. How about Baron?
Just do Baron. Okay.
Well, I think Nongshim might find out they're not playing the K-ram anymore. They're like, you can't get Dragon. They're like, yeah, we're definitely doing that. We're pushing mid. We're K-ramming. There's 5 of us here. Look at Namgung. You guys are seeing 3 of that Nautilus, right?
They
gotta realize. They gotta realize what's going on.
They have no idea. They're like, yeah, there's no way.
They're
okay,
like,
now
push my Dragon.
Now the Hawkshot comes in, and it's too late. Like, they can't go over there, so they just have to accept the consolation prize, Ocean Drake.
They have Skarner, Taliyah, Kingen had TP. This, for me, like, you take that 20-second clip right there, and that was a bigger problem for Nongshim than anything Taeyun was for this roster. The fact that they had to use Hawkshot to be like, oh, I guess that's where they were. Like, they were concerned about a potential flank, but, like, look at the control vision they had around the entry to the Dragon that they were trying to start up there and trying to prevent Bro from coming to.
Oh, they got it.
They did get the Dragon, but the cost was quite high.
Yeah.
Diablo was the carry there, though. I mean, Taeyun might not have arrowed there.
I mean...
Or, sorry, Hawkshotted.
Yeah, Hawkshot. At the end of the day, Nongshim still have some deeper issues.
It's a lot of...
what seems to, in their mind, be a roster issue.
It's a lot of problems with making the right choice or realizing what the game state is, when to fight, or where to go. Like, if it was just Dragon on the table, amazing setup there. Yeah. Like, how can Bro get in? It's so tough. But Bro were not interested in getting in, and they just couldn't identify that.
You would think with Lahens in the lineup, like, that those issues may have been lessened, but this has kind of just been the classic from Nongshim, as we are going to have a bunch of ults thrown in, a deep TP as well. They're going to kill Namgung already, basically, as now Kingen looking for more, but a gold card might just be enough. But here comes the wall. Scout always wanting more today, and he might be able to find Gideon. They are going to get his flash away, and Sponge still on the chase. Big roamer ult, but he's very alone, hopping back and forth. Got to be very careful here. The bullet time is confusing, and now Roamer has to flash away himself. As Nongshim, I guess they win that fight.
Technically, I thought that Roamer was just going to stay in mid and push the inner, as Bro looked like they were pretty much out. There's no Dragon up, but for some reason they decided to really push the issue and look for the fight, and Roamer was almost killed as a result of it. He has TP, so we'll be able to join at any time. As now Kingen, speaking of...
Boy. They're going to throw a lot into this Gnar. Diablo's here, and so is Pleta. And maybe a turnaround. I mean, Diablo's trying to frontline here on this Ashe, going to take a huge amount of damage. But now Teddy, a little bit close to the sun, also has to flash away. This game is so chaotic. Like, what is going on? Down goes the Gnar, but down goes the Pantheon. So again, bit of a trade.
This is a 3v5 for Brion. 3v5!
Yeah, that's an Aurora. We're going to find him.
Now there's an Aurora here. Now it's a 4v4.
Arrow going to miss. And, I mean, there's not a lot here for the side of Bro, but they're continuing to fight. Super low on the health bars, low on the mana, too. Diablo going to get knocked up, but no follow-up there. Just going into Sponge, deflects on in. He catches Teddy, but no follow-up. And that's going to be 2 kills for Bro. As Diablo and Pleta need to go away. They're losing at their own game. And underneath the turret, he just gets burst down. And that is a massive lead now for Bro.
It's a 28-kill game. It's just 2 extra kills for Bro, but the lead they have is so massive now. They've taken 5 turrets off the map. Watch the timing of... Okay, we're going to go real far back here.
Back in the day.
But watch... Yeah, this was like when I was a kid, I remember this part of the fight.
Sega Genesis.
All right, watch the moment, though, Roamer shows up, because he actually gets his ultimate online, like, the second he goes in, it came up. And maybe they were trying to track that. Maybe they got a little miscalculated. Bro kind of kited back. The health bars are so low. But again, this is the key moment here with Roamer. His ultimate comes online like right when he does get in there. Oh, sorry, I forgot this was like one of those Sega Genesis. It's going to take a little bit longer.
Nintendo 64 now.
Yeah. Okay, GameCube.
What's happening in the real game?
Wiimote was announced, and then Romer's ult comes back online. But the timing of this, like right when his ult comes in, he's on them. And then he gets in here, and they fall apart at the exact same moment. It's pretty unlucky for Nongshim because it's the exact same moment that Sponge goes in. And it's just those two things colliding for a massive win for Hanjin Brion.
I didn't actually hear what he said, but it got a big cheer.
He said he was really excited when Switch 2 came out.
He wants to play that Star Fox game, but it comes out next month.
Yeah,
oh wait, that was you.
No, that was me. Yeah.
Yeah. I get you and Gideon mixed up a lot.
We're pretty much the same person.
Yeah.
Well, this is a pretty big deficit here for Nongshim. They're going to have to fight their way through.
All right, they're trying to land stuff on a Diablo, but they're just throwing everything in. It's a Sponge once again, but Diablo, they just have too many tools to get into the back line, and they take him down. And that is so much of the DPS of this composition. Scout all by his lonesome. And we might be looking at 8 in a row for Bro.
That chimpanzee with the symbols got a lot of battery power. That's what came to mind when I saw that. Just got new AAAs. All right. That's the end of the game. The Bros cannot be stopped. They're going to tie the streak, Valdez.
Yeah, it looks like it.
The Bromentum.
The Bromentum can't be stopped. Not in this era of Switch 2, and they're looking to end the game as the Gnar doesn't do anything. 2-0 again for Bro, and the train keeps going for this squad.
There were some really scary moments for them in this game. It certainly got a lot closer, I think, than it had any right to be, but they continued to apply the pressure at the right moments. The failed dive, bottom side, felt like maybe Nongshim were back in the game. But Bro just continued to play better for the rest of it. And it was just eventually the lead generated again. They had really good macro, but also great control over the objectives. It's a tough vote for me.
He's looking at his palm paper.
Because I think you could go Gideon, you could go casting.
Oh, call me at Hanjin, 1-800-HANJIN.
But you could also go Romer.
Gideon.
I think I'm going Gideon, Valdez.
Isn't that the umpty thing?
Yeah.
Did he just do the umpty?
A lot of people are doing the umpty thing these days. It's the cool thing to do.
That's cool.
Because umpty's so popular.
What is going on here?
Uh-oh.
Nice
UCal is not happy. New challenger in the building.
I think UCal still won as we get shot down by Teddy. He is still OP. There you go. Namgun getting in on the fun. We got 5 celebrations.
Do you think we'll remember this moment when Bro win Worlds?
I don't know if it'll be this moment exactly. Maybe the 2-0 over KT. That would probably be the big one for me, where it's like, wait, are KT slumping or are Bro actually good?
I don't think we'll remember this moment because the series was still relatively close, right? There were some good ins for Nongshim. Ultimately, Diablo did get focused down. Like, they knew he was the threat. They had the tools in both games to obliterate him, and that's what it came down to. I think a lot of people might vote for casting. His Rumble was great. Twisted Fate also was able to make a lot of global impact around the map. Romer on the rise, just ulting on top of Diablo repeatedly, but also in this Aurora game, made a huge impact. There were some moments where he couldn't quite have the impact he was looking for, but like this fight here, the last fight where he had his ultimate like 1 second away, and he's like, I'm waiting for it, goes in.
Is there a Teddy angle?
Who angle?
For a Teddy angle?
Yeah, I think so.
For his Lucian, and then his MF was good.
His MF was really good, and I definitely think there is a Teddy angle for sure. Like this situation.
Did you vote for Teddy?
No, I voted for Gideon, actually.
Oh. Okay, I mean, that's definitely fair.
I think Gideon didn't have as strong of a game 2, but his game 1 was incredible, and he was a huge instrumental part of getting the lead here.
He won on Pantheon. Not a lot of people are doing that nowadays.
I kind of regret it, though. I actually kind of feel like I should have voted Romer. It's too late to change my palm vote, I think, because I already handed it in.
Maybe you'll be that one base voter.
I don't know if Jesus said I can or can't, but all right, I'm changing it to Romer.
Lock it in.
All right.
Wow.
우리가
Never
잘해볼래?
changed before.
Opponent changer. Opponent changer.
Never changed before. Wow. Yeah, Romer was insane, honestly. I was thinking a lot about his performance here, and I thought I was overdoing it, but his Rise game was also sick. He only died one time on the Rise. Yeah, it's a Romer angle for me. But I'm honestly not upset if anybody gets it.
I think the middle three, Gideon, Romer, Teddy, I think I'm happy with any of those. Casting, I mean, he played well, but he also got Rumble, and I don't know how many times we have to see Rumble versus Ambessa to figure it out. You know, he played well, but so did everybody else. So I would probably go for Gideon, Romer, and Teddy.
This felt like, to me, the weakest Bro win in the streak in a lot of ways, but it's still a win. And I think Nongshim had a great performance today. I don't know how much of it is really Pleta, but they looked much better today. They looked a little bit more comfortable, but still the win con was Diablo, and Diablo got punished, so...
Yeah. There were still a lot of quite confusing moments for Nongshim as well. I mean, they definitely had some good moments for sure.
The Baron was rough, but also the first dive where they stayed instead of taking the small win.
Yeah, I mean, individually, like Scout going way too aggressively a couple of times. You know, solo lanes, I feel like for Nongshim are not really getting it done, and also as a team, it doesn't feel like they're interacting well as a 5-man unit, so.
Let's see if Teddy gets it. Romer's gonna get it. Teddy gets it.
It will be the teddy bear.
And honestly, even if like it's bottom row votes that push this over the line, it's Teddy, man. He had a great day.
Bottom row votes.
You know, the bottom row votes sometimes a little sussy, but
yeah.
He had a really high skill cap Misfortune game. We were talking about how Misfortune, sometimes you're like, not sure what the value is going to be. He had some incredible double ups. His defense of the turret dive was also really impressive. He flashed left this time, where he flashed right on Lucian. Had that learning moment as well.
Yeah. And his Lucian was very good as well. It was good. Outside of the one flash, and even that, I mean, you could see the angle, right? It wasn't like...
He was so close.
It wasn't like it was bizarre or anything. It was just, you know, a bit over-aggressive. But, yeah, Teddy gonna win it. I do feel like sometimes Teddy gets some extra votes because...
Bottom row.
Well, that, and also...
Because he's popular. He's Teddy. Yes, that's bottom row votes, yeah.
Yeah, bottom
it's
row
okay.
votes.
Like, you can vote for who you like. That is your right as a bottom row voter.
Do you think Mediox joined the bottom row this time?
Nah. He's probably...
Did he vote for Namgung, Justice for Supports?
Nah, I think he's probably a mid or jungle voter.
I think he's a Gideon vote. That's my prediction of his palm. Either way, guys, we're done here for now. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you for the handoff, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Teddy on the side of Hanjin Brian. Teddy, I'm sure you saw earlier the POM standings. You're at 400 POM points, tied with Zeka. How do you feel? You know, winning 2-0 against Nongshim and keeping the winning streak and reaching 4 win streaks, it really feels amazing. And, you know, I was able to meet Sponge and Pleta, who were my former teammates, which was nice. And yeah, during your 4-match consecutive wins, you didn't drop a single game, so that's an 8-game win streak. And you've broken the record from 2015 summer back from Najin days. And some mentioned Najin's done it, so what's your take on that? You know, back in the days, they used to say, yeah, Najin really did it. Najin really won that. And that's something that I can recall. And in 2026 for Brian, I feel like we have definitely improved from back then. And I feel like we're doing really well. And so where is this crazy momentum coming from? I think our confidence is a key factor. And I feel like we're communicating a lot better than before. I feel like we have improved on that. And it's actually making us play better. And today, your former teammate, like you said, Pleta, started as the enemy support. So how did you manage to approach bot lane? I think I just played my usual, but they just kept diving us. So it kind of hurt my feelings. But even despite the dives, I think we were able to come back during the mid-late games. So I don't think it really mattered. And for game 1, With your Lucian Milio, you were facing Caitlyn Bart, so what was your approach on this matchup? Yeah, in the laning phase, I think we would just really had to look for that mid-game value because Lucian doesn't really win that lane during the early game laning phase against this in this matchup. And yeah, with this early bot dive, you actually handled it pretty well. So what was going through your mind? Yeah, I saw the dive coming in and I just said, oh, I'll just have to counter it really well. And in the end, I think I played it pretty well. And it looked like you were able to pull off a cracked play, so... Yeah, I mean, the enemies were... Their health was also really low, so I thought that it was really doable. And I'm sure that even if I die, I already knew that, you know, the top side, my friends in the top side, they would be able to sort of make it up for the loss. And you guys snuck a Baron in game 2, so it was a smart call. So whose call was that? You know, there was no vision over there for the enemy, so with TF, I just made the call so that we can actually go ahead and sneak that Baron. And your mechanics have been phenomenal lately, and playing alongside the rookies, it feels like you've grown to another level too. So what kind of influence are you taking from them? You know, my teammates, I'm actually really close with them, so during our daily lives, we talk about the games really easily. It's very fun to talk to them, so I think just that communication is helping a lot. So what kind of role are you taking in the team? Well, as a boomer of the team, I don't really have a specific role right now, but you know, all the young friends in my team, they're actually so positive. They're always trying to bring good energy to the team. I think that's why our team spirit is so nice. And so it looks like you'll be featured in Lonely Night with Gideon. So what kind of chemistry can we expect? Yeah, we'll be on Lonely Night. I'll just make sure that I have a lot of fun with high energy. And what about Gideon? Well, Gideon, lately he's been singing and he's a very good singer, so I'm sure it'll be really fun to sing, or I guess watch him sing. And your next opponent is DN Supers, and that will be your 5th consecutive win if you're able to pull off that victory. So how confident are you? I think our matchup is really good, so I feel like as long as we do well, we'll be able to keep the winning streak. I really want to make it happen. And that's all from the Human Nexus Teddy, and back to the space. Thank you.
When you get a delivery from a Hanjin delivery service, they send you the text message that says, "The Happy Box Company with your delivery." And they just delivered yet another victory. It is the tying victory if you go back to the Najin days. 4 series victories in a row, 8 games in a row. Hanjin Brion are the 3rd hottest team in the league because their win streaks are still behind Hanwha Life Esports and Gen.G, but one of the greatest times to be a Hanjin Brion fan, gentlemen, as they take down the team, their opponents 2-0.
It's been an incredible turn of form, and I think it just shows the team all coming together and playing really intelligently. It's not just like one individual popping off, even though obviously Teddy had a phenomenal series, well deserved on POM, but it feels like the team play is really there. And that's honestly one of the biggest barriers for some of our weaker teams on the bottom end of the table, is often, even if they have strong individuals, coordination, team play is just a little bit too tricky to get to the top levels compared to the top teams in the league. But Bro really are there.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, they're way more rock solid when they're just, you know, they're not shaky anymore. They're just way more solid. They found how to put the resources on Teddy. Like, sure, like enemy team trying to just, you know, dive to Teddy, actually take it down, like from the early laning phases, like trying to not be able to pop off for Teddy, but it doesn't really matter because Teddy will find a way and pop off.
Yeah, he was sharing some of those insights in the POM interview. Thank you again, dear, for those translations. As it is a 6 out of 13, and Wolf said maybe it'd be some bottom row voting. It's half bottom row voting, 5 votes over for Romer as well. Couple of shouts out on over to casting in the top lane. This was a comprehensive victory here.
This was tight in terms of the votes. So, you know, Teddy just edging out ahead with 6 out of 13. Yeah, my comment, Petty Tom.
Petty Tom. You can figure it out at home. Hooney, what was your comment here for us?
The janitor Teddy, you can't take down him. Just dive more, even draft. They tried to Caitlyn Bar, it didn't work. Like even as what he said, like he knew that it's gonna be tough, it's gonna be rough all the game. Like he said it in his interview, like, but he has a belief himself. He trusts himself that he can actually pop up later in the game, even though he got a little bit behind. Doesn't matter. Like as what he said.
Yeah,
he'll do what he drops.
Multiple times this game where they tried to dive him on the bot side of the map, and he and Namgung hung in there and were able to turn that numbers disadvantage into a positive play and relieve pressure to the rest of his team. And those plays were huge in getting him the POM and their record tying 8 wins in a row. 4 series victories here. Let's see what else that we had here. In terms of comments, for Teddy, it's Helios. There's no limit to this player, and it feels so true. Again, like he is playing on the edge and showing us new levels. Romer getting the shout out from Wolf. Bromer, long range engages were beautiful tonight. Again, has been that change back at the T1 home ground match 5 series ago. Since then, it feels like this team has been roaming around very well together. Pony also given the 5 stars to Romer. I'm not sure what, you know, you give out stars, 5 stars?
5 stars. I mean, huge shout out to Romer as well. Like he, like you know, it's like one of the players that from the on the Hanjin Brian. It's like could be doubted. Like we don't know how he's gonna play well, but I think right now it's like looks way more solid, and that's why I think the team's like looks way more solid because of him.
I think there must have been some on the Korean side about the 5 stars, because seeing a theme here.
Yeah. 5 stars, all the ratings in terms of the delivery. It was a delivered victory here. Cloud Templar also shouting out Romer in the mid lane. And then finally, Prince going with casting in the top side of the map, him getting some of those shout outs as well. The behind the scenes of Bros casting. Watch today's match. Yeah, Prince knows what that prime gameplay looks like himself as a former pro, finding a lot of success here in the LCK. As it is, Hanjin Brion getting the victory. It is the 3rd largest win streak in the league, 4 in a row, 5 and 7, the fastest turnaround of any team so far.
Yeah, and you actually look ahead of them. 1 win behind D+, although need a bit more work on the game score. 2 wins behind T1. Again, game score is quite a bit behind for Bro, but they are quickly gaining pace on those Western teams. They're currently in position to qualify for the road to MSI at 6th place. They actually even did BNK FearX a favor by putting Nongshim below them, but if Bro continue this momentum, they could start making some real waves on the Western side.
I mean, to be crazy, it's like the Brion, just look at the points. It's gonna be positive soon. Like how many the amount of they're getting the 2-0, it's crazy.
Well, that is the next question. When we take a look at their record, because they started this streak at the end of round number 1. They play the DN Supers again. They play Kiwoom DRX again. And then they play D+, who are currently their next standing mates right now. We're looking way ahead. This is 2 weeks ahead. Then they play T1 yet again, which is that match that started all of this here, Hawks.
This feels like a ramping schedule. It gets harder with each team ahead when you look at those 4 matches they've got ahead of them. I think Phase 2, I think very good odds will come out ahead there. D+ is where it gets interesting. T1, certainly the biggest challenge there. But who knows? You know, if they keep building up their form, carrying this momentum forward, maybe they just take all those teams down.
I think it's an order. It's like really favorable for Brion too. Like it's getting stronger. Next boss, next stage. But I feel like if they are not losing the confidence at all and they keep playing like this, I think it's gonna be really favorable for Brion.
Many things can happen in 2 weeks. right? 2 weeks ago. Brion were not as successful, so we'll see what happens in the future. Next up, it's a huge matchup tomorrow on Sunday. T1 versus D plus Kia. And then live from Vietnam, it is the LCK Team Roadshow, the Kiwoom DRX Homefront. Kiwoom versus Hanwha Life Esports. That one, I've been told, is sold out. Hanwha Life Esports have gone to Vietnam for fan meets the last 3 years. It's going to be rocking in Hanoi. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. A 2-0 for Hanjin Brion, a big victory day for them. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Just when I lift my mark into the stars.